Yo, 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 yo. All right, playing a little bit of poker here. Got two tables going. Showing one of them. Let's see. All right. Got no delay so people can snipe us. Not only do you have to do it a million ways of getting cheated by bots and all this other crap in poker, I'm streaming with no delay. So people can just watch what the fuck I'm doing, take advantage. All right, we're going to raise this up. First place is $235. It's $2.50 buy-in. You got the suited connector. Does anyone here know how to play poker at all? Oh, fuck, we got a 3-bet. I got no information on this, guys. I have this software I use sometimes. You pay a monthly fee. You know what? I'm gonna fuck it. I was gonna gamble there, but I got this website called Shark Scope. I'll pull it up for you guys. So I guess I could look up these people, but they also got this thing where it'll show you like statistics about the people, like how much money they make, how they've been playing. So I could have like a real-time information. I could show you what it looks like, I think. Let me see. I know I don't think it comes up on stream. I could raise this. We'll check, see what's going on. It's not a bad flop. Very connected, wet flop. Wet wood, as they say. This guy makes a tiny bet. Whatever. We'll just call, see what happens. It's not a bad turn card. I suspect it's just messing around. That's half pot. I'm gonna call again, see what happens. It's not a very good river card, but I'm still not determined to fold just yet. Just 8-7, get a pair of 8s. All right, he could have bluffed that river. He could have made it tough on me there. Not a big bluff bet. Getting all in this other tournament, but I don't got the OBS up, so it's not easy to flip tables. So he comes in with a big raise this time. So last time he limped, what was it, 8-7? Let's see what was his previous hand. 8-7 suited, so he just open limps with it. Yeah, that's why I was almost going to raise him pre-flop. Just open limped. Let's see what else is going on. I guess I don't necessarily have to stream the poker. I could like multitask, play the poker, do some black paneling in between. I don't know.
Guys, relax, man. Doors open today.
see what else is going on. We got Poker Shrink, the Monte Carlo, 5K main events being televised. Let's see who's live right now. Fucking Talcott's live. It's giving a solo monologue right now. Just took a bad beat on this other table. Some buying in this other one. Fucking 11 cent tournament. I don't know if I took a bad beat. Jack Blathering in the background. Got to get the OBS going so we can do some more interesting stuff with the poker. Arrow live. We got Talcott live. We got London McLovin live. Let's see what Arrow's doing. Alex Stein is live. He's in Vegas. Hey, fucking Yo, mic check. I think you could hear me. I was just quiet there for a minute. Alex Stein. I'm gonna put Alex Stein up as well. He's live right now.
Is this a cop?
Is there anything you want to ask him, Brianna? Yeah, this is a cop. We're in the police station.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Yeah, we're at the police station. You know, I'm a graduate of the Dallas Citizens Police Academy. So I'm kind of law enforcement adjacent. So if you guys need any help or anything, I can go clean up the streets. Well, give me a badge and a gun. I'll have it clean in 30 minutes. They said they might do that, Jimmy.
You could be a hero.
Okay, all right, we'll be back. I could be a hero, but this is it. This is a legit police station.
Why is he wearing a flannel shirt if
That's
it's
my
a
first
legit
question.
police
I
station?
don't know. Maybe because, well, I don't know. I mean, it's a police
He
station.
might
What
be
does that say?
undercover, usually.
It's the police.
Can you ask him where he was during
That's-
January 6th?
Does that sound like police?
All right, we're gonna go back to the poker. Fucking. What's some moderators still? I think I was a moderator on this thing. So I'm gonna call this and see if we get some backdoor equity. The clubs. So we hit a pair and a club, So we got the king high. That's not bad. Let's see what this guy does. Comes with the big bet. Hmm. It was a big fucking bet. What did he do this with? I'm gonna let it go. It sucks. We got a pair, king high flush draw. I think that's the move though. People make big bets on the turn. There's like these little trends in poker. Come get some Jeeps. Gotta figure out. I always say it. We gotta figure out how to play, how we can play together. Very loose call in the small blind. Lay it down. Huh. Almost want to bluff at this shit. A lot of people check trip aces there. Though. I mean, it was limp pre-flop. I don't know, Jeeps. We got a bunch of people live right now. Fucking Stein, Harrow, Talcott. Talcott might have been wrapping up his monologue at the end. Still play at TV's live. We were doing this acne advertisement just came up. I should sell an acne treatment. Just some aged piss. I should really get into that aged fucking. Anyone want to buy some aged piss, dude? Serious, man. That shit's good as gold. They do a foot soak. I did an aged piss foot soak. Fuck, dude. You get anything going in this goddamn tournament. Soaked me for like 6-7 hours. Some cracked heels I was trying to heal up. I'll ship you guys some aged fucking piss. I got 7 deuce, like 3 out of 4 hands. I said there's a lot of bots at these lower buy-in levels. So it's like I think it's tough to win in online poker. Everything's just fucking. Oh my god, really? I didn't know you. God, I didn't know people drank the age shit. So you can't even Google this shit, dude. Nothing's gonna. He drank the age shit? I don't fucking. I don't know, man. It's fucking crazy. I mean, I think I've seen videos of him in like a full bodied bath, like a bathtub filled with it. I think I've heard that or seen it. I suppose he goes in there every day. But that's crazy, dude. How would you? Raise up. All right, let's get some action, suckers. How about the big blind calls? We missed the flop. That get raised and have to fold. That'd be cool. I think you guys would enjoy that. How much of it did he drink? It's not a bad flop for us. Not sure we're gonna get away from this one. I'm gonna half pot it. See what happens. Rupert. Well, we're hoping Rupert's got an ace. He's from Russia, Rupert. Yeah, we're hoping he's got an ace. There's something that he's not going to fold. Oh, just a sip? All right, that might make sense. If it's just a sip. So I drank, I don't know, this morning, a liter of cola No, liter or two of it. See what else is going on. We got Soul Player. Wish I could play like a background thing. I get that OBS. She's laughing at that drink. This one. About to be a 5-minute break. All right. So we could show you guys something else. Whoa. So this is pretty good writing right here. I'm gonna read a little something while we're on break. Let me see. So I read some of this on pause. I left off at let me just double check something, see where I left off. All right, let's see. So it says, "This is the spirit of truth." God dang. This is the spirit of truth. All right, I'm gonna read some of this real quick. This is the spirit of truth, which the world cannot comprehend without the interposition of the Holy Ghost, or without the instruction of those who know it. The same is of a mysterious nature, wondrous strength, boundless power. The saints from the beginning of the world have desired to behold its face. By Avicenna, this spirit is named the soul of the world. For as the soul moves all the limbs of the body, so also does the spirit move all the bodies. And as the soul is in all the limbs of the body, so also is the spirit in all elementary created things. Are you guys running with this? Let's just take a peek at a couple things going on. We got this poker.
60 off of, oh my god, yeah.
This guy's a poker streamer. This guy Wolfgang
I agree with you.
streams poker. Go back a little bit, see what they've been up to.
Expectations. Thank you. Tastes like cardboard.
I would also.
This guy right here, Wolfgang's called a poker vlogger, which I don't know. I guess I could get into, but he like travels around. He's in Monte Carlo playing this tournament, but he usually plays like cash games at casinos, and he has like a camera like by his cards to show the cards, and then puts up little shorts about her hands. I think this is a pretty popular poker vlogger. Harold's live. We got the kittens. Let's see. There's another poker stream going on. Another poker stream. Got London McLovin. I don't know what the fuck he's up to. Soul Player. Got Alex Vegas. Got Bro Sanchez live. El Perro. Stuttering John. Moose. Moose playing video games for days. I don't know what that kid's up to, dude. Is it 24/7? I don't know what the fuck that kid's up to, man. Louis J. Gomez. Let's get back to the poker. There's a bunch of not a hotel. There's a bunch of kids playing baseball. I guess it's, you got baseball tournaments out here all the time. What's up, tribe? The Chili DeCastro case or my Judge Zimmerman case? I don't know if everything's all right with it. I haven't been doing too much. I guess I could email them, put up my notice, or let them know. But I'm not. I don't think I'm planning on showing up at court. You have to drag me in there. I could try to get a handout on the private without going to court. I don't know though. I don't know, tribe. I don't know, tribe. Let me put this poker back on. Tribe, you got to come up on Paul's panel and fucking come correct, dude. You can't just be lurking around in chat, being a miscreant. You're up to some shit, tribe. Don't try to fuck with me, dude. You're up to some shit, tribe. But also is a spirit in all elementary created things. It is sought by many and found by few. It is beheld from afar and found near. For it exists in everything, in every place, and at all times. It has the powers of all creatures. His action is found in all elements, and the qualities of all things are therein, even the highest perfection. By virtue of this essence that Adam and the patriarchs deserve their health and live to an extreme age, some of them also flourishing in great riches. So I think I'm just going to jam this. See what happens. All right, good luck to me, guys. Might just end the stream if I bust this tournament. Okay. But, what else? What the fuck, man? All right, folded. Good shit. Shut up, tribe. Quit spamming my chat. come up and you talk. Well, I don't know. I don't even know if I want you to come up. You gonna talk about the case? Fucking tribe, Jesus Christ. All right, tribe, come on up. Fuck it, dude. I'm gonna talk about my court case. Talk about my court case, whatever, dude. I got a wife. All right, get up here, tribe. See if you can distract me. Fuck up my poker tournament. You guys like that thumbnail with the black dude with his shoe off? Fucking slipping the guy the card. You guys notice that? That's fucking shady, dude. Got all these fucking 12-year-olds getting into play some baseball. Whole health hotels. Ugh. Am I sure what? Oh, that's right. Fucking annoying, dude. This guy's just raising every fucking thing. Jimmy Carini. Play some poker, Timmy. Put some money up, Timmy. Shouldn't have opened your mouth. Should have opened your mouth. Someone say to the prosecutor, man, this ain't the greatest. It's all right, I guess. We ain't even got that many chips, dude. Fuck. We gotta bet this. Try to get it all in, anyways. I mean, what are we worried about? It's not likely he has king queen since I got two kings. I don't know what the fuck this guy got. Seems like he's got a 10 with that call. I don't know. Maybe he's just got a jack and he can't fold. Either way, we got to get it all in. Jimmy Carini. All right, Jimmy, we're all in. We're all in.
Gotta
Timmy.
go. Oh, baby. Let's go.
Uh-oh, Tribe's here, Timmy. How you feel about that?
That's fine.
Show your face, Tribe. You help me out with my court case.
Greetings.
Oh, Brian used to do this.
Your mic's low, Tribe. Now he's gonna do a 5-minute. Oh, let me see if
Hi,
I
you
can
hear me?
fix this.
You hear me now?
You guys hearing me? He loves to do the technical fucking.
Testing
fucking
A,
workouts.
testing B, testing 1, 2, 3. Channel A, channel
Yeah,
B.
unfortunately, you're coming in loud and clear. So what's up,
Cool.
dude?
Hey, well, I gotta say, Brian, it's just I kind of owe it to you if you need any assistance or anything like that. That I got a duty. So just saying, I can't make you do anything. I can only say that I have to offer you my whatever I can of knowledge or wisdom with no strings.
I mean, I don't plan on going to their court. I mean, I guess I could.
Of course
try
not.
to
We know that. I'm just saying, whatever you decide to do. I think Timmy knows what I'm talking about. There's ways to handle this, and it's not a private matter either, because they've already used your name in vain in the public, right? So that has to be fixed first. But that's besides the point. I don't want to say too much out here, so there'll be a way we can always get in touch. If you should so decide. I'm just saying though. I mean, look, I've gotten a lot of good results from taking the approach of what we discuss on Paul's broadcast. So, I mean, it's only fair that that's conveyed. So, And again, it has to be always done kind of under the radar, so to speak, as we've been doing it through our simulations and assumptions and pretend, you know.
Timmy
But
Timmy, is
little-
tribe making any sense or what?
He's like being a bit cryptic. I don't know what you guys were talking about before. You guys had conversations before. I'm not sure.
No, I got arrested and it's a court case coming up in like a month.
Yeah, I'm aware.
And so he's no, yeah, we didn't talk about me and him didn't talk about this case or anything. But he's saying like, of course you're not going to just show up in court, but like, why would you? But you don't roll like that, tribe. So what do you mean, of course? Like,
well, there's different. Okay, so what you're in for is a little bit different than other things, you know. Here's another thing: is where in it is it a crime committed, right? And if it's not a crime, then what kind of act of commerce was violated, right? And if there's an act of commerce, where's the contract? So we can look at the terms of that contract so we can figure out where is there a controversy, right? Because I don't see where the controversy is. I don't recall contracting with anybody. I don't recall agreeing to cooperate in an investigation. You get where I'm coming from? And I think those facts need to be known, and it needs to be, you know, noticed in such a way that it's expressed by you in no uncertain terms. And anyone who wants to rebut that would have to come forth with some kind of evidence that could rebut your testimony. You get it?
He's making 100%. He's making 100% sense, by the way. Tribe, totally agree.
Okay, here's number one thing you'd want.
Isn't that what Castro's lawyer was saying? There was no injured party. There's no.
Holy goodness, great, Timmy, please slap me if he ever says freaking those two words together, because that guy wasn't either of those things. He wasn't working for De Castro, and he wasn't a lawyer. That guy was a shill. I mean, it seems as such, because
speaking for De Castro, and De Castro, like gave him derivation of authority to speak for him, right?
So you'll like this one, Timmy. Okay, if you're going to be a smartass and wise up to a bailiff or anyone else as an officer of the court, right? Why would you do it in front of the judge where it could be contempt? It's like the first test they do, right? You know, he makes a request to you. This is the guy that you supposedly hate when he says, "Please rise," and then you stand. Really? I mean, there's no judge in a court. There's no contempt without a judge in a court. Court hasn't started. You get some peon telling you to rise, and you're obeying him, and in the next breath, you want to wisecrack at the guy. It's just incongruent. It's not standing on a principle. It's like put it this way: "Oh, please rise." What if my knee hurts? What if I'm in a wheelchair? You get it?
Or just I don't rise or kneel to anybody except God. How about that?
Well, I mean, look, I'm in the court, right? So he agreed to be in the court in the first place, right? So that's fine, but you got to agree to the rules of the court. The rules of the court are such that the bailiff doesn't order you around. The bailiff works if the judge didn't tell you to stand, why are you obeying the bailiff? Is my question.
Well, right. That's why the devil is in the details, right? And that's why I always get. I'm trying. Okay, that's why I get kind of about the details, because people always want to like railroad past them or just ignore them. Like, how did he get there in the first place? Right, he gave full consent to be under the jurisdiction of the court. Like, to me, that's just like, it's like case closed. Case closed. You decided to go and accept the rules of the court. You don't have to, in my opinion. That's why, like, you don't have to accept the rules of court if you don't want to. Be a fucking man. You present your rules of court if that's how you want to roll. You don't have, in my opinion, I'm not going to be forced under anybody's rules unless there's a contract where it's stipulated the fucking rules.
Right. Well, he did get the contract when he plead. Once you made the plea, once you said I'm not a defendant, once you've claimed that status, then that's contracted. So, and the the funny thing is, because remember, I swear under oath and penalty of perjury, that's a contract. You're making a contract, like it or not. When
And
at
also,
that point.
yeah, go ahead.
So what I'm getting at is this: once you've made the plea, once you've accepted that there's a cause of action, there's standing right before a court, right? It means there's a controversy, correct? It means there's a bona fide controversy that needs to be settled by the court because you haven't been able to settle it in private. And there's facts on the record that show a bona fide controversy exists, right? So yeah, they're standing before the court, and they've notified you that there's a case that seems to have standing, and you come back and you say, yeah, there is, and I'm the defendant. I mean, okay, first of all, there's other ways to initiate your interactions and transactions with them before pleading. For instance, now this is just my opinion. I don't know if this, okay. So for instance, when you plead to it, you've already admitted to what's called the genius of the record, meaning that all the facts presented within the initial petition, right, against you, those are facts that you're claiming, yeah, those are bona fide facts. Therefore, there is a controversy. Now I'm going to stand here and we're going to whittle down the details, like you said, which are true and which are not. We're going to have a proof of facts before the court that follows the rules of evidence for this case and this standing in this venue. And we're going to determine here through the process of justice, right, what is the right outcome, the remedy for this controversy before us. Okay? If you focus on that being the intention of being there in the first place, everything kind of falls into place. However, why would you jump steps and admit to the genius of the record when just the basic facts on the record that initiated the claim are themselves in doubt, right? There's more than a reasonable doubt over with their claims.
Well,
their
there's no
causes
claim.
of action.
It's not a claim. They're just complaining, right? So it's only a complaint. It's a legal fiction complaint, right? These folks never make an actual claim, right?
Well, okay. Well, you see, yes, but what they did is they created the complaint before the court, right? And all these things are presuming the claim. They're not stating the claim. They're not expressing it. They're presuming it. And by virtue of you pleading, right, you're admitting to the genius of their claims and the facts that they're presenting from this point forward. Now you have to rebut them all to get them off the record.
Now, one issue, though, in my opinion, Brian, is like the fact that the plates were on. So it's a bit confusing, right? Because it's not like you had no plates and you didn't show them the driver's license and then they did all the stuff, right? So on some level, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know what you think, but it's like there may be some, because that's a detail, right? That's kind of an important detail in the first place. That was you putting out notice, like to them, that you're maybe under the agreement that you had before with that vehicle. It's confusing as fuck, honestly. It's not as clear cut, right? So it's almost like that's a small detail that they might say, well, you are show me the contract. Like if you said, show me the contract, and then they'll say, well, weren't you riding around with this license plate XYZ123? And you say yes. And then it's like, well, this is a bit double-minded.
I can see that. Go ahead, Tribe.
No, I mean, I want to get a little feedback from you before I go any further, Brian, because what Timmy said there, what I've said there, they're all kind of putting pieces together, but you got to see how the gears are really meshing to know what actions to take, because here's how it's going to be. All they're going to do is come to you with presumptions, right? One by one. And if the ones that stand, they're going to keep hammering you with. Now, if you're not ready for some of those presumptions, it makes it a hard time for you to really rebut them, you know? So I guess the first goal is this: instead of being on the defensive, be a little bit more on the offensive. And I mean offensive, but the affirmative, the positive, right? That you're making positive claims. Your claims could be substantiated by proving your facts, and you could further prove evidence by giving testamentary evidence, right? Which is much better than their circumstantial evidence that they're going to provide. You get it? It's going to have a higher weight because evidence isn't counted, it's weighed by credibility, right? So your testimony has a lot more weight than a non-complainant witness that's being paid by the same entity as the judge. for personal enrichment. I mean, there's a lot of intricacies here that just need to be called out on the record. And if you don't say it, they're not going to say it.
Yeah. So would you guys show up at court?
No.
Is that how you guys roll?
I mean, wait. If I had to, I would, but I don't think at this point you have to, because here's what I would do. All right. Well, hang on. Before I go any further, I need to check.
You've never not showed up at court. So what?
Oh, no. Hang on a second. That's not true, Brian. I've come up onto the panel actually, and just because of that venue, it's
what does it mean to not have to pull up and go to court?
What I'm about to, well, that's what I was just about to ask. I need some counsel at this point here with Timmy to see if I should really go further and discuss this right now with you. What I would do.
Wait, we have to address the elephant in the room. What is this? Well, now why are you asking me for counsel when for the past 3 months you're constantly chirping to me and just constantly degrading my character or what is that? Would you be on the stand being like, this guy's a piece of shit, or what? Or that's just part of a bit, or I don't understand. Yeah,
because the personal part has zero to do with this, really. We're talking about proof of facts here. So if you can't put that aside, then hey, listen, it's part of the compartmentalization, part of being a man, stand there and being able to know when to play and when not to. In this particular venue right now, right, where Brian is up against reality right now is how I see it. In a lot of ways, Brian has helped me overcome some issues I had, and it was in a genuine effort. And I feel I need to reciprocate some of that genuine generosity that he expressed to me. Okay. Listen, man, I've never met you in the flesh. What we do online is for entertainment. So I don't hold grudges. I don't keep any of it personal. I mean, obviously,
you're being disingenuous, dude. Come on, man.
Well, okay, I don't like you, Timmy. All right, let's go on. Again, I do respect your opinion. Your opinion here. So should I go on? Is my question to you.
I mean, it depends. It depends. I mean, everything's speculative and for educational purposes anyway, right? So I'm never personally. I'm never afraid about saying things because it's just speculation anyway. Right. We're men here. Brian knows that whatever the fuck you or me say or anybody in the chat box is just their speculation and opinion anyway. He's not going to hold somebody to that they forced him to do something, in my opinion, right?
Yeah, well, Tribe, you're always cryptic and secretive. Dude, we'll just talk, dude. It's nothing to be fucking scared about. A repercussion of talking about shit.
Well, just like playing poker, man. You don't want to show your hand. This is a public venue, and people are watching you and watching your next move. So if I expose your next move, is it going to put you at a loss because we're doing it in a public venue? That's all. And that's all I'm asking Timmy. And I think Timmy's saying with confidence that, no, I think that you're going to give them the basic solution that they got no way out of. So it doesn't matter. Is that what you're saying?
Timmy, would you ever not show up in court?
I mean, dude, at this point, it's I don't even know what it even means, right? So if they're gonna subpoena me for something, I don't know what it would be. I'm pretty staunchly, along the path that they don't have any jurisdiction over I. So if I haven't given them jurisdiction, I'm not gonna start doing that by going there and talking to them. I'm gonna do it via a notice written on a paper, right, and sent to them. And handle it in the private and send it with the fucking green slip, the USPS 3811, whatever the fuck it is. So I got a copy that they got served the notice. And then I go from there, man. And I'll call and email them to make sure they got it and put the calls and emails on record and record everything. So, but going there physically is just what's the point? It's how I do my sales online. I'm I just call people. What the fuck? Why do I have to go anywhere? And I don't think there's really much to gain, in my opinion. Now if it's like some kind of matter where again, like I'm in the cage already because they just did something and I'm already there. Well, I'm in chains and I'm already there. So at that point, I'm gonna have to handle it and then just speak like anywhere else, right? And then in that situation, to my understanding, I'm simply holding up my end of the court, which is the private end. So even if I'm physically there in chains or handcuffs, I can still hold the private side of the court because the court isn't a physical building. The court is essentially whoever the administrator is. That's the quote unquote the court. So they don't even really exist in reality anyway, right? So I simply stand and hold my end of the court and say the same things that I would have that I would have or already did put on the paper and wrote, in shit on a fucking toilet paper and, got forwarded it to the fucking administrator. If I'm being wrong, then I need to be let go. Anything else, man, it would be me like basically attempting to hold somebody accountable by pressing a claim, which is a whole other conversation. Me
Truth
being
or cop,
the
show yourself.
be the
Move around, truth or cop.
Hey, so what was that all about? That guy's here?
Was that your buddy, Tribe?
No, who was that? Who are you talking about?
the guy.
Truth or
below
cops
you.
on panel, dude. What the fuck? Get with it, Tribe.
Oh, man, they're so small. I was watching the game here. I didn't even notice. Welcome, Truth or Cop.
How's it going? What did they charge you with specifically, Brian?
Obstruction of the way they phrased it was I was obstructing their investigation into my expired plates by not giving them ID.
Bro, what? That doesn't
In
even make
Nevada,
sense.
right?
You can't obstruct
That's
yourself. You
That's
can't
literally
obstruct
what they said on the side of the road.
Yeah, but you know, right? You can't be held under any sort of thing under an investigation for yourself. That's the whole point of the Fifth Amendment.
Was it was in Nevada or Arizona?
Nevada. They I should get the body cams of all those dudes too. They had so many officers on the fucking scene. Like, this is such a wild thing. Like, if it ends up in court and they're playing the live stream, Paul's live stream.
So Timmy, like what you were talking about, not in Brian's case, but like if I was talking about the simulation you were mentioning,
yeah,
I wouldn't even bother to do it through the post office like that, right? I would just bring it right to the clerk and just get it filed, stamped right at the clerk in front of me, and walk out with the stamp, seal. I would do something like this.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I would do this though. I would keep it. I'd give it a little bit of the taste of their own medicine, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Clerk,
and I think
the clerk is when you go into a courthouse.
Well, the clerk is a judicial officer to some extent. So just by serving the paper or to present the papers to them,
I'm saying
is enough.
To get in front of a clerk, do you have to submit to search and seizure? Like,
it's typically the person who is in front of the courthouse.
I mean, listen. Between you and me, I've walked in the clerk with stuff. I've walked in and they told me you can't bring that in. I mean, if they say no, then you don't. I mean, I don't feel unsafe to go deliver paperwork to the clerk. For the 2 minutes it takes me to do it.
I'm saying when you walk into that building, you have to submit to search and seizure to be able to.
Yeah, but it's kind of. Hey, listen. If you go on the lawyer's line, you don't. But that's between you and them. That being said, what I was going to get at is this: those are little details that just are going to be a roadblock for nothing. I mean, pick your battles, and I would say this.
Yeah, but well, hang on. Or you pay a very small amount for a being to walk in there and do it. Like their semantics, right? So I'll either just pay a guy I can even stand outside the courthouse and just like Brian O'Shea's task rabbit.
Yeah, they'll come out and take it from you there. Yes, you could do that too.
Yeah.
It's how much you want to be inconvenienced, really. So that being said,
no, it's not inconvenience, dude. It's a very crucial thing where you're you're emptying your pockets, you're taking your belt off. It's that whole fucking thing that we were talking about earlier where dude, it's a very crucial. It's all part of their fucking thing, dude. That's submitting
listen,
to that shit.
listen.
Like you lose when you do shit like that. Like you lose.
I look at it like this. I'm just walking in there to deliver paperwork as part of what they do there. At least where I am, I don't know where you are, but where I am, it's not that big of a deal. They just want to make sure you're not. They don't. It's not intrusive. I'm just telling you, it's really not.
Fucking spiritual aspect of this, dude. Like.
Okay, all right. Well, listen. Then wait outside for him. Then, if it means that much to you, I told you, pick your battles. I'm not telling you what battles.
Wait
to
outside. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you gonna call them up and be like, I'm outside? Can you come?
Yeah, and they do that. Yes, I know people that do that. They don't want to be searched. They say, come out, and they pick up the papers from this clerk. Comes out, picks up the papers from you, and seals and stamps them. The big deal. I mean, if you don't want to walk in, you don't have to.
I looked into what if in Nevada you have to show your ID, and it says only during a traffic stop. But the freaking source is literally it's an attorney. His name is De Castro Verde.
Oh, come on, man!
I swear to God, dude, I'm gonna drop in the back. I swear to God.
Verde? It was Verde. Is there a Verde?
It's an inside joke, man. It's only playing
De Castro Verde.
Green.
It means green. Jeez. Money. Well, here, tell me this. Listen. Back to what Timmy was talking about, though. If someone wanted to just go there and file paperwork instead of go through shenanigans, whatever. Stand outside, walk in person. It don't matter. You leave with the seal, right? And you're not paying for a stamp, so it's free, right?
No, you can't keep saying it doesn't matter if you empty your pockets and take your belt off, dude. That does matter.
No, you don't have. If you stand outside, you don't have to do that. So again, it doesn't matter. You can stand outside and get the same seal.
Outside. I don't think anyone's gonna come outside from you, dude. I don't think.
Hey, truth or cob? What do you think?
I'm kind of Timmy. I'm kind of along the lines of Timmy, man. I don't know you're going into the building. You know, I kind of make them at this point because I've got a similar situation going on. All of a sudden. Literally the same officer from 10 years ago just all of a sudden showed back up in my life. It's a long story. I don't want to get into it, but I'm kind of just at the point where I'm not signing anything. I'm not going unless they drag me in.
I think it's a moot point if you just because we all know that we can send them the thing in the mail and then they're like, and you send it via a service where they must get a signature back and deliver me, like send me the little paper that shows that they were served the papers, and that's evidence that becomes. I
just like the instant gratification of walking out with a seal. Yeah. That's me. You can wait for it, then that's the price you pay is waiting. All right, so can we move on?
Certified mail is the same thing. Certified mail is the same thing.
Yeah, but it costs a lot. Anyways, it's a moot point, and you got to wait, and you got to wait, and you got to wait. Anyways, it's a moot point, is like Timmy said, because what I was talking about is what action you're going to take when you file the work, right? The paperwork.
Right.
What are you filing at this point, right? And you don't want to make a plea. You haven't made a plea yet, have you? I mean, or you haven't been arraigned in yet with an arraignment where they make you contract with them. Okay, so at this point, you could still have a motion to dismiss with prejudice, couldn't you?
What would be the reason?
Comes now, Brian Master O'Shea. Yeah, you call yourself, listen, a plaintiff/defendant, meaning you're neither, in the above captioned matter, by and through counsel, present this motion to dismiss with prejudice.
Yeah, but it's
then you respectfully move the honorable court order to dismiss by issued whatever the department's name is with prejudice as a matter of right. The basis for the motion rests on a legal principle that the act of signing a driver license or vehicle registration application constitutes an obligational contract between the applicant and the state, as established by, I could give you the cases, right? There's several of them. Wentz versus Memorate in 1940.
Yeah, but see, you're kind of going into their world with all this.
Yeah,
because you're establishing a legal principle that the act of signing a driver's license or vehicle registration application.
You don't seem to get the fucking spiritual aspect of this, dude. You want to be all fucking heady.
You know what? Listen, you're right. You're right.
You have no.
You're playing with them, and you're gonna play. Listen. you're playing hockey on a basketball court. That's the problem. If you want to play hockey, play in a hockey court, you know, because you're playing the wrong game, you're playing the wrong rules, and people can't play the game if you're playing by the wrong rules in that court. It's like it doesn't work.
But the court is everywhere at all times. Like the court
No,
is
there's
live.
different courts for different games. There's different rules for different venues. Yes, there are.
Yeah.
Because if you're in one venue and you speak up at the wrong time, you could get killed. So I'm just saying that, you know, you could be appropriate, or you could go by, you know, your dogma, because I think the beliefs that you got so strongly held are not valid, and it's going to be your hindrance. But that's just, listen, I got nothing more to say, because I can see that you got to get beyond that before you can actually get to the factual part of dealing with what they're trying to do.
You said we have beliefs we strongly hold.
Yeah, because you're allowing their presumptions to override everything else.
What are
and
my
that,
beliefs?
and if you let that stand, your beliefs are null and void.
Quit fucking talking so much, dude. What are my beliefs?
You just stated there that you can't do this and that because it's spiritually wrong. And if you want to be abstract like that, then stick to that and stop playing in their material realm. But if you're in this world, you're not of this world, you're in it. You know, you got to play by their rules if you want to play their game. They caught you playing their game.
Please shut the fuck up. Bro, Tribe, you're just like a machine, dude. You have no fucking, you're like a robot, dude. You have no, like,
enough ad
passion,
hominems, dude. Listen, if you can't handle, you're right. If you can't handle it, I got nothing more to say. We could talk, you know,
Can't handle what?
you know, shit about bricks melting and spiritual shit and new age and mumbo jumbo.
Can't handle
you know, because let's face it, dude. A lot of that shit is just flat out bullshit from people that can't do the research. But if you don't want to do it, I get it. I get it. Trust me, 99.99999% of the people out there don't get it and won't. And I'll never try to push it again, because you're right. It's just fucking bad taste. So I take it, man. It's uncomfortable to think hard. So I get it, guys. Just go back to fantasy. I'll bow out.
Drink hard. What the fuck? See, he wants to run. He wants to just like be the smartest guy in the room.
I don't want to go to fantasies. Stick to the fairy tales. Stick to the childish fantasies. And you know, I mean, I was trying to have an adult conversation. Timmy was being forthcoming with it, but I can't go any further, man. You're not willing. I can't make you willing. It's nothing, no grudges. You're just not willing to do it. I'm not going to push you where you're not willing to go.
When I was the administrator, I would fucking rule against you, dude. Like
you don't know how it goes. You got no experience to tell me how it would go. So I don't. You know, it's invalid again. Your opinion's invalid,
dude.
It's not a courtroom, dude. This is a fucking panel, dude. Grow up. It's not a courtroom. It's not even close. You don't even have rules. So there's not even something to be simulating a courtroom in the least extent.
If this was a courtroom, dude, you don't have your like. And I was the judge, dude. I'd be like, you're fucking like I would convict you. You're.
That's why you don't understand how it works, and that's why I can't communicate to you, because you have the presumptions that it's that way, and it's not. The judge is a presiding officer. I'm talking about what's true and correct, and you're talking about what you believe.
Wait. Okay, hold on. Let's discuss it though. Like, what do you mean the judges of? What does that even mean? I didn't sign a contract that ever gave that man a title that has anything to do with me. So why does that matter to a man?
What I see here is that, like, anytime you get pulled over, people like to pretend like there's some cut and dry answer. There's a tactic you can use every time and get out of it. It's as if you're calling a representative on the phone and trying to get an overdraft fee removed from your credit card. The first one might say, no, I can't do that. Then you talk to their manager. The police are no different. You might present one tactic to them one way, and it might work one day. You know, not that I know. I'm not in character at all right now, but one tactic might work one day with one person, and it might work in one courtroom here. It's all about an individual's conviction and what they're going to stand by. We can't really tell another what to do. In the end of the day, it has to be our own determination. So we can only guide what we would do in the situation. But at the end of the day, the individual who has to go through the experience is going to do what they're going to do. And their outcome is on them. So we have to give that respect always.
You gonna say something to me?
Yeah, I was just to say, yeah, like that, like what another being is going to do when I say or present something to them, obviously is out of my control in that moment. But ultimately, I don't believe that the world is based off of this like relativism or like this ambiguous complexity. I believe that there is right and wrong, and the law operates that way, and these folks know that, and it's just that's all we're dealing with here, in my opinion, is that there's accidents that happen, and then man is supposed to remedy that privately with the being if they did cause an accident, or it can elevate to a wrong, and that's when a man is aware of the thing that he did and he's not providing private remedy. And then if it just goes long enough and severe enough, then it becomes trespass, and that's what the Bible was talking about. So it goes accident, wrong, trespass. It's very simple. Everybody knows this code is written on us, in us. Like, we know what this is. And so that's what I think the law is based on. And at the end of the day, that's what I think the courts are doing, is they're operating off of that. So this isn't about complexity and ambiguity. If I know who I am and I know I didn't cause another an accident or a loss or a harm or do wrong to them or cause a trespass, there's nothing to do. Like there isn't any being around, or I didn't break my word via contract. There's not, like, I don't need to know their specific process to get a result with them or to get them to leave me alone. Like, that's just, it just the logic doesn't work. Why would I have to know their rules about what they're going to do with me or not do when there's 12 million of them? I can't possibly even ever learn all of them. And I know there's procedures and legal process and all that, but in my opinion, I don't have to know the code book of the monkeys in the jungle, like how they're going to rip my dick off like a celery stalk. Like, I don't, like, they just go, ooh, ah, 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 ah.
Well, yeah.
And, like, that's their notice to me to get the fuck away, right? I don't have to, like, go and creep near their bananas and, like, learn how to speak orangutan in order to figure out how to get them to not rip my dick off. Like, the logic doesn't add up.
What say you, Trooper Cop?
Well, it's like a language barrier there. I like the whole, you're trying to learn how to speak monkey or orangutan, but at the end of the day, why do you keep interacting with them? So,
right.
Are you going to really submit paperwork and continue to fight with them? I have in the past successfully, but like just by happenstance and whatever just happens to work out in my favor for the most part, to where I can deal with it, where it's not that bad. But like, it's always an individual challenge, man. It's like, but I kind of been pleading the ignorance route, is what I was originally going to say. Anyways, I've been kind of just more like, I don't know the answers to a lot of things now. It's just like,
and then
I don't know.
There's the other part where there's dealing with man, and then there's dealing with fucking corporate fictions. When we're dealing with men, like the four of us right here, we can talk and figure shit out. And then again, there's accident, wrong, and trespass, and it's obvious what the fucking solution is, right? But that's usually not where the issue is. The issue is usually with this fucking, ens legis, corporate trust, public trust, capitis diminutio maximus. Like, this is a legal fiction that was created by man. It is always beneath man. So there has to be men behind the thing, and they either can stand up and actually make their claim and speak their piece and then hold the liability with their words that they say, or what the fuck does it matter to me? Some assholes behind a curtain wrote onto a paper in all caps something, and then they're going to send it to me? Fuck you. If I didn't cause a man or woman property loss or harm to them, and I didn't break my word, what the fuck do I have to even respond for? This is my opinion.
So, like, if you don't see that, like, which I don't, because that's my thing, is like, I've had issues and I deal with it. There's nobody has a claim against me, and I'm like so ready with this officer. But he said this is the third time in like 10 years he's gotten me. Oh my god, dude. What was funny is, oh my god.
No, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
No, because I don't know how much I want to say yet, but he wrote me a ticket for a seatbelt 6 months ago in a different car because I was driving my friend's car. But 10 years ago, he wrote me a ticket for registration because my windshield was blown out, and I challenged him in court. It got dismissed. The judge actually that this was heard in front of died before he ever rendered a verdict. So we've like, that's already ominous. So like, that's already like, I'm already pulling that one out when we go in, like, if I have to. I'm like,
damn, dude, you're like Flat out mafia, huh?
I know. But the thing is, dude, he was such a respectful judge. When I left that courtroom, his last words to me, and they've always stood out to me, were "Thank you for being a gentleman." He was a very respectful man. So I really, like, and I was
Over
challenging
traffic ticket.
registration shit, like, and I was going against a prosecutor, and the prosecutor was being a dick, and the trooper, the same one that I had him on the stand one time, he was rolling his eyes at me when I was asking him serious questions, like, was I engaged in commerce and all this, and he was just rolling his eyes and shit. And the same one just gave me a ticket again, but he gave me a ticket 6 months ago or so for a seatbelt. I never signed it, and now I don't know what happened to it. He pulled me over again, and I also got 2 tickets 2 months ago for registration and running a stop sign. I didn't sign them. And I figure they're probably in the same kind of limbo. And he pulled me over. He didn't say anything about that. He asked if I had any other tickets. He didn't recognize me. He wrote me 4 tickets. But he didn't say anything about the seatbelt. I don't know.
You ride around with expired tags?
Yeah.
So what I'm just getting at here is that it's not like you're starting from the beginning with your own tag saying, whatever, homemade tags and nothing and all that paperwork beside you. You're not there. So why even pretend that way? They pull you over saying this. They made all these presumptions. And let's face it, you got the metal tag on there. You had all this story and stuff. They've got, a cause to come up with some kind of a case to bring a claim, right?
I disagree.
So it comes up.
There's nobody behind the papers, though, Tribe.
Listen, hang on. Listen, let me just finish.
Language. There's no man standing and claiming.
But listen,
anything.
it's enough.
Bullshit.
It's enough for them to bring it before the court, right? However, it's as soon as they do that, right? And if they notify you, like they didn't do in the one Truther Cop said, so it just didn't matter. But if you've been notified, and you've been notified, right? And he knows he's been. If they've notified Brian, he knows. At that point, that's when you're supposed to break down the presumptions. Like, no, you have nothing on record. I don't have this and that, and you just make that status known because they're using. If you want to take a step further, they're using your name in vain. They're using that all caps thing against you, the person, and blah 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 blah. If you want to take it the next step, but if the number one thing I see, right, is that they're using that trickery and deceit to gain your jurisdiction. And if you don't call them out on it, it stands. The presumption stands unrebutted. It's that simple. If you can't articulate that, then they get away with their presumption.
I will say, like, when he came up to me this time, I didn't challenge anything. I was in a terrible mood. I just handed him my license, and I literally put it in God's hands. I was like, well, I don't even care anymore, to be honest. I put him pulled over so many times. I just don't care anymore. And he was like, he let it be known. He's like, oh, I had to write you these tickets, and I could have told you because it's a towable offense, but I'm choosing not to, which I thanked him for because, oh my, you'd have to be a fucking dick to do that, which I've had one do that to me, but you're
giving them the license, though. You're referencing the concept that you have with them.
No, but we'll also have an out of state. It's from a different state, so whatever. But you can't sign away your rights anyhow. You can't.
Right. That's the point. Is that they can't require an individual to engage in a contract with the government, right? To exercise your secured rights, your freedom to travel, right?
It's my right as a human to just I can sign contracts and break them as I want with them. They don't have that privilege.
But those rights.
But I have to fight through the bullshit for doing so. It's not like a free action. They're going to have people on my case calling me or whatever. And I'm
then what about this? What about the other unspoken element, right? The fact that they have their enforcement of their contractual obligations for their own unjust enrichment or gain, right?
Yeah, so who are you going to appeal that to? The entire system of unjust enrichment and gain? You think that one of their comrades is going to rat them out and be like, yeah, he's got unjust enrichment and gain just like me. We're going to rat him out. Let's get him. They ain't never going to get
No, but this is because they're making that presumption. So you have to make the positive statement that any presumption or enforcement of that, right, would be of unjust enrichment, right, would violate principles of due process and equal protection of law. So there's a lot of elements, though, that they just presume and get away with because no one calls them out on it because nobody knows. Because they make sure you don't know at the public fool system.
Yeah, but also
but
you're
try-
dealing with an asshole with a badge and a gun.
No, you're in a court. At this point, you're dealing with a legal process that your
you're talking about
motions,
the
right?
courtroom?
This before you go to court, you would articulate this through your notices, like Timmy
Right.
said, through notices or motions before you even plea. You address it before you even plea. It's like, it's been heard. I heard. It's, and I'm just making this presentment to the court. So before anyone uses my name in vain, let it be known that this has to be dismissed. This is invalid. That's basically the stance. It's like, you want to stand around and play that game. That's not the game I'm saying to play. I'm saying to play
But to say it
the
has to
game.
be done one way or another, I mean, what are you exactly citing? I mean, I think that it's an individual experience for every one of us. And anyone trying to push a program, there's all kinds of people who are incentivized to push a
There's
program
no
because they want to
program.
sell it. Right.
There's no
So there's no
program.
one way to do it. There's infinite ways to tell the truth in a courtroom. There's infinite ways to tell the truth in any situation. There's no one standard, and it's going to present
No,
itself
but
different ways to each one of us.
I agree with
He's
that.
there's a particular situation, right? And there's only going to be a limited number of actions to take, right? They're going to work in a positive way for you. So out of those limited options, what are you going to do? That's the question.
Yeah, but your limited options, like you're not like every time I've gone to trial. The one time I went to trial, the same time
No,
as
we're
from the
talking about
same
before
time.
trial. We're not talking about going to trial. It's like, why would you
Yeah,
even go that
there's like,
far?
there's a million interruptions that might happen in my favor. A piece of mail might get lost, and they just forget the whole thing. It happens all the time.
But that's okay. So all right. So maybe that's a fundamental difference. I'm talking on standing on facts and on law, right? And if you want to stay on technicalities, that's what lawyers do. That's why they're not good at law. That's why they're attorneys at law, not attorneys in law.
Yeah, but what I'm
That's the
saying is, in
difference.
practice, if the case goes dead on their end, I'm not gonna like raise it from
I'm
the
not
dead.
going to count on technicalities. I'm going to count on principles. Principles don't need to be proven. They're what are used to prove.
Right, but the
Those
principles
principles
have
are-
fruits of the actions, and that just could be the fruit of the natural fruit of the action.
Well,
Is
it
it,
depends how
you know,
look, if they
this
can
and this
express
way.
it better than me, if they can articulate it better than me, good for them. But I don't think they will, because I'm standing on something that's principled and true, and they're going to have to really articulate a damn good lie to get around that.
Tribe, you want to play their games in their world, dude.
No, you do. You're there. They got you. They already roped you in, so you got roped in. It's like the only reason you're even dealing with them is your own fault. The only reason I deal with them is my own fault. So don't try to say it's like a choice. You chose to deal with them, really. You brought it upon yourself. Everything is as it should be. It's
Hang
a
on.
learning
What do you
thing
mean?
that you're supposed to either take it as a learning experience or take it as a fail. But it's up
How's
to
it
you.
the choice? How was it my choice to deal with them?
It's your choice. Like I said, it was your choice. You didn't have to be
Okay.
doing what you're doing.
You said that, but what was the truth?
Again, you didn't have to be doing what you did for them to do what they did. You could have done anything else. You could have had a chauffeur. You could have been sitting in one place and never moved.
They made the choice to fucking. Well, I do see the thing with the plates though. The plates is like
Exactly. See, it's technicalities again. It's back to
No,
lawyer
that's
shit.
true.
So
That
if you
was
want to play
awesome.
the lawyer shit, you can sit here and
Okay.
talk technicalities. I'm talking principle. If you
fucking
can't
cut me off
get
for
that level, you'll lose.
Yeah.
They got way more technicalities you can ever dream.
Go get that.
That's all
wife
they
of
do.
yours. Put her on camera. What's she doing?
It's
right
all they do, man. It's all they do.
Right,
They
I'm not
do
even saying. But see, what I'm
technicalities.
saying with the technicalities, the one time, dude, the prosecutor pulled a technicality at trial. This is what I was saying. The prosecutor at trial looked at the ticket the officer wrote months down the road after it was written. He'd seen it several times. We had a pre-trial and all this bullshit. We went to trial, and then all of a sudden, the prosecutor, right at the beginning of the trial, he's like, "Oh, it says the town, and it was in the village, and we have to dismiss this trial, Your Honor." And because he knew what I was going to try him on, I already submitted paperwork to him years before. I don't know if he didn't want to deal with me, if he was doing, I don't know what was going on. He dismissed it, the prosecutor on trial. I didn't expect it. I was ready to go teeth. I was ready. And he just dismissed it. I was like, what the fuck?
Are you, if you don't mind, I mean, are you on Florida, Truth or Cop?
Mm-mm.
Okay,
No,
I
it's
thought
on
you
New
were
York.
for some reason. For some reason, I thought you were on Florida.
No.
Okay, never mind. Because we have a different kind of thing with the traffic stuff here. And, my early days, yeah, it was always technicalities. But that's why, to take it to the next step, you start to realize that technicalities are really not what it's all about. It's not down to the truth. If you want to be principled, then that's not the way to go. What if you're going to challenge
but
yourself?
I'm talking about you're dealing with an entire system. I mean, are we really trying to change the system through the court, or are we just trying to get by in life and then trying to make the change in life that we want to see elsewhere?
I agree with what Timmy said. I think the system's designed as the rule of right. It's up to us whether we want to use it that way or allow it to be abused.
But
why
are we even like getting in? Like, we want to deal with it as little as possible in that regard, I would think.
But when you're called to do it, you have to do your duty, and that's what Brian's called to do. Was I've been called to do what others have been called to do, and it's not comfortable. It's not easy, and in the end, you don't get much reward. You know what the reward is? It's a silent reward. It's yourself, because no one celebrates the wins. Let me just say that much, okay? And then they still, it's like they still want to come up with reasons why they couldn't do it, and it's like, wow, that was really cool. But they still,
at the end of the day, if we get successful case law in the books, all we've done at the end of the day, because that's not any more law than any other case law is to us. All we've done is help America tell a better story, and that's great. We should be doing that all the time. But, like, really, as an individual, we might have to experience something else. And so we're dealing with the system all the time. So ideally, I just distance myself from it. It's so weird because I've had expired tags for 2 years, a year and a half, 2 years, or at least 1 year. And I haven't gotten pulled over once. This is a totally different experience than a decade ago. And then all of a sudden they start pulling me over. I don't know. It's like my energy shifted. Like that's all that ever explains it, dude. I'm just like,
well,
so I have to deal with it now. So obviously I'm being called into it now, like you were saying, because sometimes you get called into it. And like I'm being called into it again with the same freaking officer I had to deal with 10 years ago. It's insane.
Anyhow, I mean, I guess my attitude is that I've done it like that. I've done about every tactic you can describe here, right? So to me, it's not going to be good enough just being another smartass. To me, at this point, it would be a waste. It would be an insult to my own intelligence to not be brave enough and courageous enough to take the next step based on principle and on law and what was really established for us to be able to use. The courts were supposed to be there for us. Instead, and only kind of recently, when you really look at historical years, right, have they been, commandeered in such a way? Because a lot of the things, believe it or not, are still preserved. We've just been tricked out of it. And a lot of the things that you see going on is not even a real court. And most of it, when it is jurisdiction by deceit. So when you really pull back down the original principles, who's doing it right?
Well, see, like that's the thing. Like in the legal system, and the courts have always been a thing, but the courts are where you represent you present yourself, right, versus hiring representatives or whatever elsewhere in the government. So really, yeah, it is like you have that. You are the source of the law in that moment, and that is powerful. But there always has been this war in the courts because it's just people. You're dealing with people. But like Brian, I mean, like at the end of the day, I'm not sure if you have the answer or not here. Like when you come out the other side of this trial, like what is your hope? What do you want to see? Is there something you hope to see change, or like where do you see yourself coming outside the other self of this trial? Like where do you want to see yourself then?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. You know what? I haven't really even been thinking about it, to be honest with you. But now that we are having the conversation, I do want to first of all, I don't want to go in that courtroom and I would rather handle it outside, like we're talking about in the private. If I get pulled in there, I mean, dude, I don't really have much other than like when we were talking about it with Paul the other day, like just to be honest, but I'm like, hey man, I'm trying not to be a fucking, like I was a coward my whole life. I'm trying to finally be a man. I don't know. I got to figure out a way to.
Well, I think you're right to be honest with them, to be genuine. Yeah. Authentic.
Hey, listen, let me just butt in for a second, man. I'll tell you this much, Brian, is that what I think is that you don't realize how good you are at what you do when you do it. I think you don't recognize your own power and you too readily abandon it. And that's what I've recognized lately is that when you go it alone, you do great things. As soon as you start to try to bound yourself or yoke yourself to anything else, you lose it, your pace, you lose your groove. I think that if you really stand on your principles, you take the learning that we do here and take it to that level, get the help where you need it, and then be able to stand on it on your own and take it on your own. Not only will you be able to not have to go in that room, but I think you've already established a rapport with those cops to tell them, look, I got this thing cleared in the correct way. It's been cleared now. You know who I am. You know I don't mean any harm. There's no reason to go through this process again. You see where it's going to end up anyways. How about we all just be good people to each other? I'll keep an eye out for you. You keep an eye out for me. And everyone lives happily ever after.
Right. I'm all in the position right now, especially with the cops who started giving me trouble for my registration after 2 years, all of a sudden picking a problem with it. They're my neighbors. They're literally my neighbors. But I don't think they know. The next time I see them, because I didn't respond to the ticket, I didn't sign it, and it's been months, and I see that they see me. They know who I am, but they're my neighbors, dude. That's all. If something ever happens, I'm like, yo, listen, I'm just a dude, like trying. I'm really just gonna be like that. Like they're my neighbors as far as I can. I'm not gonna create even a division there, with those officers specifically.
I mean, most of the time, if they just pull you over for some stupid, when no one's around, most of the time you can just kind of level with them and they'll just let you go. You know what I mean? It's almost like a catch and release to them because they just want to make sure you're not like some criminal going, doing this or that. But sometimes you're in the middle of nowhere, you just get pulled over for nothing because they're just, it looks suspicious to them. And I kind of get it from their point of view. You know what I mean? But that's the time where you can't take, that's where you got like Truth or Cop was saying, you got to use your own personal discernment at that point, and say, hey man, I'm just doing this and that and whatever. And they'll be like, okay, cool. They let them save face because they don't want to tell you we thought you were a criminal because then you're going to say, oh, discriminate. And then it gets, the sued and all that crap. They don't want that either. They're human. So I kind of get it in some situations that if there's no loss, injury, and harm, and you're not part of one of them roping operations, most of the time you can level with them. And, I'm sure you've been able to do it. Most of us have. I don't know how much Timmy's driven around, but, I think we've all had those. Haven't you, Brian? You've gotten let go before, right?
Level, but see, the thing is, dude, it's like you guys are motivating me more to take the fucking tags off. Because what do you like, Timmy? Do you got any thoughts on anything at the moment?
He's changed his name to BRB. I just saw that. Be right back. But
Truth or Cop,
I did that one day.
Dude.
And I got pulled over.
Like, why are they messing with me? Because you got the fucking tags on, dude. You guys got to understand. This is like you got to have the conviction in your heart first before you start talking or doing anything. I feel like, bro. And like,
but even your conviction can explain the tags and why you use the tags. Like, if it's true and honest and just, like it doesn't matter whether.
Why do you use the tags?
For me, I've always explained it to be like, listen, the tags are proof. I'm not trying to obfuscate who I am. I'm not like trying to hit somebody and take off. There's my information.
The way somebody really
needs, there you go.
Go ahead. I mean, you said the way I explained
I was just explaining it out because I was going to actually challenge you, and now we got a delay. Sorry.
Brian has a point, though, because of the implied contract. By having the plates on there means that it's implying that you have a contract with them and that you're bound by those terms, right? Why else would you have their plate on there, right? However,
that's how. What do you use, Tribe?
Well, we're just talking hypothetical right now because of the nature of where we are. But what I'm saying is that there's other options, right? So,
Tribe, what do you use? Do you have plates on your car? God, you're such a fucking weirdo, dude. You always want to be so secretive. Like, I don't
No,
understand.
I mean it's not relevant to the conversation right now. I'm just trying to
It
stay
is,
on
though.
topic.
It is. It's relevant to your perspective. It is actually.
No,
why
I
do you
mean
gotta be
I
so
have
fucking
not.
secretive, dude?
I've
You're
been
such a
through
weirdo.
the whole thing. I'm just giving you the hypothetical options that you have.
So
when
right
you're
now your
driving.
cars are registered, and that's fine. Okay.
It may or may not be, but that's not besides the point. Here's the thing: is that
Why do you want to
like
be
okay,
secretive about it?
every state, listen, every state, right, is where they register. And here's a key problem with it: it really doesn't have to do with the plates. Is the problem? Okay, the plates may be incidental to the existence of a contract, but they don't
See, this
seal
is
a
why it
contract.
matters, though, because you're not even trying to do
No,
it in
no.
real life.
What matters is the fact that what happens is when you get the registration, right? They take
But
your
you got
title.
registered like you did.
Well, at some point when you
You're
got a
speaking from experience
registration,
again now. Yeah, when you got
whether
that
you
one,
have
yeah.
it now or not, right?
The time that you got your
Initially,
registration, that time, yeah.
when you got the registration, when you
Yeah.
first purchased it and you got your tag, right? They converted the title to a certificate of title. It's no longer the actual record of title. What would be called like a manufacturer's certificate of origin, or those kinds of actual documents that would show the import or where it was made, what taxes, duties were paid for the manufacturing of that, right? And then the ownership of that as property now that all the taxes were paid and it's been conveyed as property, right? However, the DMV takes those as a private entity and converts them over into what they call a certificate of title, right? So they're like a lien holder on your property. Now, here's the problem with this, right? Is that you have to challenge that before you can really get out of the whole deal because they're a lien holder on property, right? And the key is this, is that I have a feeling that they destroyed the title. So you literally have to sue them to get your title back, right? Because of a destruction of a document.
Motherfucker, what is the title? They took a piece of paper and destroyed it, and they destroyed the title?
No,
The
they
title
converted
of the
it.
paper?
They
What is the
converted it.
title? What's the
Listen,
title,
when
man?
they
Come on.
converted it, they destroyed the actual record that made it so that it's hard to bring back. So to get it back, you have to literally recreate a destroyed document. So the point being is this: to truly bring the property out of any claims they have against your property would be have to go through that process. So again, the plates and all that is only incidental. So that's where I'm getting at. It's a deeper process to own your property, and also to there's procedures, process you have to go through to undo.
Even when you do that, they're gonna pull you over. And some officer who has no fucking clue what the fuck you're talking about, he's gonna write you every ticket in the book, and they're gonna send you a letter in the mail, and they're gonna challenge you with everything, even though you got your paperwork in line, because he's a fucking moron and he doesn't get the law.
Yeah, but then that's the thing that I understand that starts to happen is they will then know who you are if you actually stand and perhaps deal with them one time, and then they go, well, we can't get anything on this guy, so just leave him alone. That's what I understand how this all works. I don't know for sure about it,
Timmy,
what venue, but yeah.
One time I was on the road and I saw this guy. He had the total homemade national tag. I know what he was. Dude looked like a total Moor guy, right?
Right.
And you could just look at the guy and know he had like a stack of documents beside him. If a cop was going to pull him over, he's going to get a talking to for a very long time and not get to write a lot of tickets that day. And I watched a cop go. I thought he got behind him, and I thought, oh, he's getting pulled over for sure. And the cop. No,
and what? Let me guess. He ran whatever the situation was. They called up the team and they said, "Oh, it's that guy. Yeah, make a right turn." Right?
The cop got behind him, and then he turned on his lights and he pulled a fast Yui and he went the other way.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point.
Yeah. They don't want to deal with that, man. That's what I would say. Even if you were like that, I think they'd rather not deal with it because it's just they wouldn't really want to like talk to you or me or Brian or a Talcott. Really, they want to shoot up. They've been on the target range all day. They want to get some target practice.
Yeah,
but I also think, but wait, I think there's a deeper thing happening. I don't think it's not the Lauren De La Tuna thing where they go, oh, they just. This is too much. Like, just dismiss. I don't think that's what it is. I think that's a facade. That's a bit. That's them hiding
And that's the legal teams behind these police, whatever they want to call them, police corporations, basically. The legal team's going, yeah, just leave this one alone. And then they don't tell anyone why, but they know. They know what presumably I know, and most of us here know, and in the quote unquote community, we know that they're wrong. And so because ultimately they will have liability. This all comes back to liability. And in the private, the legal team goes, hey, Jimmy, the cop, yeah, just put this guy's on the list, just leave him alone. This is the leave alone list unless he's doing a crime.
100%, but that is very, very local. There was where I don't want to be too specific about where I live, but like in one town I was doing this, and the cops in the small town where I lived, after a year of doing this, they stopped pulling me over. They pull up behind me. I know that they knew it was whatever. They stopped pulling me over. Local police, I know they had the readers, and they just stopped. The town over, the next closest town, they stopped pulling me over. Even in the bigger city next to that one, they eventually kind of left me alone. But then all of a sudden, the sheriff,
that's amazing.
But then the sheriff got involved, and then they towed me one day, and I lost a job because of it, and I was way out of my local region. It was in the same county, but I was like on the other side of it, and he had no idea who I was. And then it was a problem for me, and I just didn't want to deal with that amount of bullshit. So I think
like there's two things I want to say. First of all is like I think the maxim that a gentleman always gives notice applies here, and I know it's kind of annoying, right? We're kind of entitled that I can just go wherever I want. Like when we go to the different town, like that's not our town. Like I don't really buy into the concept of like America, the country with the lines around it that we all have in our brain, that map. Like a different town is like, that's where other people are that I don't know. So it's really like, it's their customs. Like if I try to go to China and tell them I'm a spirit of God, like they don't fucking believe that shit. So they don't have common law courts at all. So, the maxim is the tribe will tell you the custom is the law. Custom makes the law. So, like, if the custom in that town is 100% of the slaves have all the docks, I can't really blame them if I haven't given them notice and had a conversation first, right? This is what I'm starting to understand, and I guess what that means is then you have to go and deal with it beforehand, or if you're in the situation that you were in, you got to deal with it after. Say, hey, look, I should have given you notice, but here's what's going on. Here's how I'm moving. Here's what the plate means. Here's the injunction. There's no lien. It's in this trust, and this is how I move, and this is how I'm moving on record in all these towns, and I've had no problems for the past 3 years, blah, blah, blah. So I think it's just a little misunderstanding. Should have given notice. Right. This is it. Period.
Yeah, it's hard to always, but see, they catch me. I think that maybe they pick up I'm in a bad mood that day, and I'm not going to deal with it right. And that's when they catch me. All of a sudden,
misdemeanor, right? That's what they say. It's a misdemeanor, right?
Like that motherfucker, I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him today. I feel it. Oh, y'all, you son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though, is it's kind of serendipitous that Brian has the same judge and same charges as Chili, man. That's kind of
weird.
It's a very uncomfortable position. So in a way, I guess maybe that's why I'm coming hard on you, Brian, because I think here in this way, he was standing on stuff like that, on too much of beliefs and trying to get the viral effect and whatever else was going on there, and I think he abandoned a lot of the principles. And I think that you should be the one to make the example, be able to articulate the principles, right? As a man, as an adult, and someone better than the judge. The judge is the presiding officer. You're going to give the judge instructions. They're going to follow your instructions as a good presiding officer would. You're going to be more articulate, more truthful, and be able to back up your facts with proof of testimony. With testamentary evidence is the highest form of evidence, right? There's no one having claims against you. Who's claiming anything against you? There's no loss, injury, or harm here, right? Is someone claiming that there's a problem with a metal plate that was hanging on your car? They didn't like a certain number on it. They didn't like the fact that you didn't present papers when asked for no apparent reason at all. that you're stopped, amongst your safe travel.
The moment you break down the perspective and the realism that Brian, you're a grown ass man trying to make the best of himself, and you're being honest about that and genuine. And this officer comes in his life thinking that he's somehow going to fucking hall monitor and carry you with fucking paperwork and fines. I mean, there's plenty
but
of.
again, like he's
break
not
it down.
really wrong. The cop isn't really wrong, or I don't know if wrong is the right word. Like
but he's not.
plate is there.
He's not right either.
I mean, but he's
living
honoring
his own life, and his paperwork can be defeated at any moment that Brian O'Shea determines that, hey, this doesn't apply to me.
Well, that's what this part is for. Like that's where the part where he's at. That's what it's for, to make the facts clear. Because right now they're not. Like, let's be honest, they're not clear what the fuck is going on.
So that's why
the facts clear.
Right,
Brian. The easiest way to do it is to express them in writing. You make your presentation of facts, and you make your presentation of your legal analysis of those facts, and then you give your conclusion. Now they have to rebut that. And let me tell you what, the way we're talking about it here, I'd hate to rebut me right now, if you know what I mean.
I'd rebut you in the sense that you say the word principles when that doesn't even make sense. There can't be multiple principles. There's only one. Its principle means one, primary. And the one principle is I am. So I am a man. I'm a man, and I'm alive. And so the rest of the things are secondary.
That's a principal. I'm saying principles with an L-E. And the principles are what establish. That's how you get proof of facts, by principles. Every time you fall, gravity pulls you down. That kind of thing. They're not disputable. They don't have to be proven. They're principles, right? Women have children. That's the kind of whatever. There's certain.
Be careful. You get caught up like a lot of other people get caught up. You're using their language. Like children is a legal term. I wouldn't say that word.
I'm not using children. I'm not using children right now. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but see, I've often heard the term. You're not supposed to use kids, Timmy. This is what drove me up the wall. This information debilitated me. Like from like around 2010, 2012, like there was so much information. Don't say kid. Don't say this. Don't say that. For me personally, I debilitated myself and I did nothing. I just like I couldn't fucking move.
I get that. I get that. I'm just saying. I look up. You got to look up every word.
Well, there's a difference between. Hey, listen. No two words have the same meaning. I mean, there's a difference between children and offspring. And they have different terms. And then when you look at legal stuff that goes deeper, they might even have more meanings than is in the dictionary because of the context you're looking at, the venue and the whatever the jurisdiction you're talking about it. Look, it's only in court because a genuine controversy exists that you couldn't solve in the private. That's the reason it's in court. And if you can realize that, if there's no real valid controversy, then there's no reason for it to be in court.
So, Tribe, where you're saying, I like what you said there, but how can the public have a say in the private, though? How do you deal with the public in private? I mean,
dude, it's private at all times. Look, okay, this is on I guess because this is broadcasted publicly, this is still us talking as men. They're like, if I'm saying something to you, this is it's like there's a third party, right? But it's still a message from me to you. And like, right. Dude, in the private is speaking to a man, calling him, sending him a letter, a text. That's private. So this is the thing that I think true company. I like, or me. I'm not saying you're not understanding, but like, okay, here's my perspective. When the cop goes to O'Shea, okay, let's imagine for a second O'Shea didn't have the plate on. When the cop goes up to him, and if the same interaction happened. That guy is operating outside of his code. He's operating outside of the contract. Therefore, he's operating as a man. So he's doing something as a man without the costume. So then it just becomes it's a man-to-man problem. So if they try to send anybody a fucking notice from XYZ town with that guy acting as police officer, that doesn't make any sense because the contract doesn't apply. So he's simply acting as a man. So now, how do I handle that? I try to handle it in the private. So I deal with him. I deal with him directly. I send the letter, the notice to him directly. Well, it's not a letter, right? A letter is
Is it too much to perhaps? Is it too much perhaps to find his personal address and send him a letter saying, if you have a claim.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know where he works. Doesn't matter. You know where he works. You can serve him a private notice. Or you send it to the police station and saying, attention, John Smith, the man. And then you write in the notice, this is to the man, John Smith, who at time acts as a police officer. So you're calling him out as the man. You're calling him out directly. Every one of these correspondences that I see people write that gets results, that's what is happening. Because you're going directly to the man and you're giving him notice. Hey, I'm aware that this happened. And then you're telling him, you're putting the ball in his court. Say, what are you going to do about it? I think you did me it seems like you did me a wrong. What do you say? He has to reply.
What Timmy's getting at is foundational. I think you guys are not paying enough attention to it because it really comes down to that. It's against the man ultimately because it's one of two things. He's working according to the policy or he's working on his own accord. One of those two.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. Either way, he's either working according to the policy, right? Or he's working on his own accord. Either way, the actions of it, the result of it is he's violating your rights in some way, right? And he's causing you loss, injury, or harm. Therefore, right, we got to decide. There's a controversy. Where is the blame? Who do we blame? And that's where you bring up your case. You're going to make a case saying, no, we got to blame this, or we got to blame the person that trained him, or we're going to blame this public body, or anyways, I'm not saying what to do at all because none of those are anything I would do. But I'm just saying that you have to look at the perspective that it's a liability issue because it's government that's responsible, but people make mistakes. And who's going to be responsible for that mistake? There has to be liability, a way to remedy that. Where is that?
I just want to pose a question and then I'm going to back out for a moment because, you know, when you register an LLC in a state or whatever, you're supposed to put an ad in a specific part of the newspaper. So what if you just instead you addressed it also, not only wrote a letter in private, you also posted it in that section of the newspaper. I forget what it is, but you post that ad, public notice, and then just, you know, there it is.
What do you mean? What is the question?
What if you post a public notice in a newspaper? Not only do you write the private letter,
dude, now we just got back to common sense. Well, can you expect him to see that? Remember, like these fucking rules and laws, like that kind of rule to me is like, you're talking about the newspaper when the town is like 500 people and everybody sees that newspaper. Like if that's the presumption, then yeah, you can do that because that guy's gonna see it.
In a village, I think I understand what you're saying, Timmy. In a village, it's kind of irrelevant to post publication because they already know what the episode is. But in a larger community, it's a way of informing when people are ducking.
It's just in good faith. I have to I can't expect if I'm gonna go and write on the fucking car forum website, ilovecars.com, and it's a public forum. I wrote it there. That doesn't make any sense because he's probably not going to see it, right?
Yeah, I think you're missing the whole point. The whole point is to give due notice and follow the process, right? And that's what is the duty of the court, not you. All you need to do is you give it to the court. It's up to them to get it out, not you. Believe it or not. I know you're told and heard, and you see other people do it, getting paid to do it and such. There's a scam for everyone that wants one. But the fact of the matter is that it's not your duty. That's the duty of the court.
To do what?
Serve notice.
And exactly.
No, wait. Yeah, it is. If I'm doing a private notice, tribe.
No. If there's a case before the court, they're the ones that have to be the ones. But you have to compel them to do it. They do it.
No. What are you talking about? Dude, notice is just men talking. So if I'm riding around with no plates and then somebody does a wrong to I or an accident, cop.
I meant with the state, not with a private person. I meant with the state, but with a private person,
but that's still the state, though. That's a guy acting under the jurisdiction of the state. So I'm still going to notice him directly. I'm going to say, hey, you did this because the state didn't do it. But if the state's signing hold on. If the state is signing the paper, the charging papers, now it's like both. But first in the private, I can't talk to the state in private. I can only talk to that man and anybody at the court that's signing shit, because they're signing their name to these things. So they're involving themselves. So that's why I'm going to send them, everybody involved, all the men and women involved, and say, hey, this is what happened. Here's the facts of the matter.
You're showing an effort that you tried to get private correspondence with the state.
Exactly.
It wasn't returned.
Or again,
Yeah,
if I'm doing it,
but ultimately, you have to be willing to say that they're not going to respond, and you have to take to the next step. That's all. Yeah, it'd be nice if that works, Timmy.
This is
of course,
evidence,
but
though.
it usually
Evidence,
doesn't.
though. It's evidence,
Yeah, it is,
though.
but I'm just saying it's. Yeah, there's no reason not to do it. At the same time, I wouldn't count on it, because it's just people don't respond to that.
Yes, but try. This is the whole thing about doing remedy in the private before going to court. Like, this is like, any corporate problem, anything is dealt with in the private. Most of these things are settled before trial. They're always settled before trial. Nobody really wants to go to the trial.
If one of these guys wrote him a citation, right? They've already involved the third party, the government, into it now. See, so now they've just caused this controversy. It shouldn't exist. So now you need to vacate it somehow, right? It shouldn't be there. And that's all I'm saying, is that at some point.
I don't know, man.
Well,
because
I'm not going to let it stand. And if I think it's taking my time, I'll charge them for it,
Yeah, but dude, the charging instrument is going to have his all caps, capitalist diminishing maximum. It's not even him.
Okay, it doesn't matter about him. Of course not him. No, listen.
So then there's really no claim against the man. So what the fuck does he have to even deal with any of this?
It's contractual. Here's the thing: I'm trying to put. I agree. You're right. You're right. In fact, you're right. In fact, but the problem is that the court recognizes these presumptions to the contrary. That you've accepted the contract, that you're going to abide by all the terms of their codes and policies, and that you're going to, if the court decides you're going to abide by the court and you're going to give up your rights and everything based on what this magistrate or whatever they call them, a presiding guy or with anywhere a robe, is going to decide. So it's
okay. So because you're saying the place, because you're saying say had place on. That's why.
All right. Listen. Okay, let's look at a couple different ways.
What does TC
The
have?
DMV is a private entity, a public-private entity, because the DMV has an EIN number. The Department of Motor Vehicles has an EIN number, which means that they pay taxes. Even if they get an exemption, they're still liable for taxes. But government doesn't pay taxes, so it's not governmental. So it's contractual, and the government can't interfere with your private contracts. You have a private contract with the DMV. Do you? I don't remember doing it. And the government can't push me into a private contract as far as I can remember. So let's get this on the record now and clear the air. And so there's no cloud over any controversy that I didn't contract with these people. I didn't agree to. I don't want to participate in any investigation on me. And there's nothing before the court to prosecute, nor do they have jurisdiction to do it.
Right. Okay. So what I'm saying is I'm saying the same thing. However, what I understand is I'm going to be saying it to the beings moving the corporation or moving the court to do things against I. So I'm putting them on notice as man and woman. Anybody that's signing anything, anybody that I dealt with, and I'm telling them. I'm saying, look, I'm telling you guys, and if you continue this, there's going to be, this isn't a threat. It's just, I may see it as extortion, intimidation, et cetera, because I presented facts here. And so I require you to either present facts to the contrary or cease and desist.
Yes, now I'm saying if you didn't say that,
want to put things in the
you have to bring it up later.
Hold on. What do I do with this? This is what I was given by the state. The state operator gave me this piece of paper.
Look into that exact type of paper. It will tell you it's in the UCC. That exact paper.
Did you go to Slave Mart during Slave 19 and buy all the toilet paper?
This is what I just got the other day, a couple days ago.
I don't know. Do you sign that shit?
I'm not mailing that in. I'm keeping this. This is like an artifact. But like,
What is
paper,
dude?
for the
Fucking
record.
scroll?
You got to
Yeah,
scroll
exactly.
from the
That
400.
paper is for the record.
So what do I do with this information? Because I'm not signing this and returning this original document.
What is it? Oh, they send it to you in the mail after?
No, this is what he gave me at the stop.
Oh.
Well,
That
hang on,
total
wait.
long
That
ass-
means, hang on.
Where the hell?
What does it say?
Enforcement of a contractual.
that
Hey,
out?
Yeah, this is what,
understand, dude.
in his little cop car. They got their cop car printers.
The longest sheet of paper I've ever seen, dude.
Dude, they must be like.
Is this thing
dude,
perforated anywhere?
this is for no,
Does it
it doesn't even
fold?
perforate.
Is there-
It just they could just keep going if they wanted, dude.
Yeah, I mean, you're a Roman slave. You're a Roman slave, so there's your, Roman scroll.
Well-
I mean, I think they're just fucking just trolling us at this point.
It's just like what is
I mean,
like an
y'all see us
advanced-
as Roman paupers, right?
damn, Timmy,
Hey, Brian.
that's raw, man.
Brian,
Hey,
I said we.
listen, hang on. You need to say this, though. You need to tell them that any presumption or enforcement of those kind of contracts, right, it by them for any kind of unjust enrichment or gain violates principles of your due process and equal protection under law and is expressly prohibited by the 13th Amendment, which would constitute involuntary servitude.
or you can
Enforcement
charge
contract.
them to contract. The choice is yours. Brian,
Yeah, I
just
do need
stopped by
to make
I just
public
stopped by
notice.
to
I
say hi,
agree.
man. You
I
got
like
a
that
good
point of
stream
view.
going. You hear me? And I hope you have a good evening.
Thanks, dude.
As well as the rest of you, man.
All right, brother.
Hey, good.
Albert.
Goblin, you taking off already, bro? Good to see you, bro.
All right, y'all.
Later, gobbles.
But yeah, it's a crash course, really, and we all need it because we're all, in some degree, if not now, it's only a matter of time because we all need to be able to articulate this position that we're all being tricked, and then going with these presumptions of being tricked and then blaming everyone else for why things aren't the way they should be, and we all get back to the fundamentals. And I think the contracts, and that's one thing Timmy keeps bringing up, but people keep glossing over, and we go back to talking about other meaningless stuff and other panels too. But I think that more people need to be focused on understanding the elements and the principles of contracts that really drive things, because the government can't be involved in private contracts. So to get around rights, a lot of things have been quasi-governmental and such, and just under the color of governmental things or public interest and other things in order to trick and deceive people into giving up their rights, for these kinds of privileges.
Tribe, in
then, of
your
course,
opinion,
obligations.
In your opinion, does the government exist right now, like an actual government, or is it all a corporation?
Well, I mean, remember, a government is a concept, right? So if there's enough people, a critical mass of people that believe in those principles and those concepts, and that force, because there has to be force behind the government for it to be enforced, right? As long as the right kind of kinetic metals, should I say, and force is behind it, it will be upheld. Because remember, it's these principles. As long as we, reflect and adhere to them for our own good, are what make it kind of binds that social contract for the military industrial complex to function. Without our consent, they can't do anything like they want to. Otherwise, they're back to the royalty and bloodlines, and we know where that goes. Inbred idiots that piss blood and look blue. But the point being is that the new world is based on
Tribe,
ideally-
you have a high level of trust. See, this is where people disagree with you. You have, and I get why your name is called Tribe, because it would take a high level of trust to create the tribe. You have a high level of trust in other individuals that, myself personally, I'm very skeptical of when you start to present your ideas in such a grand fashion. And, I start to attack them a bit in my mind. But, that's your point of view, and I get that. That's where you come from. I appreciate that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, it's not my point of view. I didn't come up with this. This was made by people long before me, but it was for the posterity, which includes me. And I'd like to reciprocate that generosity by standing for it, so it'll be there for the posterity going forward. I think that what Timmy's talking about here is foundational to that. That's why I always have respect, no matter how many jabs I take at him, is because we need people that understand these underlying principles of our true liberties and freedoms here. It doesn't come without a cost, and the cost is to recognize the price of it is the vigilance, to always be ready to enforce it, to always be ready for this. It's not, these aren't tests to see, this and that, learn. No, these are supposed to be continual. You're supposed to be always on the ready for this, like Minutemen were, because we don't want to be ruled over by other men. It's one of the greatest evils of men is when they rule over other people.
Yo, Truthicott, by the way, I've never seen this side of you, persona, whatever. Like, I like it a lot. I really appreciate it. I didn't know you were out here doing this shit. Like, this is great, man. I think people would want to see more of this. I like this. Respect.
I've tried to display this information in the way directly before, and it doesn't happen for me. So, but I'm thankful to have that.
I just mean the authenticity, man. I don't know. The persona of the Truthicott is fun. It's funny. At times, I just appreciate the directness. But maybe that's just me.
Well, when I can be, and I can see that it can be effective, that of course that's what I'm going to present 100%. But
I got you.
That's not what we're dealing with.
And you got to face it, we're the presence of the world famous Brian O'Shea, who's going to try and do comedy in front of the future of comedy.
Yeah, what are your thoughts, Brian?
Yeah, Brian, Brian, please.
I don't know. I think the conversation's good because I've been sort of procrastinating on dealing with it. But my whole strategy is like my whole thing is like the plates is like the big sticking point because like I feel like I don't have to know too much other than my belief that like in the public and the private and the fact that I have no belief in the courts. Like I don't know if I want to tell them this in the courtroom or not if I get dragged in there, but like it's just all fraudulent in there, dude. Like they have no standing. Like it's a public arena, right? And I'm gonna be like just sticking to the private thing, but the plates is like an open for business sign or like I'm part of your world. So that is like the major.
Look, I told you, right? Accident, wrong, trespass. If I did that, I might just say, look, I did an accident. Honestly, I did it out of fear. So I shouldn't be doing that. They should either be, I don't know, whatever your conviction is, right? If you think like, fuck this, like I don't want to do this, then just tell them that, look, I made a mistake. I realized there was a contract, but then again, no, you weren't. I mean, you should take them off. You're not doing commerce, I guess, if that's your belief, right?
Hang on, Brian. Do you have a passport?
Expired one.
Oh, great. So what you need to do?
I have an expired Irish passport, dude. I'm a dual
All right. So here's
citizen.
what we do. You can't tell anyone this. So shh, this is a secret. Did you know that when you go to fill out your passport form, it's got all these little boxes and stuff with abbreviations. You have no idea what they mean, but I do, and I know where to find them because they're in the instructions that nobody reads, even though they're publicly available. And did you know that you could actually be a diplomat?
No, I didn't know that.
And
once you're a diplomat, you know what kind of plates you can get? Diplomat plates.
Diplomatic
And did
plates?
you know that a certain kind of diplomat, not counsel, you have to be of the diplomatic status, I forget what it is exactly, that they can't arrest you either.
well, isn't
And
it the
did you
same
know
thing? Isn't it
that
just the same thing as being a national? Because I'm
No,
foreign.
no,
that-
it's because
how-
you're a member. Because you're a member of a private, what's it called? Diplomacy group, like Men for Unslavia.
It's a foreign diplomat.
No, just a diplomat.
Immunity.
No, it's not immunity. It's a status for your passport, but it would entitle you to also getting the DOT plates for a diplomat, which tells the cops not to pull you over, which you were talking about before, be on a list where you don't get pulled over. It says that. It's not immunity. There's no such thing as immunity. It's just, it's guidance. You know, it's instructions from the Secretary of
This is
State.
what I
Don't-
want to know. This is what I want to know. When an officer enters their car and they go back and they read the plate and somebody starts transferring information back to them, who are the legal advisors presenting the information, how and why? Because it takes so long. There's so much information being. I want to know that process.
Oh, okay. So it's David. It's in Florida. It's the driver and vehicle information database, and they basically have to have a probable cause to access it and query it. There's someone here who was getting, I think it was $2,000 per violation. She had like, I don't know, over 100 of them on there. She made a whole shit ton of money in a court case here in Florida for all the because you could FOIA how many times you've been pulled up on it, and if you weren't in that location when they pulled up your information, you know, for like a traffic stop or a valid reason, then they're in violation, which means that, you know, there's a penalty that you can sue them for. At least it's been established in Florida for a.
That's those technicalities, yeah. Huh.
It's not a technicality; it's a loss, you know, because they're violating.
I'm doing wrong.
The people's stuff and using it for personal
Privacy.
enrichment or for harm or injury or, you know, public nuisance, whatever it is. So yeah, David's one. There's other ones, depends on your state, but you can FOIA that stuff. Why don't you find out? There's nothing to ask. See, people don't want to do the research, you know, but once you get down to it, it's pretty damn simple. A lot easier than you thought it was.
O'Shea, the reason why I was tripping up with what I was thinking is because, like, you have to be determined about that, like, what is going to happen next, right? So if you're going to keep the expired plates on, I mean, what are you going to say to them? Hey, I got these expired plates, but I don't want to be identified by them. Like, I don't know how that looks when you say that.
Hey, it's customary here. I just figured I'd leave them on because it's customary, you know. I didn't want to stand out and nothing, but hey, you know, I don't have contracts or nothing. I'll take them off if you want, but I just wanted to, I didn't want to alarm anybody. It's customary here to have tags on, so I figured I'd put tags on like everybody else. It's a law. The customs are law, right?
I agree with that logic 100% because it is customary to have tags, and if my tags identify who I am, then there's no excuse whether there's the sticker on my car was paid for or not. They can identify me. What's the difference? There's no difference, none, zero. I just didn't pay $200 that year to freaking re-register my car, or whatever the hell it is. The taxes in some states, it depends where you are.
I think you get what you are out there. So if I walk around confused, and people are going to be confused too. So I don't know if that's some sort of mystical thing that's happening and playing out.
Brian, if you start like, you know, Comedians for Unslaved Foundation and actually create the real, you know, private member association, which isn't a registered, so you create just by having the covenants and everything, you know, ready at hand and filed. So if it's ever questioned, you have it available. But from that point on, then you'd have a basis, you know, a factual basis, a bona fide organization that you could claim for your diplomatic purposes, and that you're a diplomat. Who's going to contest you on it? You'll stand there and swear under oath, you know, penalty of perjury, that I'm a diplomat for this organization and it truly exists and I'm truly a member of it. And who's going to prove me otherwise? The facts stand.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not, you know, hesitant to that once I know where I'm going and I can justify choices for the rest of my life. But like, yeah,
I would never do that. I wouldn't tell anyone to do it either. I'm just saying you probably could.
Yeah. Right. But that's like, but we're just talking about different paints and different types of paints. You got oil paints, you got acrylic. And, you know, you got different types of brushes you could use to paint the situation and the scene, and each one's going to look totally different, but really it's painting the same exact thing at the same time. Like,
well, yeah, but these officials are like finger painting children, man. They don't know what they're doing. And what I'm telling you is like painting the legal way of constructing your diplomatic status, right? It's more realistic, more lawful than the whole DMV scheme. You know, the personal enrichment using government enforcement of their private contracts and shit.
Right,
you know?
but the witnesses is important. I think that like there's if we had systems ultimately, like we could have very simple systems where we have our mom as a witness or what, it doesn't matter really. But I'm just saying we could go one step further and have systems where we have many witnesses to what we're doing in place. I'm just talking about future results.
Yeah,
Where
but remember,
material
witnesses
really verified.
Witnesses are weighed, not counted. So the credibility matters in witnesses. But yeah, but either way, I mean, you're an ambassador, right? You're an ambassador to enslave you. An ambassador fills the place of the king or a nation from whom you're sent, and you're supposed to be honored.
Witnesses are what?
No, ambassadors. I'm talking about Brian as the ambassador.
Sorry, witnesses are weighed.
Witnesses are weighed, not counted, meaning that credibility means more than the number of witnesses.
I am not of Enslavia. As much pushback as I've had the last couple of days for identifying with the crew in the settle. I'm not from Enslavia. That's what I'm gonna go with on that angle. I'm going that way. Not from Enslavia.
Whatever. I'm just
Don't you put that on me, tribe?
Just throwing shit out
how
there.
Do you how do you measure credibility, Chuck?
Well, it depends. Like one eyewitness is of more weight than 10 ear witnesses. Like those who speak from hearsay.
I thought you were talking about something else. Because like,
well,
I was thinking
like if you're fat, yeah, you're.
No. I was thinking about like a jury of your not physical weight. I was thinking about a jury of your peers. I thought you were saying something about like how well someone already knows you.
No, it's credibility. You know what I'm saying? Because if you're making a false testimony, it's like, no one's going to trust you, right? So your testimony.
Okay, I know. I understand what you're saying.
Isn't it all that it comes down to the credibility of the witnesses and the tools they use to paint the scene?
Well, look at it this way:
we witnessed to recreate it with just their word.
That's why, dude. The thing with the jury of your peers is supposed to be of your peers, not. It doesn't say the jury of strangers. So this is another problem as well. It's supposed to be people that already know you. So this is another problem that it doesn't work if I'm like. It just doesn't make sense. So it has to be.
At this point,
I don't know how that works.
I think that people used to have deeper connections. They used to have way more peers back then. We do now, and there is no excuse not to now, because we have international peers all of a sudden. That's a whole.
But it's weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
The selection process is weird.
Look, in these situations we're talking about, they shouldn't have to get that far to a jury, because what I'm looking at is the fact that the witnesses, right? We're talking about witnesses, but a witness has to be a person who's present and observes the transaction, right? If you're not present and observing it, right? An eyewitness is worth the weight of more than 10 ear witnesses, people that heard about it. So if you're not witnessing a transaction, whatever occurred, right, that they're claiming, then it's not a witness, and that's another thing, is that the rules of evidence are of great importance. You can't just say this is evidence when it hasn't, withstood the scrutiny of what is considered that in your context. Legal context of what the case is about, right? So it's a lot of stuff that's in there too. Also, we were talking about giving them notice. Your judicial notice is a form of evidence. So that's another thing, that it's important to give notice, saying this is this and this is this. Now that's evidence, and if they want to question it, you'll stand up there and say, "I swear on penalty of perjury that what's in that notice is true and correct to the best of my knowledge, and I swear to penalty of perjury, it's what I wrote and it's true." That's evidence, and it stands. No one's going to rebut it unless you're lying, in which case you're dead. But yeah, that's it. It's just there's a lot when you stick with your principles, because like I said, the principles, PLEs, right? The principles prove they're not proved, because fundamental principles require no proof. They ought to be approved because they cannot be proved. Right?
I think I just give you pushback sometimes because I think you overcomplicate, and I'm trying to simplify, and you'll say the word simplex. I like, for example, my thing with income tax is like, I don't get income, and I don't believe I've really gotten any since I haven't been operating under my LLC. So it's like I'm happy to say that in a public platform all day till the cows come home, and even if they send a notice to I, saying something, asking something, whatever, my reply is going to be like one sentence. Hey, I think this might have been an error. I don't know, but to my knowledge, I haven't gotten income, or the estate hasn't gotten income since X year. So when I do, I'll be sure to let you know. Thanks.
The most important
like
thing
one
is that,
sentence, right?
listen, the most important thing is that, I'm a taxpayer, right? It means perhaps I receive credits, perhaps I distribute credit. I don't know. I'm a taxpayer, though. I would never not pay taxes. I'd always be a taxpayer, right?
I'm not a taxpayer. Why would you admit that?
Because I follow the rules. That doesn't mean I pay money to taxes. Get this.
I'm not going to get into that. I don't know what you're talking about. See, this is where I don't get into that.
Do you buy
I don't
anything
want to
from
know
the
what you're
store?
talking
If you buy a pack of gum from the store and you paid sales tax, you're a taxpayer. You get this? There's no way out of it. They're collecting that tax right off the top. You can't. I mean, you could go there with, I got a religious exemption for my pack of gum,
man.
but come on.
Brian
I
O'Shea,
don't know if that's what the definition is.
did you fail to file your income taxes? Is that why your registration was expired?
You're funny, man. You ever do stand-up comedy?
I thought about it.
Fuck.
What's the fucking conclusion, O'Shea?
I don't know. The conclusion is, after this conversation, it's like making me want to take my plates off more, because the small town I'm in, I feel like I'm not going to get fucked with. Put up my tent in the middle of town at night. No one talks to me, dude. Fucking cars broke down out here. But
burnt ID, no plates,
Tent
wherever you want.
There's so much, if you really look at it, and you think like you're the only one that's contemplated this stuff. The thing is, first of all, number one, they're not talking about it. Like Timmy's making fun of the fact I'm hesitant to talk about it because people don't talk about it on these forums. But it's a big conversation right now, and you should be part of the bigger conversation, because you're not out there alone, Brian. I mean, a lot of people are dealing with this and have dealt with it, successfully, or still. I'm just saying, there's a variety of ways, as Truther Cop said too. You're gonna do what's right for you, but you got to know what's on the table before you make choices. So you make the wise choices, informed and fact-based, not on opinions and beliefs and what people tell you to do. Again, use your own power.
are you willing to go to jail, Tribe? Have you ever been arrested?
You ever been in a Turkish prison? You ever seen a grown man naked?
Tribe has like this impenetrable bubble boomer like thing. It's like impenetrable. The boomer bubble.
I guess you never saw the Airplane movie, so I guess I'm dating myself.
You're
now.
too old. I got arrested for a little bullshit, like teenage. We hosted a drinking party in the woods once, and we all got arrested on a bus. It doesn't really count though. I don't think that counts.
You see, in my generation, they didn't really bother with. We did stuff that today you'd be considered. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think you'd survive, considering that they think some crazy stuff. But it was a different world. Everyone wasn't so paranoid and on edge. It wasn't a big deal. You know what I mean? I don't want to get into details, but
hookers and cocaine.
No, but just everything. There's like everyone minded their own business. You'd like it, Timmy. It was more like private.
Yeah.
It was like even the municipalities were private. The big difference, I'll tell you what really changed it, especially in Florida, was Reagan when he got in there, because he lowered the business tax rate so much that the municipalities became starved. And then they started doing speed traps and raising fees and taxes, you know what I mean, on the people, where before it was almost like easy living. That's why people retired to Florida. And then the business taxes, they get out so much taxes. That's how the municipalities made their money, was business taxes. I mean, to this day, pick any municipality you want. When I say taxpayer, I say when you walk into a business, they're paying taxes to serve you, right? You buy a stick of gum, you're paying tax to them that they're going to pay to the tax. They collect it from you, whether you like it or not. So you're a taxpayer, whether you want to be or not, when you go to most of these places.
Well,
So
I'm trying to reduce liability, and like I would never admit if the fucking IRS is writing me a notice, I'm not gonna say to them I am a taxpayer because they are gonna think something about that, right?
Well,
so
I'm not gonna get into that. I'm talking about just in general. Because I'm not talking about the IRS.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm talking about in general because listen,
yeah,
it's an established fact, right, that he's traveling on these roads. They're public roads, right? But you could just say that, I've paid my taxes, right, to support and maintain these public roads and highways. And that entitles me to access and utilize them without the imposition of contractual obligations. You understand? I bought gasoline. I paid tax on that gasoline, right? Do you understand what I'm getting at?
Yeah,
I paid my taxes to support that road. So I'm entitled to drive on it without any further contractual obligations being imposed on me, especially by the government.
O'Shea, I was thinking about this earlier, and I was like, who's caused me more harm in my life, or even like, what have I suffered, like chosen pain, like suffering, in my life? And then I just like did a catalog, just like itemized, and I was like, the government isn't even on the list. Like the government isn't on the list. It's just like family, friends, ex-lovers, right? Like those are the people at the top of the list, not like the quote unquote the government. So
right, it's like I get arrested to get my car towed, and it's like that didn't really even hurt me, and it's like I'm nervous about this court thing, but like, what if it doesn't hurt me and I only like, say I go to jail, do the 180, like I only come out strong, like, so it's like it's all, so much stuff is fear based, right? Like the reason why I have the plates on, fear.
Okay,
it's a
so
weird twist, right?
It's gonna be more faith, not fear, right? So it's not, what if they do this and that? It's like, even if they pull this and that, even if they try this and that, you're gonna stand on what's true and right? And you're gonna make sure that they follow due process of law, their rules, and from that, you could be assured you're not going to be your freedom taken from you when you didn't do any cause of loss, injury, or harm. There's no cause of action to take away your freedom. Period. And that's what, you got to say, even if they pull that shit, you got to have faith that you could stand on that and that no one in their right mind will. The other guy did.
Wait, you said before, forget your beliefs, but now you're saying faith. So which is it?
Faith is a force. Beliefs are the plaything of children. What I'm getting at is faith comes from knowing. Faith comes from knowing that you did your research. You're not afraid of what's to come because you know what the law says. And
that's
you know
not
that
what
they
faith
can't
is to
rebut
me.
it.
What are you talking about? I didn't have any fucking knowledge of the law of fucking taxes. And every day when I thought about this 15 years ago, when I was like, I'm not paying this shit.
Well, that's a false equivalency. Taxes are code; they're not law, and they're under IRC, and that's a whole different ball of wax. It's confusing.
The source
two.
of the knowledge is internal, not on some paper externally. There's nowhere to look.
What I'm getting at here is that, listen, you're existing in this legal world here that he's entangled in right now, and that he needs to get himself status-wise out of it because he's just presuming all these entanglements are valid and exist, and it's causing him fear. And if he could just stand on the truth, he's not going to have to worry about these false fears
truth
that
is,
he's
for the
creating.
day we die, even after we die, when Brian O'Shea's legal title to his cars and this and that, and the government runs across that document, they're still going to try and take taxes from his grandchildren.
Not if he understands trust in the most fucking basic sense.
Well, taxation's destroyed our nation already. So it's not even a point of talk about that right now. The fact of the matter is, I was just making a valid point that if they try to say that you need to have this registration to drive onto public roads, just the fact that you spent any money to buy gasoline, you paid a gas tax. Well, you paid for the maintenance of that public road. So you're entitled to be on it without any further contractual obligations being imposed on you by the state or anyone else. You understand where I'm getting at? But if you can't say that, then the presumption stands that you're willing to do all these things and you didn't pay your taxes. That's why you had to get a registration and a license because.
Yeah, Brian.
You're acting like, they're paying like, I guess that could be a response, but it's not like, I just feel like you have no, your heart's not in the game, Tribe.
It's not about heart in the game. It's not a game. This is now you're down to the reality. The game's over. You're down to the nuts and bolts. Your freedom is reality. It's not a game anymore. It's not a game over here. It's your freedom, and that's
your heart's not in it. Your head's in it.
Yeah, that's what you say. But you're willing to stand on just some kind of flaky idea. Another
faith.
dogma.
Now we're gonna talk about faith. Now faith is a flaky idea now to the
yeah, because it has no foundation in fact. It's opinion. Listen, it's fanciful hope, and it's not faith. Is hoping this is going to be like that. It's increasing more fear for your lack of effort to really research and learn about what's going on so that you can articulate your solution better. But that's just how I would do it. But you could leave yourself at the mercy of them. They've got it figured out really well because they do this every day and they know exactly what they're doing with you. So you're no challenge to them. You could make it that way, but if you just go with the current, that's exactly where they get you going because you're following exactly what they would expect.
Where's the true authority come from, Tribe? Aren't they at the mercy of that?
No, they're at the mercy of it's a private contract. You're an administrative court. You're not in a criminal court. You're not in a court of law. You're in a contractual court because you're willing to be there.
Physically,
dude, I was charged with obstruction. I got arrested for fucking a criminal charge of obstruction.
What facts are on the record? I mean, that's the thing is that you're basically admitting to the genius of their record. I don't see any harm. How could that be? They're making false claims. They're using my name in vain. I don't know. I could see a lot of ways where that just doesn't make sense. I don't see where the proof is that you harmed anyone, you resisted anything, that you obstructed anything.
See,
when did you agree to be in their investigation?
Physically dense, but hold on. That doesn't mean he's not refined. Well, he's coming from a different.
Tribe, you are.
He's coming from a different
convicted, dude. In the court of O'Shea, dude. I sentence you. I'm gonna lock you up. Your charges are dishonesty, dude. You're not honest. You're not honest. You're dishonest in the court.
I don't think you're being honest with yourself is really what the deal is. You're not being honest with yourself.
Talk to the administrator in the court of O'Shea like that.
Yeah. You're not. You're just a presiding officer.
Is that how you talk to Judge Zimmerman? You tell Judge Zimmerman?
You're here to follow the rules of the court. You're not a man. You're just an officer.
Mr. Tribe, you may not know where you are right now, but you need to respect.
I'm not even a man in the court of O'Shea. I'm not even a man.
I will not tolerate any further outbursts like that. What you're doing there is using my name in vain and defaming my character. If you have another outburst like that, I will hold you in contempt of court, and I will sue you against you and your bond in the bar.
Take out your baton and beat this man in the court of O'Shea. This is the court of O'Shea, dude. I don't know what type of fucking nonsense you're talking about.
Come on,
you sounded pretty weak there now. All of a sudden, there, Judge Fudge O'Shea.
I got an order to follow. Come here, Tribe. Bring that cube head over here. Gonna round it out.
Yeah, bailiff.
I don't know if the club would work on that fucking box set of his. You hit a weird angle and fuck up your baton, dude.
Tribe bot.
Yep. That's what the tyrants resort to. See violence right after they lose the intellectual argument. See, very telling. Anyhow, that's just to prove to you that I'm telling you, if you go with that angle, Brian, you can win. You can be intense.
Who are you going to tell it to when you's dead and gone, boy?
I think Brian could come in with a dense presentment and still with a full intellect and knowledge to back it up, they'd just blow him away, because every time they would think they're getting an edge on him, he'd knock them down 2 rungs. It'd be fun to watch, because it'd be the inverse of what we saw with the last case in front of that judge, if you know what I mean.
That's one thing. It's like, I am interested. I'm curious. Like, even though I'm not confident, I'm curious if I just go in, be myself, like, just speak from the heart. Like, because I have the same charges, homeboy, as the Castro. So, like, I'm just curious.
I love it.
How it would play out.
They're watching. They're watching. So you do one of these, right?
Yeah, but see, then that's another thing. She's gonna go research my videos. It's gonna be the blacks. I wonder how. Like, I'm curious as to how the whole thing. Are they gonna play the fucking? Are they gonna play Paul?
Objection.
Are they gonna bring that up? Like, Paul,
O'Shea, are we for real that it's her? Like, for real?
Yes.
Oh,
same.
She would never lie.
Charge, dude. Same charge, same judge.
Well, I haven't ever heard of the details. I heard Paul say it a few times, but I haven't heard it direct.
All right. First thing you do, well, not you, because I don't know what I'm talking about. This is an opinion, and we're just hypotheticals. Timmy, the first thing you would do is you do a discovery request for your list of witnesses. Remember we spoke about witnesses earlier? What they were? Okay.
He doesn't want to hear this from you. Don't you fucking get it? He doesn't want to hear this part. Like, O'Shea, do you want to hear this?
Sorry, I was busting out of a tournament.
He's not even
listening. I just think it'd be fun to watch him push his weight around.
Like, it's like what's the directness?
Well, the reason why is because you get a list of all the people,
rather than saying what you would do.
And then the next thing, not what I would do. I would never do this stuff.
Right. Then what would you do? What would you do? Exactly. What would you do?
This guy doesn't get it. Timmy, can you explain to him, please, as counsel, what I'm doing here? It's hypothetical.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on in your.
So the second thing would be to file affidavits of your status and the facts, right? Your judicial notice.
What would you do? What would you do? You're still speaking on what somebody else.
I know,
would do.
but
what would you do? What would you do?
I would never
put
put myself.
Well, I can't talk to a man who can't say what he would do. What would you do?
Yeah, that's not the question at hand. And
I
would never put. Well, I wouldn't be in this position to start with, so I wouldn't know what to do.
And how would you avoid being in this position?
Well, that's. I don't have time to explain that now. I'm trying to just get through this case here.
Hold on.
All right.
Timmy,
do you want to hear Brian or not?
He's your brother.
If whatever, we could always follow up another time.
You're convicted. You're already convicted, sir. Timmy, he appealed
Take
to his counsel.
Take him to the latest tree. It's the new thing, Tribe. It's how the world. You know how the world's getting crazy.
Okay, hypothetical.
We just stopped lynching in Florida in 1945, so it's nothing like not in the
plenty
recent
of fucking
history.
Italians down there. I didn't forget. You fucks.
Where were they lynching Italians at?
1920 in Florida, 1890 in Louisiana. You know, the single biggest lynching event was not blacks, was Italians in Louisiana in 1890. 11 Italians were lynched at the same time.
The only thing I am more than American is Italian.
It must have been Sicilian.
That's the Pope's fault. We can blame the Pope.
Well, it just annoys me when people call me racist. That's funny, especially when a black calls me racist. When Italians and blacks were like, blacks was number one, enemy number one, and Italians was enemy number two. And then they call me, Irish/Irish. And then they call me a Jew when some folks might say they were the ones causing all the problems. Some folks might say that, which is fucking ironic. You call me a Jew, and then I'm an asshole calling black something. It's just bizarre.
But they were the first mafia, you know.
The Jews?
You said it, not me.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Genghis Khan apparently destroyed Khazaria, and then they were sad and angry. They've been angry for thousands of years.
What about
I don't know.
Khan?
I don't know, man. I don't know. But it's funny because the Asians didn't appreciate or like them, and then the West didn't appreciate or like them. It's pretty funny. This is like
insider information. It's kind of like a poem to me, but this is my post-it note, and I like the points I've laid out here. This is like maybe 36 hours of post-it note. It's one. write about Chili DeCastro for my website, healinglaw.com. I want to write an article. I didn't get to it, but Chili DeCastro is a fascinating subject. This was like yesterday or 2 days ago I wrote this. Japanese knotweed, email MLG dist. Highly focused, consistent repetition, pleasant and listening. Witnesses are weighed, not counted. Place and ad in the newspaper. There you go. That's what I got.
Dude, why are you getting LLCs anyway? Why would you do that?
Wait, I didn't say LLC in there. Where did you hear that?
Oh, you said that before. I thought you.
Yeah,
were
I did
talking
say that before. I did not say that just now.
That's true. That's true. All right.
Yeah, I've asked the same thing, but I found out there is a reason some people do that in addition to other things, but that's a different topic.
Hey, Tribe, hypothetical. Your wife has been kidnapped and is being held 30 minutes away. You're driving to rescue her. It's a warm night and your windows are down. Do you listen to music on the drive there or not?
Wait, I'm driving where?
Your wife's kidnapped and the GPS shows she's 30 minutes away and it's a warm night. And
What's
you're
30 minutes away?
Her. Going to rescue her.
And which way am I driving?
I guess somewhere else. Jesus fucking
So
Christ.
am I speeding too?
See,
don't
the
know. Are you
issue with
listening
the
to music or
tribe
not?
here is clearly he's a member of some sort of an organization. That
So
we're
check
never
it out.
gonna
Look,
really
look, look. All right,
dive
let's just
into,
take a
right?
step
'Cause
further.
He just has bounds and bounds and bounds and bounds. It's like you toss the pebble into the creek, and then the pebble makes out the tribe comes into the creek, and it's like boop, and then all those ripples come out. He ain't gonna find it. He ain't gonna find
You're
it.
making too many. You make too many assumptions. I'm asking details here that were, he didn't say specifically where I was going, and I'm asking that simple question because you see, you assume too much and take those presumptions, and that's what I'm trying to point out is that you shouldn't be so willing to take presumptions. That being said,
Assume
let's
or
say I was
presume?
speeding.
Assume or presume. Which one?
Let's say I was speeding, and I get pulled over by the cop. You know what I would tell the cop?
Mm.
I tell him, officer, my wife, she left me for a cop, and I thought you were him, and you were trying to bring her back to me, so I was speeding.
Fucking hilarious. You take over for O'Shea, please. Like, O'Shea, I think your career's over. I think Tribe took your career, man.
O'Shea, you're gonna get locked up for a long time, and Tribe's gonna come out. O'Shea, you're not getting locked up. You're not getting locked up.
If you use these one-liners, I guess the one-liners for you to use.
You have the perfect predicament, dude. I love your predicament.
Hey, these are the one-liners that will definitely get you beat up in the hole here. You say stuff like this. You go like, "Hey, did you hear that somebody in Las Vegas gets robbed every 52 minutes?" They'll be like, "Really? Well, yeah. I'd sure hate to be that dude."
O'Shea, please don't leave us with just Tribe to be a comedian.
Yeah, O'Shea, you're not. Yeah, we're gonna show up. If there's any inkling that this is going the wrong direction, let us know. We will be there in person.
I'm trying to give you the clean jokes I know. Okay, there are two
good.
cannibals. Two cannibals were eating a comedian, and one says to the other, "Does this taste funny to you?"
What?
I said 2 cannibals were eating a comedian, and one said to the other, "Does this taste funny to you?"
Which part were they eating?
I'm gonna have to let you go, Tribe. Bailiff, take him out of here. Get this fucking guy out of here.
I'm gonna end up the Castro's like Sally. I'm gonna hit it off.
Dude, that'd be so bizarre. I don't think that lady's gonna give you 180 days. Like,
I mean, that's the thing.
Yeah.
I wonder if I could riz her up a little bit, maybe. Like, dude, because you know how she's looking through all his videos, like this online shit. Like, she gets word.
She might be listening right now.
Of course she is. That's why you're saying, well,
Only if she
hey,
needs
yeah, this
you
or
to
that.
tell the greatest narrative ever, because Brian O'Shea is an American hero, and that story is still in the making, and we are not going to
It
allow
is.
that to be
Listen,
any other way.
Here's what I envision. All right, guys, just let me have my fantasy now, okay? It's Brian O'Shea. He's got the perfect motions and affidavits already written up. He's got his status of fact, judicial notice, all that crap. He's already filed it. But he decides he's going to show up that day anyways, right? And they're going to come up. How do you plead? And you'd be like, no, the affidavits I filed stand as written. There's no case for you to adjudicate. And then they're going to go, blah, 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 blah. And you're going to say, I object to you prosecuting from the bench. This is a sham legal sham legal process under the color of law. And if she does anything, you have perfect basis for appeal and everything else. You know what I mean? But it wouldn't even get that far. I think if you just sit up there, how do you how do you plea? And you'd say, no, the affidavits of fact and the judicial notice stand is filed. There's nothing for this court to adjudicate. And then they'll be like, well, case dismissed. There's really nothing for them to do at that point. What are they going to bring forth? Waste everyone's time? Objection, Your Honor. This is a sham legal process. There's nothing you're prosecuting from the bench. Where's the injured party? What's going on here? It's a sham legal process under color of law. Apparently.
I mean, that is one of my main sticking points, is that there's no injured party. But wasn't that one of DeCastro's? Well, whatever. He just
no. His one was okay. Listen, man. Do you want to go in there, or do you want to be free?
Right, you get to tell a story here, man.
I mean, listen. I think that he was willing to do what he wanted to do for his purposes, but I don't think it's the same purposes that you might have in mind. So consider what you want your outcome to be, and then take that action. You know, be yourself again. There's nothing to imitate here. Don't listen to what I'm saying for sure. Don't do what he did.
I should probably email someone or do something. I don't think I'm going to be sending letters right now, but I should probably send out some sort. Try to handle it somehow in the private, or.
How about this, O'Shea? If I tell you, hey, it's May 3rd, June, July. I'm gonna tell you right now, on August 3rd, I'm gonna come punch you in the face. Are you gonna wait until August 3rd to like tell me why I shouldn't? Or August 2nd or August 1st? Why not just handle it right now? Like, why are you like moving with their cadence if you're not under their jurisdiction or following them? You catch my drift?
Yeah. Just immediately.
Like, why wait? Why would you wait until like the week before to handle it? I'm just asking, right? That's what I
No, I get
you
it.
Can start with you can start with the newspaper ad. Put it in the paper where you're getting along with everyone, because it's nearby. I assume. Like, I would just start there. Put it right there.
Why?
Start with that ad.
Why?
Yeah, but dude, the small town, it has
No,
nothing to
you
do
got
with,
it on the record, and down the road you can prove it.
I got arrested in
no,
Vegas.
nobody. They're not going to see. Nobody would agree that they would see that in a different town in the newspaper. What are you talking about?
If someone tried to serve me notice by putting it in a newspaper, it wouldn't stand in court. That wouldn't be process of service. I would break that down in a second.
I would consider it as like some sort of spiritual note. I mean, I could appreciate that approach, but not for like them, for anyone for them to see it, or like just to put it out there into the world. Like, I could see there could be some validity to that. Like, but
this is my point, dude. Why? This is like what I've been saying to Lou for like a year and a half right now. I'm like, dude, Lou, send a fucking notice directly to these motherfuckers that keep taking property taxes from you, and just fucking ask them a question. Say, hi, what the fuck is this for? What am I getting for this? Thanks. To the man, John Smith, who keeps signing this fucking thing that keeps asking me for this. Right. Who at times acts as commissioner of town Quebec, whatever the fucking name of the town is. right? So that's
Well,
what I'm saying to you is like, just why not engage in a back and forth now? Like, why not do that? It's like send her a notice and say, hey, here's the facts of the matter. I think this is in error. I realize that the whatever date is months away, but like, let's just handle it. Why would I wait to wait? Why would I wait till later? What do you think about this? Do you think I'm wrong? Blah, blah.
Earlier about like when Brian O'Shea started going to the Mesquite, the police department directly. I mean, what do you think about that approach? The way he put them on notice, is that too direct? What is your opinion on that? I don't know.
Well, I don't. O'Shea wasn't really direct with like anything specific, but having the conversation with the local people in the town is definitely like it's good. Like you're on some level, kind of even in a feeling heart-based way, kind of putting them on notice in a heart, like I'm saying, in a heart-based way, an emotional-based way, and kind of just not appearing, but showing up and kind of giving them a taste of who you are. And I think that's good. If I was going to go to a new town and be there for months, yeah. On some level, cool. Yeah.
Let's look at my latest interaction because I went there twice and I need to get I need a FOIA request, the body cams, because I fucked up the camera. My camera turned off.
Here's something.
Timmy made headline on UPW, I believe.
The most important thing I think you need to do is you need to clear the record with your judicial notice. Like we said, you got to give them notice in the proper way. I know you don't like to follow the rules, but their rules is to serve them notice through the court, which is typically through the clerk. You do it through the mail. It doesn't matter. So they gets in the hands of the judge somehow, right? And your judicial notice is a form of evidence. And the rules of evidence are of great importance. They can't deny that. And they can't be departed without endangering private as well as public rights. And that's well established.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with any of that. I guess I would just, like, I'm going to approach it from a private position and just be like, that's what I would do in the private anyway. And that, like, that's the thing with the legal system. The legal system is supposed to be mimicking, it's mimicking law. Like, the codes are supposed to be mimicking law.
Timmy, it doesn't belong there. Is my whole point. Is you got to give them notices. It doesn't belong here. There's nothing to adjudicate for this court. It vacated now and stop using my name in vain. But you got to tell them that because they're not going to just do it out of the goodness of their heart.
Also, every day that goes by that you didn't already do this is like on some level. If I was that administrator, I'm like, well, this guy doesn't know what he actually feels and believes in and has faith in.
Yeah, but he's pre persona, so they have to give him leeway. There's remedial. They have to give him remedial, aid for that, and consider that but he doesn't do this every day.
But it's a gradient, though, Tribe. It's like if me and you, I mean, to be honest, it's like with you and me on some level. It's like I don't like. I don't know why you won't just handle the thing that you have with me like directly. Like that would just make it go away if you just were direct with it, and then there wouldn't be. I presume there would be less of an issue going forward instead of just like continuing it for months. And this is what I'm getting at. It's like it's a gradient. Like if I drove my car into your fence and I damaged it, and it's like there's $1,000 worth of damage, and then you told me, like you texted me immediately, like if we were in the same town, and I just like wait, and I just like walk past your house, and it's a gradient. It's like there's a time. It's just like every day that just goes by that I'm not talking to you, that I'm avoiding you. It's like it's dishonor. I'm not saying you did anything wrong with me. That's not what I'm saying.
I hear you, but for Brian's perspective, it's not something he does normally, and the court can't expect him to be expedient about something. He has to spend more time than the average esquire to figure out how to respond to these things. I mean, put it this way:
at this point, I'm required to do this, but like, man.
This isn't about court, though. I don't think this is about court and legal process. This is just about life. Being a man, being a fucking man is handling issues like actually before they happen.
We're imagining a lot here. Like Jesse Lee Peterson would not even have allowed this conversation to get anywhere near this perspective. We could have avoided this conversation with his wisdom a long time ago. Beta, exactly.
I don't know beta. Oh, okay. Just saying beta.
No, yeah. I was talking about man. Anyhow, sorry.
Anyhow, I'm just saying that all Brian needs to do is to articulate it well, and that will make up for any of this gap in time. Because when it comes time for the, what would you call it there, the reckoning, at least everything that they read will be clear and on record. They can question why is it so long. You have a very reasonable, response to that they have to consider that's acceptable enough to overlook. So I don't see a problem with that as long as you get it done timely. You could do it afterwards too, but that just makes it harder on you. The earlier you do it, the easier it's on you, I think, is what we're really getting down to. So the sooner, the better.
I can't find that fucking video, that live stream where I went back to the police station, but like the point is that like I kept like I was trying to get it on the record. Like, okay, I know you said you wave at me, but I got him, dude. I got to request the FOIA request.
So in my opinion,
I got him on record.
Yes, do that. But you hang out there. Why are you going back to Las Vegas where you had the issue? Why would you go back there? Am I presuming that correctly, or?
I mean, I'm not going to, at this point, I'm not trying to voluntarily show up to that court thing. Like, I'm assuming that, I don't know, I might get dragged in there at some point or whatever, but.
Also, O'Shea, I got to disagree. I got to disagree with what you said about you getting them on record about them waving. Like, you didn't directly ask them. So
no, I'm saying
maybe there's a little bit of weight there.
Time. You didn't see it. I'm saying when I went back the second time, I was like, I was hammering that point.
Oh,
I was like,
shit. All right.
Like,
all right, my bad.
Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I was just trying to find it.
Cool.
But yeah, I was trying to like go like, yeah, like, and they surprised me, dude. They're like, because I was telling them all types of shit. I was like, I'm not expecting this, but I would, because he's like, I told my guys. I'm like, did you talk to your guys about me? He's like, yeah, I told my guys. But if you see him around, just say it, just wave to him and fucking. I'm just reiterating the point of how. And then I was like, I'm not saying I want to be the exception, but that word exception, that can be exceptional as well. So if you tell you guys, hey, this is an exceptional kind of person, he's presenting himself to us, we think he's not up to no good. So, and I was like, yeah, I would like that if you would go and tell your guys, like, hey, if you ever see this dude around, just leave this dude alone. This dude, because I brought up the tent thing too. I was like, what if I, what if I just find a spot, and they're like, well, out of sight, out of mind. So they're basically telling me you could put that tent up as long as we don't, they're being chill. It seems like with all types of shit.
Yeah, don't put it down on fucking 123 downtown Main Street in the middle of the street and be a fucking nuisance. Like, yeah, I mean the code is advisory, right? So, yeah, man, dude, you could pay like $8 or something and get the body cam footage, as far as I understand, for these local places.
Oh, you have to pay to do that?
I don't know. I mean, I guess you could do FOIA. I think FOIAs take a long time, though. I don't know. I just, the last time I looked at it, when I was looking at Paul's, I don't know what you want to call him, associate, the dude he was rolling with that was in jail for 33 days. I was looking at it. I think it was $8 or maybe it was 80. I don't know. They wanted me to pay. I don't know. They ended up not needing it.
Just go back there tomorrow, dude. These guys don't seem to give a shit.
Yeah, probably just give it to you. Yeah.
I mean, I'll just show up and do it again tomorrow. Make it even more on the record. Like,
right.
I could even come up with questions from you guys. Hey, Timmy's got a thing here. You know what I mean? Like a whole fucking. See how far I can push this shit, dude. No one's like, I gotta find where the boundaries are, dude. And Timmy, you do got a point, bro. Like, even though I got all sensitive about it at first, probably because it's truth, but like, it came across in when I do my man on the street shit. And Paul even said it, like he's got some sort of fucking condition, like he's got some sort of mental blockage. What's the word? Like, yeah, dude, like,
obstruction.
Dude, I do have like, no, yeah. Like I have some sort of when you get like a trauma, like I have a trauma, like because there's big dudes, and I'll be like, hey man, what's up? I'm a comedian, cocaine, gay shit, and I'll immediately be like, I'm a comedian, just joking. Like I get all fucking. And I'm supposed to be, and then, but in my head, I'm the tough South Side gangster guy, right? But it comes out as it's like, but there's video evidence of how I move on the street, like where I get really like, Like even talking to dudes in the tents and shit, like, or you said, why couldn't you just stop that guy for like 12 seconds? Like, it is a learning experience. There is something there. So
Dude,
I feel like this man,
yeah, me saying that isn't like I'm not criticizing you to be an asshole, and I'm just speaking from my personal life experience. Like at some point in my, I guess, early 20s, I guess, I just was at a low point in confidence with women, and like I just like I didn't want to talk to them, and it's just like there was this trauma in my family with, I guess, with my mom, I guess you can say that, or you know, and so and also with girlfriends as a teenager. I didn't know what the fuck was going on because I had no example, really, no healthy example, to be honest. So like I always saw the women as like either like a pedestal, it's like hard to talk to them, etc. So I experienced that, right? Like I was seeing what you were doing, and I was like, oh, that's what I was doing, you know, just afraid to talk to people because it was just like, oh, this is a source of pain. And then even beyond women, it was like just most people around me were always just you know, fucking slaves, and I thought there was something wrong with me even before before that. So I know there were stages when I would just be arrogant a bit, and that would kind of like solve it. But over time, and like an authentic experience within me, I guess you can say, happened in my mid-20s, and just like it started with just me just living correctly in the faith. Nah, no mushrooms. Just living truly, and I just stopped giving a fuck what everybody said, and I just did whatever I wanted, like all the time. I said whatever the fuck I wanted to say all the time. I forced myself, and I haven't broken this covenant. I made a covenant with myself, and I said, because I used to always hold my tongue, and I used to have like throat issues, there's like lumps, and because I was holding shit in, like energetically, that's my belief. Can't substantiate that really, but I think it's a chakra thing. I wouldn't say what the fuck was on my mind, but I just made a covenant with myself, and I think that's why like Tribe doesn't like, because I say too much, and I think I'm whining, but I just say whatever the fuck I'm feeling, and I made the covenant that I'm not gonna not say the thing, and I haven't broken that, and it gets me into trouble, right? But it's been very freeing. So I just live, and then I just do what I want as long as I'm not doing wrong, and it's just great. So like then success with women happens because it's like, oh, I'm just being myself, and I'm just talking to them, and I'm just being direct. I'm like, hey, I think you're cute. That's how I met my wife, dude. Like a couple years before that, I met her in 2018. A couple years before that, like 2016, me and my buddy in Peru, he was like, yo, you got to do day game. I'm like, it's scary. And we just did day game for like a couple of days, and I was like, oh wait, all the women aren't going, fuck you, stop it. Like it's just a numbers thing. It's a numbers game. Like, oh, just talk to them. It's just false fear. Like false evidence appearing real. Like you're presuming that everyone's gonna like hate you when they talk to you. Like that's kind of the core of the thing. When I did day game with women, it's like you go and talk. You go and like you're just going up to them talking, and actually, what actually happens is like, oh, 85-90% of people are like receptive. Oh, they're not 100% of people aren't like, fuck you, why are you trying to talk to me, rapist, misogynist, whatever. And then the same thing, you know, you get what I'm saying? So I was saying that when I saw you doing that, it was like you're presuming that there's going to be like a negative outcome, you know, before you even go over there and do it, and then that presumption basically causes that like
Brian O'Shea, like you 100% you have that complex going on. There's no doubt. Yes, I've seen that exact same thing.
Come up with the man on the street shit, or in general.
At specific moments, of course. I mean, obviously you have your moments of strength, but like, you know, there's those moments where it's like exactly the way he just laid it out. Yes.
Right. Yeah, that's why some of this stuff, to have like video evidence of it and hear other people's opinions, like it's a good learning experience, like to knowing yourself. And then like I was just, what Timmy was saying, it was making me think like you're practicing being a free man. You're practicing freedom. Yeah. Like what is it like, if you were to make a list of what does a free man look like? What can a free man do? Like what are things of freedom? Make a big ass list and try to like embody that or
How about
cross
this,
shit off the list
Brian?
even, or just like
Just
Brian.
beat it.
Look at it like this:
and then
when you're a
practice
free
it.
man,
And
Yes. Yeah.
when you're free, right? What are you gonna see when you're free? Right? You're not gonna see bars around you. When you're free, what are you gonna smell? Fresh air, nice things, right? Maybe your car if you like the smell of biz. You know, what are you
because
gonna
even if you're
feel?
in a jail cell and you have this mentality, to be free, because like you could be in a jail cell. That's the thing. Another thing I think about. I could be in a jail cell right now and be like way better off. Like Paul talked about.
I'm saying though, is
be
that
like-
what is your ideal of freedom feel like in a sensual way, right? Because yeah, no matter where you are mentally, you should be in that state of mind, right? But as far as your actual physical environment, because whether you like it or not, we're on this world now for this time being, right? And in that case, we experience it through our senses. So, I mean, in a free man, what does he smell on a daily basis? Does he feel? What does he feel? Does he feel the tenderness of the opposite sex, or a child? You know, young infants. You know, be able to hold or take care of children, or other friends, or
What do
you know,
I
wrestle
mean,
with buddy, whatever it is. Those are things that you don't get those feelings when you're a slave. What do you see? You know, do you get to see a wide, vast expanse, or are you stuck between four walls? You know, how do you move?
Sharp, why do you gotta make it weird all the time, dude?
What do you get to taste? You know, do you get to taste bad food or the good food, fresh?
Are you hitting on me right now, dude? Trying to get me? I mean, you know,
See that
trying to
picture
get
there,
me.
man? Look at it. Look. I was just out there. That's where I was staying for a while, out there in the mountains.
Tribe wants to work on my car, and he wants me to go hiking. With his wife.
You'd love to go hiking out
That's
there,
what
man.
he wants me to drive to Florida. Tribe would love it if I showed up, dude. First of all, I don't know what he would do. He'd probably get a hotel somewhere.
Pull out the jack, get your car up on the jack, pop the hood, get that thing going good, roll out the airbag, and get a bed for you.
Jack them off? What?
Right. While
Yeah,
I'm
no, his
with your
car
wife,
needs
right?
jack.
Hiking, right?
Lots of
Right?
good trails here to hike.
Tribe, you would love it, dude. What is with these people online, dude? You got a little Jeffrey in you or something, man.
Oh my.
It'll be hard hiking with the wife though. She doesn't have a good sense of humor, you know. So the jokes aren't going to work well. You better have a better game
I
than
don't give a
that.
shit. I don't give a shit if she talks, dude. What does it matter? As long as I'm hiking with her, what the fuck, dude? Okay.
You better be fast. She keeps up a good pace too, man.
Is she more like? What is she like, Tribe? I can imagine the wife of yours. Like, do you just you bore her? Like, how much have you bored her over the past 30 years?
More than you could ever know. No, but
lady,
remember
Tribe?
this though. It's perforated. Listen, the highs are so high it makes up for the boredom parts. You know what I mean? You need tension and release.
What are the highs? Give us some examples. 1985.
Not that long ago with her. No. I can't really tell you about the highs. You know, I mean, it's no, I can't talk about that shit. But yeah, no, we done some pretty badass shit. You know, I mean, we camped all over the place, done a lot of hiking. Brian would like that. We hiked all through California and Maine and Florida and Appalachian Mountains and Smoky Mountain, all over the place. We've been all over.
Another strategy is to just leave. But like the problem with leaving and kind of like running, you know, just leave this, go to another state, is like Vegas has the highest extradition thing I heard. Like if you have any warrants, like how, you know how my warrants keep coming up from Florida and shit? Like Vegas is the one I heard that they're like, no matter where you're at in the US, I think they're like, yeah, get them ass over, like the extradite. So, but
make sure you got the cameras ready for that day, man. That's all you got to do. You know, if that day should come, make sure you got the audience, guys got the camera. You may have, you know, MSNBC reporting by your side. Have it all lined up, bro.
Only other problem is I think I was at that detention thing that Chili's at. I couldn't drink the water, dude. I was there for like 3 days.
Better start water fasting now. Get your body ready, man.
Chili
No,
did
man,
say
you
something
ain't going
about
there.
his
Stop
donations
it.
for bottled water too.
Gotta
Oh,
be
they have
ready.
bottled water.
That's not the intention of those courts to put you away out of your freedom.
Bro, you are not going for a 180 days. He did something totally different. You're not even getting like. Are you even facing it? You are.
He's doing
If you,
zero. He's doing
yeah,
zero.
dude, it's your stage, bro. Like,
Yeah, you're
You know what's
safe.
interesting though? It was what if
Literally
they pulled up like a data sheet of this Zimmerman and all of her convictions or whatever and like sentencing. I mean, she has to have a million other exact same charges, right? Like, which is basically the way I was looking at it is like a disorderly conduct, like obstruction of the investigation into your plates. Like, it just sounds like a disorderly conduct, like bullshit charge, right? Which most of the time they're just like, yeah, you already got arrested. Like, it's over. Like, to get 180 days for like what I consider like a weirdo, like, because disorderly conduct is just like a random, we're going to arrest you, and it really doesn't mean anything, right? Like, it's the most, how could you ever get convicted on that? And it's obstruction seems like the same thing. Like, but I don't know. He was doing something different. He was like obstructing whatever the fuck public business that
Somebody
lady,
else, right?
yeah, that they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, he listen
So-
here. Can I say?
But I would
something?
like to see like a data sheet, like of how many times someone got charged with obstruction, and how many times they went to jail for 180 days, or how many times they got like, you know what I mean? Because what isn't that something that you could kind of like? Isn't that evidence you could like almost bring to court?
No,
to show
past
like
performance is no guarantee
the,
of future returns.
But I'm just saying, it would be interesting to look at that.
No, that circumstance is so hard. What I'm saying is this: is that what evidence you're saying that's evidence, right? Well, look at the evidence they got against you, because I told you before they got no witnesses. So make a discovery request for a list of their witnesses. Once they do that, those witnesses are now going to be called on stand as witnesses. What are they going to say? You're going to ask them the hard questions that they just can't and won't want to answer. They're not going to want to be there. You're going to file the affidavits. They're going to say, good, motion, get this thing out of our courts. We don't want to deal with this shit. They really don't want to go down that road, Brian. And they're pretty assured that you're just going to do it the wrong way, like you've seen all these other people when you're looking at her rap sheet or whatever you want to call it. The fact of the matter is that something, if anything I've learned, is that if you play the game on the technicalities like the Esquires do, right, you're no more honorable. You know, if you could learn the law and stand on the law and then get your remedy that way, or get the whatever you want to call it, the outcome you're looking for, desirable outcome through that principle, right, adhering to your principles while still following their rules, is to me the better outcome of the two.
Is it weird
and
that
much more reliable lately?
Is it weird that like instead of going to like a law library, I have this feeling that it's equally valuable to just skip the law library and do like alchemical, like pull out some alchemical books instead? I'm going to read a couple lines from this thing right here, just to give you guys a taste of what I'm talking about.
I have a complaint on behalf of the people. Dr. Soul Player Martin Luther King Jr. X has not been getting enough attention, and that's all. That's all for now.
Soul Player. Is that fucker live? Let me see. Yeah, Daddy, my black online, my Deaf Black Daddy. Fucking Soul Player. Well, let's see here. I'm just gonna read a couple lines of this. Tell me this doesn't sound like something legal. All right. This is the spirit of truth. So what they're talking about here, this is Paracelsus. He's an alchemist, and he's talking about, I'm not going to read much, guys, so just hang with me for a minute or two. He's talking about this philosophical stone, right? So we're philosophy, right? The philosophy of law. And I think all this shit's like intertwined. So he's talking about this stone, right, that you make, this physical thing you make that you could eat and fucking have all this miraculous healing shit, right? So he's describing it, right? So I'm going to read a little bit of it. So he said, when he says, this is the spirit of truth, he's talking about this philosophical stone. This is the spirit of truth, which the world cannot comprehend without the interposition of the Holy Ghost, and without the instruction of those who know it. The same is of a mysterious nature, wondrous strength, boundless power. The saints from the beginning of the world have desired to behold its face. By Avicenna, this spirit is named the soul of the world. For as the soul moves all the limbs of the body, so also does the spirit move all bodies. And as the soul is in all the limbs of the body, so also the spirit is in all elementary created things. It is sought by many and found by few. It is beheld from afar and found near. For it exists in everything, in every place, and at all times. It has the powers of all creatures. Its action is found in all elements, and the qualities of all things are therein, even in the highest perfection. By virtue of this essence did Adam and the patriarchs preserve their health and live to an extreme age, some of them also flourishing in great riches. When the philosophers had discovered it, with great diligence and labor, they straightway concealed it under a strange tongue and in parables, lest the same should become known to the unworthy and the pearls be cast before swine. For if everyone knew it, all work and industry would cease. Man would desire nothing but this one thing. People would live wickedly. The world would be ruined, seeing that they would provoke God by reason of their avarice and superfluity. For eye hath not seen it, nor ear heard, nor hath the heart of man understood what heaven hath naturally incorporated within this spirit. Therefore I briefly enumerated some of the qualities of the spirit to the honor of God, that the pious may reverently praise him in his gifts, which the gift of God shall afterwards come to them. And I will herewith shew, that shew is like basically show. Here I will herewith shew what powers and virtues it possesses in each thing, also its outward appearance, that it may be more readily recognized. See, the reason I did that right there is like we could say like it's the spirit of truth, the spirit of the law, right? Talk about the spirit of the law. We're talking about truth. You're walking in these courtrooms, and I think because what they say with this alchemical is that even though you're making a physical stone, it's more of an interior. Like even if you could use that stone to change a base metal into gold for profit, right? But it's all inside. Like you wouldn't even care to do that. You're not even like greedy like that by the time you're able to physically make that stone. So basically, there's something there.
There's so many other avenues unlocked by the time you create that stone that like you're already creating value in so many other spaces. That stone is kind of just like cool.
Right,
I can make that too.
Yeah, because it's like you are the stone. Like that's what I'm saying. To embody whatever the fuck I just read, like embody that like to your core. Like because they talk about how this stone could be so healing, and when you're doing this freedom shit, and if I'm really living like a free man and being an example, like that is so empowering and so healing, and like you could literally heal people. Like he's talking about he had throat sores and shit because of like a spiritual malady. Like if I was so fucking free, and then I'm inspiring other people to do this, like you could never. This could click off the 100 monkey thing. We could be in like fucking heaven on earth type shit, like Paul was talking about in his speech. Like
yeah, quick as could be. Yeah,
you never know.
Like you see the convergence between thought and action that has to occur, though. So to do the alchemical thing, right? There's still elements in reality that have to be followed. You could say the stone itself is what would be called a catalyst, right? That the nature of the stone doesn't change. But because of its characteristics, it causes changes in other things, but it's not degraded because of it. Kind of like magnetism or something else. Magnetism isn't lost by its effort, right? It never goes away. And those kinds of forces, right, are a lot different than the forces we kind of attribute with the synthetic or the man-made or the even evil, you could almost say, where it needs to be fed constantly like a fire. Like if you don't continually put fuel into the fire, it burns out. It's the same with evil. It's not an everlasting thing like a magnet. The magnet's always emitting or not, whatever it's doing, right? It's pulling in a negative pressure constantly. It never goes away. The more you use it, it's still there. Unlike the evil forces. So when you think of those kind of forces of not that they're opposing, so to speak, they are in a way contradictory, but they're part of the same, consubstantiality, I guess you could say. They have a part with the substance and a part with the spiritual that is inseparable, that make them what they are. There's no such thing as good or evil, right? But the evil is that which is always consuming, and the good is the one that's always catalyzing, generates, right? Without loss, no degradation from doing it. Degradation.
Does anyone check out when Tribe starts talking?
Yeah, that was part of the goal.
What'd you say?
So ultimately is that Brian, if you can learn to just get the expression down right and then have it follow within the constraints of their rules of just expressing it right. It doesn't have to be in their language. It just has to be written in a form that they can understand it as it applies to the context of what they're claiming, right? And then show up. And all you have to do showing up, again, is that you just have to state when they say, how do you plead? How do you do this or that? And you say, no, I stand on the affidavits or whatever you filed, stand as written. There's no case for you to adjudicate. That's all you're there to say, just to stand there and then let them question you. But remember, you're not part of the investigation. There's nothing further to do. You object to them trying to prosecute from the bench. How can a judge start to bring upon a case when there's no one there saying, oh, but do this, do that? The judge can't do that. Judge is supposed to just be there presiding over what the complainant is saying. If there's no one complaining, how is a judge supposed to adjudicate? It becomes a sham legal process under color of law.
So O'Shea, I'm going to tell you a story that I think correlates to the text you just read and how it's contrast to what Tribe just said. I think I shared a bit of the story before when I was in the country called Georgia during Clownvid. Me and the wife of I were traveling to there, right? It just reminded me of this story because I'm just looking at my YouTube feed and it's saying apparently the Georgian police were shooting rubber bullets at protesters. Okay, well, it just reminded me of the story. And the story is, I don't speak Georgian. It's like one of the most unique languages on the planet. It's not related to anything else. So I don't fucking speak Georgian. But also, I wasn't afraid. Okay, so it's an inner conviction, alchemy, whatever you want to call it, faith, that I move in peace, essentially. So me and the wife of I, it was during the Clownvid stuff. Everybody's freaking out, right? They didn't require masks on the plane or nothing like that, but I didn't know what was going to happen at the immigration thing, right? She had an e-visa. I didn't need one because of the passport. And I told the story before. I was in the line and I showed her, I made the mistake of going first and showing my passport first. I thought that they would let us stay there because she was my wife. And I told her, look, this is my wife. I handle her, lawful papers and all this stuff. So, you can talk to me about it. She's my wife. And they could just go like, no, you have to walk through this little door in her weak English, the woman. And I'm like, no, I'm not walking through this little door. I don't care what you're going to say. Like, you're not cause I had a little bit of fear in me. The fear was, I think it was a healthy fear. I didn't want to get separated from her because it always starts, these things always start to me when there's a separation, when they kind of force separation. And so I was like, no, I'm not separating with her under any, no circumstances. And that's non-negotiable.
Right, it's a union.
Yes, I just told them that. Right. But I didn't read that from a book. Right. So it's just no, we're not going anywhere. I'm not going through that little fucking door. I'm going to stay in here and you can talk to me. I don't care what your Georgian fucking law is or your Georgian codes. I don't give a fuck. You're not going to tell me where I'm going to go. Cross that little fucking barrier and break my private covenant. And then she's like, you have to go through this door. And I'm like, I'm not going through the door. Look at the fucking paper. I'm holding the e-visa and the paper. Here's the e-visa and the passport. Look at it, process it, and then we'll go through the fucking door together. And she was like, and then there was an impasse, and she goes and gets 3 giant Georgians. I don't know if you know about Georgians. They're fucking huge. And they're serious military guys. And I'm a little fucking skinny pipsqueak, skinny fucking, ding dong. And they're like, what's up? What's going on here? And then she tells them in Georgian, and their faces change. Their faces were like this. I saw their faces go. They looked at her and they go, and they basically were like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And then he was like, "What's up?" And then he goes, "Let me ask him," basically in Georgian. I can tell, you can tell these things, right? And he just comes over and goes, "What's up?" And I just go, "Look, with all due respect, this is my wife. She speaks like 90% perfect English, but we're traveling. I don't want to separate under any circumstances. I'm not going through this little door. Like, can I just stay here and deal with the paperwork? I handle her paperwork. I got it all right here. Like, can we just do it like that?" And I handed it to him. And he's like, "Yeah, it's fine." She looked at the woman and she was like, and he was like, he basically was like, "What the fuck is wrong with you, you moron? Spirit of the law, not the fucking text." So that's the story, right? The fucking moral of the story is, I don't know what the Georgian codes are. And even if they did throw me in a fucking prison, right? Because of this, I broke the code, right? But I'm not going to go to the court and learn Georgian and learn their legal process. I'm just going to stand there and go, "Hey, this is my conviction. We're not going to be separated. It's like, there's like war happening. I'm not getting separated with her, period." And come what may of that.
And as you learn that everything you did and expressed there, you found to be totally valid and expressed in law. So what I'm just saying is all these principles that you're going to find that concurrence within the laws, within the rules. I'm not saying to go beyond the rules, because the rule of law is the rule of right. So what's right is going to be the law. It can't be other. That's how the law gets its validity, is that it's a bridge between natural law and the written letter, the black letter of the law, but it has to be a basis in the reality of what is right and what we all pretty much agreed is natural law. I mean,
I know I need to, I know I want to, like, have some of the technicalities of this legal lawful stuff down, but like, it's like people ask me, okay, what are you going to do if you get dragged into court or something? And it's like, well, the preparation, the practice is like, it's like I come at it from such a different angle. Like, I want to practice like working on that man on the street shit, like the fear from that, owning a room, the comedy shit, like, so that, like, it's just reminded me, like, your story, Timmy, like you're already, like, when you practice, like, just saying whatever, like, if you're already practicing all these things, and like the law should be wrapped up in that, like the spirit of truth, spirit of freedom, like that is the spirit of the law, right? Like, so if I'm day to day in my day-to-day life practicing all these different things, and then I also, through conversations like this, or like figuring out strategies, like if I do get dragged into actual court, but my practice, like to practice law for me is almost like leveling up in different ways to where when you're in front of people, you don't have these fears and you don't shut down, and you're just fucking you, dude. It's that radical authenticity. Like, people could smell that shit, dude. Or like, it's like they could smell fear on you and different things, like in a courtroom. I think that goes a long way when you're just fucking you with your convictions and beliefs, dude. Like, how much can they do with that? Especially like if you're not belligerent,
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, there's still men and women there, right? I don't know what's going to happen if those are just robots, right? But they're still men and women with spirits and souls, however you want to define that. And so the other, like, the men are responding to that. And I think they appreciated it and respected it. It's respect. Like, I wasn't, there's always more than two doors. Like, it's not just like, I'm like, fuck you. Like, could you imagine, like, imagine if I was just like, according to the Bible, the covenant of 1, 2, 3 says a woman and his man cannot be separated. like, could you imagine? Like, that's a completely different situation. I was like, listen, miss, I'm not going through your fucking little door. Just pretend I went through the door. I'm going to stand here and I'm going to handle the business. Thank you. Here, take the paper. Right? It's different. And then the third door is yes, I'll go through the door. And then it's like, then they start talking to my wife, right? A Georgian woman speaking English to a Vietnamese woman speaking English, both second languages, both going to not be perfect. Something lost in translation. I can't go back through the door. It's during slavery. I heard, some countries are requiring medication, some aren't. It's a big, it's a big question mark, all of that shit. And all of this comes from, I want to be a fucking man and protect myself and protect my woman, etc. So I'm going to do what I got to do to protect her. So that's where all this comes from, is like a deep love, right? A deep love for myself and for her, right?
Timmy, at the same point, I'm sure she's expressing that, no, I'm with him. You're not taking me from him.
Of course.
And they should be able to see that as well. It's reciprocal. You know what I mean? It's not like you ever, like she's your property, you know, like some of these countries do. You know what I mean? You
didn't say a word, but I mean,
you could probably act a certain
like,
way if you know what I mean, and say, no, she's my property. I own her and about 3 others. And they'd be like, okay, no problem. We get it. You know, if your passport was from a different place, you know what I mean? But that's besides the point. The point is that, it's a tacit agreement that exists already just by the virtue of it being a marriage. You know, I mean, it's just every culture has that. So for them to disrespect it like that, and under any color of law, it's ridiculous. So so that lady was out of line. Period.
Yeah, and we went all over in 2022, and 2021 and 2022. Dude, we went to the Transnistria, the fucking Russian controlled occupied part of Moldova. We went to Moldova, Georgia, Albania, and I don't know I can't speak all those languages. But the funny thing is, like, I looked at all the constitutions anyway to try to understand on some level, and they all basically say the same thing. And whether they're actually operating on that or not is we know
the difference is that here's a big difference. The big difference in America, we actually have a guarantee for due process of law where they don't. But few people enforce it. And that's all I'm telling Brian to do. Just enforce due process of law. We got to maintain the integrity of the courts. You can't be, making a travesty of justice and a mockery of what's going on here, right? You want to express what's going on here, and you want to be able to articulate it both with your presentment of your facts, right? The facts. That's why you need a list of witnesses.
So this comes into where do we accept due process? Because getting a ticket on the side of the road or having to sign for something is not due process. Due process is done through a process server or directly.
There's a million ways. Like you said, there's a million ways to attack these things. Like, they're not even giving you lawful notice. How is it lawful notice if the guy who's like starting a court thing is also giving notice? Like, that's against the rules of fucking civil procedure. They can't even. That isn't even valid. So that's not even valid. There's like 100 problems.
For Brian, I just think that the best thing for him though is to nip it in the bud, to take care of it, because ultimately, they're going to drag in one way or another. Just give them notice. Judicial notice is your evidence. What evidence they have? Hearsay. Remember. You're the eyewitness. You're going to swear on testimony. They all hear this and that. We heard he had this expired. We don't know. We just heard it from a report, or we saw a blip on our screen that said this and that, or we saw a number out of place on a metal plate on the back of his vehicle. All this nonsense.
The Judge Zimmerman, right? Like, check it out, Cheif. So, like Paul was saying, they like every day she's just hammering these people. No one's like everyone either has a lawyer or no lawyer. It's probably a bunch of people with no lawyers, and it's just like. She's just like, it's just like, what do they call it? Like a conveyor belt. Like, it's just fucking, factory. It's like, she's working at a factory and she has to like say the same shit. She's like obligated to like, you hear her like, yeah, and then they go to the next one. So she's almost like begging in her spirit for something different, right? Like, maybe not DeCastro, like maybe DeCastro is different, but in the opposite way of what I'm saying. She wants someone to like come with some fucking heart. Like, you know what I mean? Because like if this thing Eva that the Orlando talks about, we all know right from wrong deep in our core. Like, everyone knows right from wrong. So that means everyone that's fucking up or that's a slave, everyone knows it on some level, right? If everyone knows right from wrong, then everyone knows right from wrong, dude. So like in all situations, deep inside. So it's like, if I get in that courtroom, it's just a matter of right and wrong, dude.
Look here, Brian, here's the thing. If you're in that courtroom, the only way you should be in that courtroom, right? The only reason you're physically there is to express what you just said here. However, the legal portion, right? Your presentment of facts and the legal analysis needs to be done in advance and in writing and presented to the court beforehand so it stands. All you need to do is go up there and say, everything I put up here stands. And then you can add that in, right? But you would also remind them, right, that there's a lack of jurisdiction as a matter of fact in law, right? And that there's no case to adjudicate. You'd assert that. However, you would say, Your Honor, I understand there's been bad public relation things going on in the news and with other people. I'm not out here claiming to be this or that. I'm out here as Brian O'Shea, the future of comedy, and I'm just living my life, not causing anyone loss, injury, or harm. I've come in good standing to your local municipality to tell them exactly what I'm doing so they're not alerted by it. The only reason they pulled me over is because of a misunderstanding on their part. However, I'm willing to forgive them at that. And we just dismiss this case with prejudice. So nothing further with this. And I think you could go to bed tonight feeling you did the right thing because there was no reason to do anything here today. And I will feel good about this, knowing that, I still have faith in our justice system and the legal process will be upheld by good people like you in this honorable court.
You know what? I told this story before, and I'm not trying to like advocate for people getting out of debt, but I was dating this girl who had some credit card debt, and someone showed up to the house with a subpoena or whatever. And so, like, I showed up to court with this girl, and I had done some research before we got there, and I was like, well, a lot of these collection agencies, they just get a big fucking printout of like names, so they have no contracts and shit. So if you just go up there and say, I want to see the contracts, which is a valid thing. Like, hey, if I'm going to pay debt, I want to see a valid contract that I owe it to you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, anyone could take it.
Yeah.
And then I went, so the lawyer for the credit card agency, like we talked out in the hallway, and he's like, so what do you guys, I'm like, I want to see the contracts. He's like, oh, no, that doesn't matter. When you sign up and blah, blah. I'm like, all right, well, we're going to go to trial then. We're going to request to go to trial, and we're going to want those contracts. So he's like, all right, yeah, whatever. So we set up the trial, and we show up for the trial, right? And they're like, he's like, the first words I was all right, Your Honor, I want to drop the case. I want to withdraw my case, or whatever. And then the judge just he's like, I want to do it without prejudice, right? So he could bring it back later. But I didn't know what the fuck he meant. And then the judge was like, he's not even. The judge just goes, that means you win, you can leave, or something like that. But he didn't like, you know what I mean? It's like he
ain't there to educate you
on the prejudice thing, like, or whatever. Like, he wasn't talking about the prejudice. He wasn't about what the prejudice meant. He was just like, it's like, yeah, that's it, that's over, you can leave or whatever. But like, I don't know. I just found it interesting because I had fear. I had nothing else. Like, if we're at a fucking trial, and we show up, and it's just like, I had nothing else other than I want to see the contracts. So it's like, it's kind of a learning thing to where it's like, I feel like I have minimal things, but it still could be enough. Like, it's like, there's no injured party. I'm in here with the correct spirit, right? Yeah, I made the mistake of the plate being on there. Okay, I can see that. Maybe we could try to figure something out there. But beyond that, like, nothing makes sense. Like, my car's already been towed. I already went to jail. Yeah. I don't know, man. There is fucking fear in this shit. I gotta admit, false strength, dude. Paul fucked me up the other day with this fear and false strength shit, dude.
What?
This JG acting out like this false. I don't know. I got a lot on my mind, but like, it's just these concepts of like false strength, dude. Like projecting false strength. Like, oh, I want to go in there and put my hands on fucking Chili. But what does that stem from? It's like, oh, because Chili's fucking me up because I got the same judge, and he's causing me problems. Now I have fear.
No, but why don't you look at it
this
as
is
an
a wonderful opportunity. This is amazing.
Yeah, it is. You could take the high road because let's face it, man. He didn't really go viral in that case. You know that he needed that attention because it's worth its weight in gold. Now he's on the news. He's out there making broadcasts from there.
Yeah, but more importantly, dude, he's exactly where he needs to be for his own spiritual development, his own development as a person. Yeah. Even though he might not be handling it correctly, he's exactly where he needs to be for his development. Like, it's working out perfectly for him. He might not agree with that, right? I think we would all objectively say, like, hey, yeah, this dude needed exactly this because he's in his ego, he's fucking greedy, like, and we're witnessing his process, right?
I personally beg to differ because I think he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's there for a different purpose than that, and he's not going to learn anything in
He ain't
that
that
respect
fucking
from it.
smart or fucking spiritually centered, dude. What the fuck you talking
Huh?
about?
What's
He's not
that?
that smart or spiritually centered. He doesn't know what he's.
Well,
What do you just
I'm not saying
line
that.
up with
Anyways,
people?
what does it have to do smart with anything? You know, I mean, a lot of people
You're
that
acting
weren't
like
necessarily.
Chili's doing this as some grand fucking. He has a grander plan than we could see. Like he's like doing a bit non-bit.
Well, his channel's growing faster than yours and mine.
Dude, you always
but
miss
that's
the
not what
fucking
he's.
mark, dude.
He's
You
not.
always
But maybe
miss
that's
the
his
fucking
goal.
mark.
I
Dude.
mean,
You're like a physical. You're in a spiritual head world, dude. You have no heart and soul and spirit, bro. You
I'm
always
not
go for the heady,
advocating.
physical, monetary world shit, bro. Like you always
Why
miss
are you
the
why are you
fucking
putting me into
spiritual.
this? I'm
Because you
just pointing out.
yeah, dude. His channel's
facts.
growing. It's
What
going
do you
great.
think is driving him?
It has nothing to do with his channel.
Why do
Nothing's
you
going
think
great
he's
for him. He's
listen?
looking like an idiot.
Why do you? Well, listen. According to you, but according to him, maybe that's what he wants. Maybe I'm not saying it's a good thing. Do you think I want that? Hell no. I don't even agree with it.
You're so
I think it's.
difficult to
I think
talk
what
to,
I'm
dude.
telling you is what I would do personally if I were in that position. But I would do what I'm telling you to do. Really, if you want to know what I would want to do, what he did is everything wrong. First of all, I wouldn't Esquire. Definitely wouldn't hire one on the side. I mean, come on, man. It's like a side of what? And then third of all, I mean, how could you let the guy stand there, let presumption stand, not cross-examine that freaking lying witness or whatever they call that guy up there?
Yeah.
I mean,
I gotta jump off here, but good to talk to y'all. Be well.
yeah, man. Truth or
talk
cop, great conversation. It's been great talking to you,
brother.
It's the first time I've talked to
Salute.
all three of y'all, I believe. Great talk to you. Believe. Be well.
Sir.
Yeah, thanks for coming by, Truth or Cop.
Thank you.
Yo, Shay,
Sorry. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Regarding the thing you mentioned about the debt thing, I tested what we're talking about here on something like that in last year, September 2023. Some company sent, yo, get up here. Tell him that to his face.
Yeah, this chick is always this is a hot chick. Her name's the Good Pussy Cat. See that? She's a freak. She's half black, half Puerto Rican. She said she's gonna come up here and see if she's a woman of her word. But are you saying something else to me?
No, yeah, no, I was just saying the thing you said about the thing in court. I sent them a private notice in the same kind of situation. I said, hey, where's the debt? And then they just never replied again. But yeah, that's all. I'm just verifying, just another kind of validating what you said. I just sent them a private notice, and I wrote it to I addressed the man who was like signing the papers, claiming that there was a debt owed, and to the corporation, because I did have an LC at one point, and there was a small loan there, and I admit that I did forget to pay it, and they like pay some of it, and then they just stopped asking. But and then I looked at the document. They never signed they never put their signature on anything. So I'm like, okay, well, and I wrote a 2-page notice, and I just went through it. First, I do admit I was in dishonor before today regarding this matter. So there's no need for a complaint in a public court. I believe we can handle this in the private. And then I just said, I asked, please provide proof that XYZ Corporation did in fact buy the alleged debt from the original creditor. Blah blah blah. And that's it. Like, and I said, presuming I get confirmation after that, I honorably agree to supply remedy. And they never said anything.
Right, because they could have.
We don't need to go down that dark road tonight.
They just never replied.
That because
I admitted dishonor, and then I was like, okay, I will provide remedy, like as long as this contract is valid. So send the contract.
I'm just saying that I think you might have been a bit mistaken about the dishonor, but that's for another conversation. Back to what Brian was saying. To stand on your principles like that. Again, you can't falter doing that. And the easiest way to do that, though, is that you got to satisfy the rules of that court. That's why the writing, you do it in advance, get it filed, so it's on record. You just go there to testify. It stands, and I'll sit here and swear on the oath that everything in there is true and correct. Under penalty of perjury. So help me God. And whatever they want, right? That's why you're there, just to affirm whatever you just presented there, as far as the affidavits or legal notice, judicial notice, motion, whatever you did, right? And you say it stands as written. There's no case to adjudicate, right? And there's a lack of jurisdiction. The judicial notice, you're going to give them judicial notice of the court's lack of jurisdiction as a matter of fact and law. Give them your analysis of facts and your legal analysis, so that they get it clear how it's supposed to be interpreted through their system, and that there's really nothing to rebut there.
Another time, to the opposite of this, I don't know if it was after that other incident with the debt, but whatever. I fucking had a car, right? And I was doing well like for years. I was like sober and like I was making every payment on this car. Then the second I like relapsed on weed, like I fucking just stopped. I don't know, whatever. It's kind of a long story, but whatever. I kind of wasn't working and shit. I ended up like having this car like fucking missing the payments, right? So I owed on this car, and it gets in an accident while I'm sleeping in it. Right, I'm fucking sleeping in it. Right, this fucking big ass car hits it right where my head is. Dude. I don't know how the fuck I wasn't dead. Probably because I was just sleeping and like in such relaxed. I don't know, dude. I got blown all the way across the street. The fucking car goes up. And dude, I dropped the ball on this one too, dude. Some gangbanger dude, some prostitute chick from down the block. We ended up figuring out who it was, and they had their insurance. I dropped the ball with their insurance. Like, dude, but anyways, dude, I show up in court, right? And the judge wanted me, dude. In hindsight, the judge like had a smile on his face. He thought that I was gonna fight it, dude. He was totally gonna fucking let me win, dude. In hindsight, he wanted me to fight, dude, or like, cause I think he hated the bankers, and he just, dude. So, anyways, like we show up, and he bitches out the lawyer for the bank, right? They're trying to collect on this car, and like he's like, you don't got the right paperwork. He's like, come back. We're gonna continue this till later. And he's like yelling at this dude, right? I didn't even know what was going on. Like he's just doing this all for me. He's like trying to show me though. I think like, look, bro, when you come back for this continuance, like, come with something, dude. I'm gonna fucking dismiss it. I'm not saying like it's cool to get, if you owe debts, to get it dismissed, but the point I'm making is that I don't know if you were hearing that, Timmy, or not, but I'm not saying it's cool to like get rid of debt if you actually owe it, but the point is that like you never know what the judges are looking for. And this judge did not want this banker to fucking win, dude. In hindsight, so if I would have just came with anything, dude. But I ended up there, and they're just going like, yeah, man, I stopped working. I fucked up, dude. I owed these motherfuckers money. Like that was it, dude. I had nothing. But if I would have gave them anything, like to try to fight it, like it's just interesting in hindsight, dude. Like it's like we think all the judges are always going to be against you, but no, sometimes they root for you, and I experienced it. So it's just like I haven't heard that too many times where the judge just obviously wants you to do something, anything, because it's easy to hate like a debt collecting like a bank, you know what I mean?
But they like, if you really like going back to what I said about how like the government hasn't hurt me, I just made me think of Mitchell. Timmy hurt me. The government hurt me. Brian hurt me. Like when the banks are not going around like forcing people to take loans. Like they're not even doing that. Like, yeah, there's confusion and obfuscation. I get it. But at the end of the day, it's like a bank or a debt collection. It's like they're just going. They just seemingly going on a contract. Right? Some will say, "Oh, it's fraudulent." Well, again, if I believe it's real and I'm signing a paper, and the other side isn't signing it, and I'm paying, it's like that's what I think the contract says. And so it is a bit confusing, right? But at the end of the day, it's like it seems to me always by consent. Look, like
Well, I
Mike
think-
Freeman saying, it's not that, Timmy, it's pure fraud. They don't lend money. Like, yeah, but you go in there thinking that you're doing it. You're going in there and you're intercoursing with like something that you don't know what it is. Like, why are you doing that? Why aren't you going to somebody you trust and know and dealing with a man? Why are you doing that with ABC Bank? Like, that's kind of the issue. That's the issue. I know you're not Mike. I see Mike, like, you're gonna just be on this tangent for the next 10 years, and then you're gonna come back and be like, yeah, you're right. It's just like, it doesn't matter. Like, what you're saying right now, it doesn't matter. Like, what the words you're saying, it's an installment agreement to access money. You're doing something. You're going to some demon organization, dead paper, and like they hand you a paper, and then like you do something, and then they hand you like magical pieces of paper. It's like, just why are you doing that? Why do
You're
you have
signing up for usury, right? Which is one of the like foundational. It's like the number one law. Like, if you want to destroy a society, have it be involved in usury. So if you're going to show up to where people are doing usury, like, you're already spiritually like.
Don't go there. It's like, just ignore it. If everybody just ignored them and then did banking with each other and trust with each other, that's what they don't want. That it's called a bank, right? A river bank. They sitting at the river bank and hoping, waiting for all the water to collect there, the currency, right? But like, you don't have to go there. You can if you want to, and then you get involved in contracts where you don't even know what it says. I don't play that.
Dude, living off riverbanks, dude. I'm gonna stick on that point, dude. I think that's so fucking awesome, dude. I think that's what we need to do, dude. Because you could get power from that. I've seen a hydroelectric power. If you're like living right next to a riverbank, dude, that's like a gift from God, bro. Like, and it is probably similar like the bank, because we think banks are all powerful and they supply, but they don't. They're just emulating fucking nature or something, dude. Yeah, the whole corruption of how banks probably started, some honorable thing. Oh yeah, we're gonna do this, and this way. Into the way
they
serve a purpose
gold and gave pieces of paper. It's a service. It's just a service, just like O'Shea mowing your lawn, tribe. It's just like it's just a service.
Well, it's more than that, because I guess it goes a lot deeper. It really goes back to the Federal Reserve Act and the new money and the New Deal, when everything really changed. When you really think about it, what is a mortgage? What is a loan? What is eligible paper? What are bills of exchange? You're right. Most people don't know what the contract is, but when you do know what's in the contract, it changes the game. But that's way too much to talk about tonight. And plus, I'm cautiously optimistic about Brian, his presentment, however he decides to do it, that whatever it'll be a way to demonstrate. Listen, you hear me. I keep a lot in the private. I try to bring out as much as I can, because I do want to encourage, people that have encouraged me in ways of just in a spiritual sense, so to speak, where I don't need to necessarily get to the facts in detail. But as it stands, I can see Brian making a large, I don't want to say the word impact, but a true impact, though, for these principles that we talk about truth and freedom, and the foundations of what makes, whether you like it or not, the American experiment. It is unique. It's different than everywhere else in the world, and it really is kind of a reason why so many people value to be a part of that experiment. I guess it's at odds with a lot of other ideologies and other power structures, but it's in a way that I guess, it might not be the best, but it's the best out there right now compared to the other systems. So if it's what we have, actually we're entrusted with it. We were the posterity of those who set it up, went through a lot of trouble, a lot of blood to set it up. And we have a pretty easy ride if we could just stand for it. I see it being a worthy cause. I don't see it something where, if you just go through the little extra work, Brian, use what help you have to get the heavy lifting, you know, the writing down, that you've got what it takes to go there and stand on what's the principles, right? And express them in a way that will have a lasting effect on people when they see that, because you're not gonna have to worry about the technical aspects. That'll be taken care of in the background, where you say that I stand on what I presented, right? And I'm here to clear, you know, get this record clear, and I want this to be part of the record here, you know, and you know, I'm here, your honor, do everything and say to, you know, I know there's been public relation issues in this court, you know, and it's important to uphold the integrity of court and to see justice is properly administered in these halls here, right? And that you have a duty to your cloth and to your craft to uphold the process in equal protection of the law. And I'm sure this court will, you know, abide by the motions presented forth, and we'll be done with this thing and with prejudice, so that we can, you know, move it forward honorably.
You're saying the same thing again. Mike is saying we are not getting rid of it. Why? Okay, why do? First of all, don't say we. Okay, but you can say whatever you want. I wouldn't say we. Why is we? Why do we have to get rid of it? Why? Okay, so you're presuming that if you could snap your fingers and the banks disappear, so people are just going to naturally now understand what they're supposed to understand about trust and dealing with fellow man. I'm baffled. No, they're going to go, we need a new bank. Give us a new bank immediately. And they're going to just go and form a bank and copy paste the contract. It's not going to do anything. You don't understand how life works. You don't solve problems by genociding the darkness. You can't. That doesn't work, in my opinion. Why do you need to get rid of the bank in order to deal in trust? Why does that matter to you? What everyone else is doing? Why does that affect you?
Who are you talking to, Timmy?
Mike Freeman in the comments.
Oh shit! I was like, holy shit! There's someone else on panel I'm not listening to, and I'm talking. All right, yeah, because I was just talking about the presentment at court for Brian. That, you know, I think that because he does stand up, that the fact that when he speaks at the court, and if he can speak honorably, that it will be something where they'll invite it. I think it'll be well celebrated in a way, and the fact that you can do it in a detailed and professional way to express the written part of it just adds to the whole panache of what you're doing there. You know, it puts validity. It's not like a show.
He's not listening anymore, dude. You have to get the cues. Mike Freeman says, because the system affects us all. It does it? Are you sure? How? Can you explain that? How does it affect us all? How does there being a bank somewhere in town near you affect how you move in trust? What the fuck are you talking about? I just reject this concept. Why do you have to do things for the rest of the people? What is this? It doesn't matter. It's just a building that sits there and then makes an offer when you go in and try to sign up for their private fucking thing. Why does it matter to you? Why do you have to be involved? And you're making a lot of presumptions. Just because my ens legis has a bank account doesn't mean that the property inside it isn't mine. I also reject this. So the third party is involved. There's always some kind of terms involved. I don't know what they're going to do with it. Yeah, Mike, you're not talking about the bank. I agree. We're talking about everything. The bank, the court, all of them. Is it for you or not? If it's for you, then you're going to try to change it. But Mike says, no, you're making presumptions out of what it is that I think. You writing all the things you just did is you're proving your thoughts about it. You're calling it fraud. You're calling the banks fraud. How are you ready to prove that? You just made a statement. And like what who are you going to prove it to? Who are you proving this to? And then what are you going to do about it? You don't have the ability to change that. What right do you have to go and change the private banks? It's just ridiculous. Why don't you just move in trust? Right. So it's self. He says, if you just want to think about you and care about you, then that's a you problem. Okay, so you're presuming everyone else is a weak slave, and that you have to do a bunch of shit for them. Is this is what's happening? Because
yeah, but that's the thing. Like Paul talks about, when we're selfish and when we help ourselves out, like that's how you end up helping others out there. It's not when you like have this Talcott, oh, I'm gonna help others out. You can't even fucking help yourself out. It's like,
right, everybody's virtue signaling. They're virtue signaling. They're like, oh, banks bad, Federal Reserve bad, and then what? We need to end the Fed before we start moving in trust. So you're just going to not move in trust. You're going to not have your own private business. You're going to not have your own private property. You're not going to understand estate versus a trust. So you're not going to understand any of these things. You're going to spend all your time researching the Fed.
Mike, you just come up and talk about this, or
in the infant estate, and they haven't got that status right. So of course they can't move forward as managing their own affairs. But listen, hey, it's getting late. I got to get out of
comes
here.
up on panels, right?
I had a good conversation with you and Timmy, and believe it or not, Truth or Cop, that was actually a nice surprise. Timmy, good talking with you here. It's nice that we getting some in-depth stuff. I know it's dry, and I appreciate Brian having a platform where we can kind of get into some of these details, because let's face it, man, we got on the other panels and all everyone likes the drama stuff. I'm really just not into it, man. I throw it up there in the chat, have fun like that with everybody else, but it gets old, man.
Take those plates off your car. Click on the live
car,
stream.
man. Listen,
drive around to
fucking. Hey, you make it to Florida, man.
Mike, can you give me a sign? You're the mic. Give me a sign.
Tribe, likewise, man. See you next time.
Yep,
brother.
great talking, guys, and salute, and see you on the next time.
All right, man.
Tribe, go get arrested and film it. All right, Freeman.
I got to shut off my YouTube.
Huh?
Shut off your.
All right, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah, my YouTube was still running.
Oh yeah. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, Timmy? Fuck you, Timmy.
Fucking asshole.
You fucking bitch ass. No.
Yeah, man. I was doing that for like the past 15 years.
I get it.
And there's just like there's no end. There's like no end to that like rabbit hole. It just for me at least, I don't know. And then I always think about the end, like what's the logical end to this? It's like, okay, what if the banks went away tomorrow? What would we do? The same thing we can just do today. I don't have to convince every slave that they shouldn't accept slavery.
Look, you got it all wrong about what it is that I'm saying. I'm not saying we go out there and we like protest and do gay shit, man. I'm just saying do what you do as yourself and then talk about it openly. Why not talk about it openly? So that way other people can hear and other people are aware of what the problem is. Because if people aren't aware of what the problem is, they don't know what to say is the fucking problem. They just know that there's a fucked up system that they don't seem to have any control over. You know, but really it's just this national emergency that's been going. It's like 4 national emergencies in effect right now since before they did the National Emergencies Act, where they limited the amount of time that they could go on. And they've just refused to end the emergencies because that's how they have all the power. And all I'm saying is do your own thing. Talk about it openly. Make sure people know what the problem is. That way other people don't just think we're fucking crazy for wanting to do this walk, you know?
Yeah, I've been kind of changing my beliefs about this recently, man. I mean, it's just like, it kind of just gets nowhere. Like talking openly, what is the point of this? Like most of the time, it's just like fools just like freak out. And then it's just it just turns into a complete waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, and I totally agree. But you're like on one extreme end of whatever this is. Like you're to the point where you kind of just want to do your own thing. You don't give a fuck. It's kind of what it seems like. Am I wrong in assuming that?
I mean, I'm a free man. I do whatever the fuck I want and don't harm anybody or break my word.
Yeah, and like everybody else can just do whatever the fuck they want, and you don't care, right?
Well, like, look, I used to care a lot more because it's just like, but then I realized it's like, wait a second. It seems like I'm caring more than them. What am I doing? Like they're voluntarily doing all these things. So
I'm
like
the same way, man.
very like
it seems like I care more than
to think that like I should be doing, like I should be telling them what to do or rescuing them. It's like these people love it. Like the past 5 years really fucking solidified that these fucking people wanted their deaths or their enslavement. They fucking wanted it. They asked for it. They love it. I have
Yeah,
nothing.
most people fucking love it, man. Let them go fuck
They
themselves.
fought
But
for it.
some people are looking for a way out. You know, I think that I feel like I want to talk about it, and I'm not trying to save anybody. I'm not Captain Save a Ho or Save a Bro, but I'm gonna fucking talk about shit openly, and I don't give a shit about what the consequences are for talking about it. Even if I get some things wrong, I know that I get some things wrong every now and then. Fuck it, I'll correct myself. I actually hope people will correct me. I like being corrected. I'm one of those fucking people.
Yeah.
If I get something wrong,
yeah, for me it's just like I see what these folks are doing, and like I just kind of at this point I'm just like kind of tipping my hat and be like, okay, like I see the game, the pimping, if you will, and it's just like it's just like got nothing to do with me. It's like if I saw some a group of like gang members on the other side of the street, like they look like they're like, I don't know. They're like, did you see this guy? He's in. I don't know, man. It's just like if a gang members are like looking for other gang members, it's just like I'm not gonna be like, oh, those poor boys. The system turned them into gang members, and I'm gonna save them. It's just like they all signed up, and it's just like that's got nothing to do with me. And every time I think about that, it's like it's not my responsibility to save them. And every second that like I think about it or give energy to it is like 1 second wasted and not put towards the things, people, the energy, communities that I already have, like on some level, something going on with. So it's like I'm doing a disservice to the people that I already have or that are around.
maybe it just makes more sense for you because you're more established in it. I've had the mindset for a really long time, but the knowledge is new-ish to me. I've known about it for like since 2017 for the most part, and just gradually increasing my knowledge on it. So I'm not really well established in it because I haven't put much of any of it into practice yet. Because I've got that analysis paralysis. I think that's why Paul calls out analysis paralysis, because I've mentioned I've got analysis paralysis because there's so many different fucking sets of information out there. I just don't know which is correct and which is true and whatever. And then there's the different courses of action that people take. Like you are just like, I'm a man. I don't feel like I need to go in there, say anything. I've got the same mindset where I don't feel like when it comes to court, why the fuck should I have to say anything to these motherfuckers? Why should I have to file any sort of paperwork or anything like that? And then there's the tribe aspect, which is, I kind of fit into that one as well, because I'm also thinking, well, I understand that the system thinks that there's these contracts in place. They think they've got control. They got these presumptions and assumptions, and I've got to rebut the assumptions and presumptions. But then the other side of me kicks back in. Is like, no, fuck that. And I think you're purely on the fuck that side of it. Am I wrong about that?
Let me clear my position. I don't believe that I'm like, it depends on the situation, right? But if I didn't sign a contract and I didn't hurt anybody, I don't believe I'm under anybody's jurisdiction to follow their code. So like, I mean, if somebody's gonna send me like this company sent a message saying, "Hey, well, we think you owe this debt to us," I responded and I said, "Look, not sure about this, so send me the contract," and they didn't, right? So like, it just, as a man, wherever it's coming from, I mean, it just makes sense to reply, to be honest. And I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna like think about it for days and weeks and months. I'm just gonna sit down like maybe that day or the next day and write a reply notice in 10 minutes maybe, and just be like, and write it directly to the man that signed it at the bottom and the corporation that he's probably representing, and just say like, look, I don't know what is this? There's no there, as far as I understand, there's been no crime, and I don't see a contract attached here. When think you're mistaken, I say, present the contract. Otherwise, this has nothing to do with me. Thank you very much. Like, that's how I treat these things, or how I imagine them. At the end of the day, like I don't constantly get into these problems. The more you're emotionally like sound and not like looking for fights, and you just mind your business and move into private, it's like these things don't happen. Like nothing happens. It's just peace.
I'm not saying to be like emotional about it. I actually agree with what you're saying
Yeah.
you do about it. I'm just calling it fraud because it's fraud. There's at least 3 frauds with like a traditional loan, right? Or when you get to debt collections, right? 1, they typically don't even have the contract. 2, you're not a party to any contract with them. So even if they have the contract, you're not on that paperwork with them as the other signatory, right? And then I can't remember what the third one is off the top of my head, but it doesn't matter right now.
Yeah, but like a base. Let's just talk about a basic loan from like a basic bank. Like they're gonna have you sign like 5 pages of documents, and if somebody accepts that, it's like they really don't know what's going on. But what they believe is happening is that they're borrowing money, like they're borrowing fiat, and then like they're going in there and like. This is what I try to get people to understand, but like they seem to not understand it most of the time. It's like if I right now make up a contract 5 pages long, and it's like it's like what the fuck does this even say? Like there's like different languages, the structure's all weird. There's different boxes everywhere, and like and you like don't know what the fuck it says, but you sign that shit anyway. Because I tell you, yeah, just sign this, and I'm going to give you $50,000. You're going to pay me, $60,000 in a year. And if you sign this paper with a whole bunch of weird shit on it, it's like, it's your problem, not mine. It's your fucking problem. So you want to call that fraud? I mean, look, you signed it. So to me, that's not fraud. So you signed the thing, and you don't know what the fuck it said. Right, so it's like, because like I've been in other countries. I think I was in Thailand, and I didn't have a fucking SIM card. And at the airport, this guy hands me a contract for a SIM card. It's 1 page. It's in the Thai language. It's a bunch of squiggly lines, and I'm like, I'm not fucking signing it. I'm like, what are you insane? He's like, yeah, it doesn't mean anything. Just sign it. I'm like, no way. Like, no, I don't need the fucking phone that much. But like most people would just be like, yeah, whatever. I feel like that's the same thing with the bank. People are just signing the contract in fucking Thai, and then they're like, I don't think you can keep the position. I wouldn't say it's fraud because I don't know what the fuck it even said, and I didn't demand every word to be defined on that paper. So who the fuck? Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Law means like what's right and wrong. So that's just my opinion. So I don't know. You can say they didn't really borrow the money, or they just printed it in the digital. Onto the ledger, but I mean, you didn't clarify, or not you, but like the being accepting the loan didn't ask to clarify any of these fucking things. And then after the fact, when they're like pissed off about it, they're gonna try to go back and say it's fraud. I mean, it's just it doesn't add up. Basically, is what I think.
I see what you're saying, man. I see what you're saying. And knowing what it is now, I would never go get a traditional, quote unquote, traditional loan or anything like that ever again, unless I had some like extreme need or something,
But it is what it is, right? It's just like at the end of the day, like it is what it is. Like I'm not interested in doing that first as much as I don't need to. But like yeah, I mean I do everything in private, so it's just with men and women. It's just better. And also when it comes down to it, it's like over the last 4 years, I really came to this understanding where it's like there's something, it feels like the spirit is like pushing. I'm just gonna speak for myself. It feels like it was like pushing me to understand these concepts, and it was using the slave in 19 thing as an example, because like people were getting like locked out of their banks, like getting their banks shut down, or like all kinds of things, And I'm like, oh well, it's so. I'm like, it's the people's fault. Or like Macron is like, you will take your citizenship if you don't get the medication. And I'm like, okay, well, they would still be a French national. You know how many people freaked out over that news? And I'm just like, okay, if they take my American citizenship, I'm still a national. You can't change my nationality.
Well, it's actually better if they take the citizenship back. It's actually a good thing.
Yeah, like you can't change my nationality. You can't change the resourcefulness of how I generate value, my ideas, my thoughts, my feelings, my faith. like time and energy and attention, you can't change any of these things. Yeah, you can attempt to put me in a prison that would sort of affect the my freedom of movement, but like, you know what I'm saying? So like all of the things, like it was almost like a burning away of like the dead energy, the dead, and kind of like the old, like some folks were saying that they were just like getting rid of the old people for multiple reasons. But like
I'm
it just
actually pretty
seems like
fucked up because I was saying the same kind of shit a few years ago. I was like, man, it's like they're getting rid of all the retards.
but like in a way, it's like, but it's an energy thing too. It's like if you can't, and again, I say this about everything. I still have Gmail. I still use Gmail. But if tomorrow they just put a screen up that says, all right, you have to start putting using your asshole as a picture. Like we're doing asshole scanning to access your account now. Who, like, what? Most people, billions of people are gonna freak out and like protest. I'm just gonna be like, well, it's their shit. Like, what the fuck? Why are people so like dumb? Like, it's not you. Like, you don't even pay for it. It's fucking free. You idiots.
I'm not even so sure they'd protest, dude. They during the COVID thing, they were gonna do the blood swap.
You're
asshole.
not talking into your mic.
They were doing butt swabs, Brian. It wasn't just
They were
going to. They
doing
actually
that.
they did that. Yeah. But also, they would disguise it as some kind of. Are you talking, Brian?
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if they were to roll something like that, then they would disguise it as like we'll tell you all about your health. Just one little glimpse at the asshole, the AI is gonna be able to tell you whether or not you're healthy. People will fall for that shit.
They have in public urinals in China now AI thing that's scanning the pee and telling you if you're healthy or not. It's like it's
fucking awesome.
AI piss scan.
Fucking alarm goes off and shit.
Yeah.
Fucking medics running and shit.
That's some funny shit. Like, where are they doing that at?
Where else? China.
What I thought about when with like the people dying off is like the alchemical process, dude, like to get to the purity. I mean, this also kind of sounds Hitler-ish too, or like genocide or something. But it's like the more I fucking side with the whatever, the fucking the evil ones, the power players, the fucking
right. Like is it really evil? Like again, like I mean, again, if I take a sword and jam it into the floor and then I put a sign in front of it that says you can jam your heart into this if you want, but it's at your own consent and you may die, and then millions of people go and do it, whose fault is that? And I can pay for all the advertising I want. I can pay all the doctors to say, some folks might say that jamming your head into this sword will give you superpower. Like, so at the end of the day, the last moment is there's a paper that says I fully absolve anyone from this decision. So is it my fault? Like, whose fault? It's the guy you signed it away. And again, why is anyone watching these news, like the news? Why is anyone watching these things? I need to know what's going on in somewhere 3,000 miles away. Why? How does that change anything for you?
The selection's coming up, Timmy. Come on now.
I know.
Don't you know how important all that is?
Yeah, it affects slaves.
fucking election, dude. The freak, dude. Trump's gonna save us. That's just, bro.
I don't trust that guy at all. Sorry, man.
You think you're retarded sometimes?
Huh?
You said you think you're retarded?
Boy, one more time.
You think you're retarded. I agree.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think I'm fucking retarded, dude. But then, yeah, then there's people like the freak in the Trump and shit. I'm like, not as stupid as I thought. I'm kind of fucking getting tired here. I got to set up my tent in the fucking. It's not in the middle. There's this restaurant. They got this big parking lot, but they don't give a shit. There's another homeless guy living there. His car is drunk. I drove him to a big city the other day to handle some paperwork. Made a little cash driving this fucking crazy ass around. Gotta get a job though, Timmy. Gotta do something.
What happened in the poker game?
Gotta reach back. I know. I fucked that up. I was like, when I was in Vegas, I was like, I'm just gonna. I hate this. Like I didn't even. It's not like I was even communicating, dude. Like I did a few hands. I think you had other people doing hands too. But I did it for a few hours. I'm like, this is fucking boring. I hate this shit. I don't know if I'm doing it right. I'm kind of thinking about reaching back out to him, or even if nothing happens with that, World Series of Poker is about to be in town in Vegas. But I can figure something out in this town or online to figure something out. You know? But because man's got to be able to fucking provide for basic essentials. I mean, that's why the Oera Linda talks about that, dude. They're like, if you're lazy and you can't provide yourself, they just kick you out of the fucking community, dude. They're just like, ban your ass. They're like, if you don't have a kid by the time you're 25, you're not married, or I think you got to be married. If you're not married by the time you're 25, then they'll give you a little more time, and if they can't talk you into it, like you got to go. Because they say if people don't have kids, if a man doesn't have kids, they say they don't know what kind of weird shit, what weird stuff could start happening to the person as they get older. So every man has a desire to have children. Fuck am I going with this? Yeah, there's these basic things, dude.
Also, progeny is like actually valuable. Like these little beings are supposed to be an asset, not a liability. Like the way most people, I mean, myself included, like grew up. It's like I wasn't actually valuable until, I don't know. I'm saying like providing for myself, 25, I guess. Like that's insane. Like how insane is that? Like in the real world, like that's nuts.
Like you think it should have started earlier? You should have been on a path.
I look at all some of the African tribes. The kids start doing shit at like 3. They're like washing the cow. You know, they do shit. They bring value. Like immediately. Like you have more kids. Like these African tribes that walk around like, and they just have their cows, their women, and their little huts, and they move around. And it's like the 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5-year-olds are super valuable. They start being able to do shit. Wash cow, carry this clothes, whatever, like do these little tasks. And it's like, why is it that in the modern, like that is a sustainable thing? Then they grow up to be like, whatever, the, common age, 16, 17, whatever it is. And then they start making more babies. But like once they're 3, 4, 5, they're extremely valuable right away. But like, and that's a sustainable thing. How does it make any sense? And this is why all the birth rates are below replacement rate, is like the beings are, you're not valuable until you're like 25. Some people even further. How does that make any sense? Like the tribe will die. It's not sustainable at all. And also like the resources required. That's why the rates are so low, because they say, ooh, the kids are so expensive. And that's why people don't have kids these days. And then the women don't have kids. And then they're like in this weird masculine energy because they're like not having kids, on birth control, et cetera, doing abortion, right? Doing all that. And then the men are like, well, it's expensive. I don't want to be too much of a slave to have all these kids. When they should be valuable right away, doing house chores, like learning gardening with mommy, like the basic shit.
Yeah, that's why if I envision like turning this thing around, like the power of families and children, like like especially on land, like that was the thing with farmers, right? They would just have 10, 11 kids because you have there's a lot of work to do on the fucking on land. But then like say you get like craftsmen. Okay, we got this dude, this family, this guy, this father. He knows how to build furniture and shit. Oh, we got this father. He can build houses. Or this person knows something about automobiles and maybe medical shit. You know, and then that family, you know, and then that family or those children then learn that, and you know what I mean. Like you could pass stuff down and the power of
basic. Yeah, that's like the basic tribe, the basic community. It's like completely shattered.
right, and they keep moving people around and gentrifying neighborhoods, and you can never have like a strong unit, like a few generations deep. Yeah,
Part of me
that's
can't even blame like the WEF for wanting to curb the new population coming in. You know, kind of stop things, slow things down a little bit, because people can't manage their affairs. They can't manage their kids. You know, in America, here in the United States, right? They just give them a fucking iPad or like a phone or some shit, and that's their new babysitter. So fuck spending time with your children. You know, just give them a fucking device, right? Isn't that like the
right.
prevailing sentiment these days?
Yeah.
If you had to spend, dude, I spent so much time in these people's homes. Go ahead, Timmy.
No, I was just saying, yeah. Please tell us.
Yeah, no,
I'm just saying, like if we were to do like an experiment, where if you did sleepovers in the average beta corporate male's house, or these people that are quote unquote successful, like you would just see complete nonsense through their diet. Like you're saying, the way they would just hand a tablet off to a fucking toddler. It's like you'd see a million things, dude. People watch, like people just like no one has their shit together at all, bro. Or like the vast majority that are just like going on some sort of weird momentum with their sports ball and beer.
Yeah, it's hard for a slave to be in the moment with the young, like godly being. Like it's easy for me to sit there and play with my son. It's very easy. Just be in the moment. He just wants to chill and spend time and laugh. Like everything's hilarious to him. It's fucking amazing. And like, you know, like sometimes I do notice the urge within me. It's like, fuck, I have to go work. Like, but I don't play with my phone in front of him. I just, as a rule that I made for myself. But like, I do notice the thing where it's like, oh, I got to go and do this, do that. And like takes me like get out of the moment. But then he always brings me back into the moment. But yeah, I'm like, if I'm struggling with this on some level, it's like, oh my God, the average person is like fucked because they can't even be in the moment like ever. So they can't sit there and be patient with their son. They don't have that in them. They've already like killed that part of them.
It's too many ball games and clubs and stuff to go to, you know. Ain't got no time for those kids.
Yeah, and then they pick the wrong women, right? They picked the wrong women because maybe she's kind of attractive, and that was the only reason why they picked her. And they didn't vet her in any other way. And then, you know, she doesn't respect him because he doesn't fucking stand on anything. He wants to force respect. It's just a fucking disaster.
Yeah, man, it's like this girl's, you know, I'm leaving the grocery store and there's a girl and a guy putting groceries in the back of the car. And she's kind of like putting them in. She goes, why am I the one putting them in? She like snaps at him. It's just like a little thing, but like there's a lot of a message there. It's like, why is she snapping at him? Like,
did he say nothing? I bet he didn't say anything.
Yeah, he just kind of like, yeah. And I was like, and then I'm like, what's the dynamic here? Is she like the breadwinner? Is she, what's the dynamic here? Like, he definitely didn't correct her or do anything. He just like didn't say anything and just kind of like probably try to, I don't know, take over the fucking task.
Like I had to like train my woman to like know how to like talk and be chill. Like I don't know, she'll still do that like once a month, and immediately I'm like, what who are you talking to? It's just like it's never okay to talk to me like that. You can say whatever you want, you can be pissed off, but like just talk. You have to talk to me on a human to human level. It's like I don't do that to her, right? But at the beginning, because her father's was kind of weak, actually extremely weak. You know, she had a bit of masculine tendencies, so she was like that was normalized within her. So I had to check her constantly. Yo, what are you doing? It's like, I don't tolerate this. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. I'm not. I don't need this. You know.
Yeah, and then they kind of then their instincts kick in. They like that. You know what I mean? Like that's you'll see so much of the opposite, or just like even this. I don't know, man. I'm at this fucking hotel, and they got this baseball shit going on. She got these like little leaguer baseball moms, fucking hustling about. But you'll see it sometimes, like the way a mom will like pick up a kid kind of aggressively and just kind of like you'll see him yank him around or kind of pulling him by the arm. I don't know.
They don't like him.
Yeah, it's
dude,
like a burden to them almost or something.
They are, dude. They got pregnant probably because somebody was annoying them, like their grandma or something, or like they had the biological urge, sort of, or their inauthentic corporate beta male, like just like squirts in her when she didn't want him to. I mean, it's just fucking unbelievable. I mean, if you talk about things that I don't know. I used to get mad at like the Federal Reserve. Things that get me mad today are like I see how their parents take care of their kids, and that shit gets me mad. I saw this dude like push his kid over the other day while he was like sucking horribly at riding his bicycle. And some people just say it's an Asian thing. That's how they are. Yo, he's like pushed him over and then was just like berating him. And I stopped, and like part of me just wanted to like bash his face in, this fat father. But I didn't, obviously. But like part of me wanted to. But you know, I don't have any jurisdiction over that. You know.
No, I understand that stuff, man.
It was like
I see stuff like that.
It was like 9 or 10.
I see that kind of stuff. Sorry.
No, that's fine. I mean, I wish they would have spoken English, because then I would have at least had a conversation. But they don't speak English, so. But yeah, but I mean, he's like completely just like, oh, I'm there because like just because he's bigger, like you think this is helpful? It's just bizarre.
Yeah, it's almost like he wants to bully or something. That's creepy, man. And that's what you see on the outside, right? Like I was saying, if you did like sleepovers at these people's houses, like, so that's why sometimes when I'm working, like I'd be working in these houses and like the mom's just sitting there on the couch with the phone in her face, and the little 8-year-old's got a tablet, and listening to the tablet, it's the most like you could like hear the programming, you could hear the subtle perverse shit, and it's just all rapid fire, quick, like 2 seconds of just whatever, and it's over and over and over. And it's like, oh my god! And the mom that would just allow that, dude, just allowing that.
Yeah, they're just dumb. They're dumb, or they don't care, or they some combination. Because like
it's like normalized, so it's like this is okay because everyone does. It's normal. It's like the way it is, just like everything. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, my kid's grandma, my wife's mother, is like a teacher. She's like the principal of a school, and like, so she'll kind of do that sometimes. And I have had this. It's like the 20th time. I have to be like, "Yo, don't stop showing the kid shit on your phone. Just stop. Just don't do that." And only after like the 20th time, I have to explain to her in like. And language it out in a different way, like the 20th time, does it actually like get through? It's like the being, because it's normal to her. Like she's around a bunch of slave kids, right? And this it just goes so deep. Like these parents don't care. They don't care about just this. Let the state put whatever medication in them. Let the state teach them whatever the fuck. It's just bizarre. It's such a low level of care. That makes me just like deeply cringe in my soul.
How do you plan on handling the other end of that, Tim, where your offspring has had no access to devices for X amount of time, and then at some, there's going to be like that urge where he sees the other people around him, with the devices his own age. Just
Well, I don't know. What makes you
having
think
these devices.
when is he going to be around other people that are staring at those things all the time?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, he's gonna. I'm assuming that he's gonna have this desire building within him to want his own device, right? Like, how do you plan on countering that? I'm just kind of curious.
Yeah, no, I mean, in my opinion, or my in my head, I mean, he's one. So these things are weapons. They're like weapons. It's like handing a child like a loaded gun. It's like it's dangerous. So it's like a long-term loaded gun. Like you can't shoot yourself and then end it today, but like I can like shoot myself like over time. It's like a slow bullet, if that makes sense. So
yeah, I forgot to make my main point in that. So the main point I was having, sorry, I'm having a hard time getting my words out right now. The main point is that when child's deprived of something for so long, that want for it is going to build up at some point to a point where when they finally get access to it, they're not going to want to let it go. You know what I mean? So you got to be prepared for something like that, I think.
I agree with that. I think it's the kind of thing where I'm building a world around him that he's going to be naturally excited and happy about the world around him in a natural way. I think, like, okay, for example, if you're like, if a baby's like born in a prison and there's like zero stimulation, and it's just like gray and like a hospital / jail / public school for like most of his life, he lives in like a square cube apartment, right, his whole life. And then you give him a phone for a month and like unlimited internet speed and internet data usage. You let him use it for a month, watch anything, TikTok, whatever, Coco Melon, etc. And then at the end of that, you take it away, and he's back to the barren, prison cell kind of life, apartment complex, jail, hospital, etc. Then they're gonna like crave it. So, but I think like it's not going to have so much of an appeal, because like what is the appeal about anything on these devices other than it's a device? It's a vice. Like, so what is about it? Like, you can hear music on here sometimes. Well, why doesn't the kid play his own music? Or why don't we have a guy in the community that's like a badass musician? Like why isn't a guy like Patrick OTW? Why can't we just go to Patrick's house, or like Patrick's, we're going to go to Patrick's concert later. We can hear all the fucking rock and roll you want. We're going to go there tonight at 8. So we can do that later. Let's go play in the garden. Right. Why do I have to listen to, any music? Right. Like, I don't need that. He doesn't need that. So, right.
It's weird. It's weird that these devices, like, we have no clue how they work either. Like, I'd like to see a movement back towards like even if it, like, I got this old dictionary, right, from 1911, and it's got all these pictures of these cool little like machines, like little like generators, or like but I don't even know. It's just like all these like little fucking things you might use on the farm and shit.
Yeah, mechanical shit.
Huh? Mechanical shit. Yeah, so it's like, okay, that might seem a little complicated, but these phones and like laptops, like, they're beyond complicated. Like, this one dude's theory is like they're like legit magic. Like, whatever crystals they use, these transmitters, like a billion processes every fucking second. Like, this, like, he's like, dude, there's no way, dude. So, I mean, I think there's something to that, like, to where these things are so complicated. Like, it goes back to what you're saying, like, because people used to be musically minded, bro. Like, a lot of people in the family, like, Like it was just a natural thing. Most houses had like a fucking piano and like could do something or some instrument, like the accordion. My grandfather played like the violin, the fucking different things. Like it's almost like could be a rule with kids. Like if you can't explain how that thing works at all, like even if it's something mechanical, like if you have no understanding of what you're about to use, like how it works, why, like. And think about like what our automobiles do. It's something I've been mad about. We have no clue, like barely. Even if I like me, I work a car, but it's still complicated as fuck every time. It's just like tight spaces. They just make everything completely fucking annoying and difficult to fix and shit.
Yeah, and it's just at the end of the day, it's a representation, just like the Esquire. It's a representation of life, and it's a facade. Like it's a hall of mirrors. It's Plato's cave. It's all of that. So, like, why would we go and listen to like Lil Wayne? I like his raps, whatever. But it's like, why go and listen to music somebody else made that we don't know, and like, why not, let's make our own music. We can use a device and like make music. I'm not gonna. Why am I gonna sit there and just have thing coming at me?
Yeah, and it's like so much more fun and in the moment. Like when you like when you're even if the people aren't like when we even do like the little karaoke stuff on the show or whatever, like broadcast, like it's like you know what I mean? Like if you're with your family or with people and everyone's like getting into the moment, like playing the instruments themselves and participating, it's like a church thing. Even like the blacks, they call it spiritual. Or any of those songs, the hymns. They said God likes the hymns. I heard that the other day. I love the hymns too. Fucking sing one right now, god damn it.
It's like when I go to the Maldives and sit on the beach, like I'm not like reaching for my phone to look at pictures of the beach. I'm there. Why would I need to look at beauty on the screen? I mean, most of these
right. What do most people do at concerts? They look at the concerts through a phone because they're recording it, right?
I was literally just gonna say that. Yeah. Idiots.
Yeah, but that's the same thing. Or even at a beach, dude. They're gonna pull out the phone at the beach and like look at the ocean through their phone.
Yeah, it's fucking amazing.
Right.
They don't even see the value of experiencing the moment there. Like they need somebody else to like validate it via a pixelated heart on their Instagram.
You said a hearth?
They can't even live in the moment. Your connection's a bit fucked up. They can't even live in the moment. They're only able to like they're living in the future, brother. Like they can only live through a pixelated heart by somebody tapping heart on Instagram of their stupid picture. Like they can't enjoy actually being there.
Right.
Can you imagine like what that's been doing to our, not mine, but like people's psychology, like conforming to that type of love, to that image of the heart.
We don't have
like,
to imagine
I feel so loved right now.
They're all around us. They're everywhere. These beings.
I'm just thinking like the deep effect that's got to have on the psychology of people is so fucking profoundly fucked up, you know? Like the tapping of the dopamine center.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, to answer your question, it's just like one of those things that's it'll come up. But like I think the issue is not the phone or trying to hide it. Like that's not the thing. The thing is just forming the correct environment for the being, like helping him to be in a proper environment. Like proper environments motivate babies. Like, do you want an acronym? Because I mean it's all about the environment. Again, if it's beautiful, surrounded in a proper community, surrounded by like a lot of fruits and plants and shit, and there's just like the kids are playing happily, playing sports. I mean, digging around, like what the fuck, like, you know, I don't think they're gonna want to go and again, I'm not gonna be happily putting those kids around around my young ones that are like totally borged out. And I think if the borged out kids, sounds fucked up, but it's like they can be fixed, like they can be like helped. They have to be like put in a. I've seen where folks do. They go and just sell everything, they sell their slave hovel and quit their jobs and shit, and then just buy like some little boat. You guys ever seen these stories? And then they go and like sail around the world, and then like they got like kids, 4 or 5 kids, 12, 7, 8, 6, 4, and then they were all borged out with the iPads and shit. They would always fight, miserable, hating each other, hating everything, ADHD, all the bullshit, on a bunch of meds. And then they go on a year on the sailboat around the world and no phones. They just have to read books and just enjoy the fucking nature and just be. And they're a million times better. They're just like, oh, we have to actually have conflict resolution. We can't just like fight and then just like stare into our phones in our separate rooms. Like you actually have to do conflict resolution and just like actually think about the other person's emotions and then learn to just sit and be without like a constant dopamine internet connection. Like, so they're resilient. I think
That's what I wanted to do around the start of the cough. I wanted to get a sailboat and fucking sell everything. I got rid of almost everything before that.
Yeah,
just never
I know,
happened.
guys. I was having weekly conversations with a guy that was riding around in his boat in Sweden during the Keef. He was enjoying it.
Yeah.
I think I'm
You
gonna
almost
just
gotta
take a
do like-
boat to Antarctica.
Cold.
Yeah, I want to do that, Brian. That was actually part of my plan. I wanted to sail around Antarctica.
No, what you do is you show up to Antarctica, and they're gonna be a bunch of military guys there with guns, right? They'll be like, it's not safe for your safety. We got this treaty. You can't go that way. You can't go any farther. And you're like, I'm just gonna keep going. They're like, we got these guns and see the signs. It's the penguins. We gotta protect the penguins. Can't really go any farther. We got this treaty and all this military out here. We gotta protect this shit. Can't have you taking your boat. And then you just go, right? You just say, I'm just gonna go anyways. Then you just go, right? And they're like, I'm gonna shoot you. But then they're just bluffing. And then you go down this I bet you there's like a little canal, right? And they're like, you go through that canal, and they're going to keep fucking with you the whole time. You can't go. They're going to fake shoot around you and shit. Boats. But then you just go and you get to the other side and there's going to be some hot chick there in like a dress. She's going to give you a big hug and be like, oh my God, you're so brave. You figured it out. You escaped the fucking thing. Then it's all heaven on earth over there and a bunch of gardening and fucking
Truman Show.
I don't know. What do you think, Mike?
And all the ice,
it's basically like that.
All the ice melts away, and it's like some springtime garden area, lush and green. Yeah,
Right. No. Yeah. It's just like you got to go down a little bit. Yeah, and it's just like exactly, just paradise. But see, what happened with Truman when he actually made it out that door? It's not like everything was perfect, right? Now he's like all fucked up and like got to deal with the reality of everyone lying to him his whole life and. You know what I mean? It's like you get to the other side and you're just all rageful and bitter the whole time. Like, what the fuck? This was here the whole time. This is all I had to do. I'm all old now and fuck. I'm just like,
yeah. Like, what if it's just way worse? And the guys with the guns are like, like don't go. Like you're gonna die. You go over and it's like just like actually like hell. Like, it's way worse.
right? Yeah, first they're hot chicks, right? And you're like, oh God, but it's really just like a trick. They fucking shape shift into some lube ass and shit.
What are they called? The krill, like that the Nazis supposedly found, or something. I don't even remember exactly what it is. I think it's the krill. Live underground in Antarctica, something like that. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
I was gonna make it here, man. Like, just make the thing that lush. There's plenty of fucking land here. Like, I don't why. That's just my thing. It's like 90%.
Yeah, a home by a riverbank, dude. Think of having a home by a riverbank. You gotta have water right there. You got fresh, clean water. You got a power source. Bro, riverbank living, dude. I got a fucking
The only problem with the riverbank is, or rivers in general, or navigable waterways, is like anybody can just go on it. It's just kind of weird.
You also got to think about the source too. If the source is fucking polluted, your water's going to be polluted as well. I mean, like really, there's not many good places on America, I think, where you can find something like that outside of Alaska. I'm just assuming, you know. I've looked quite a bit, and it's just like anywhere down in the main area, the United States area. It's gonna be pretty much like that, I think.
I don't agree. Why are you assuming that?
Because
I think he said he looked into it.
Slaves are like cockroaches, man. Yeah, I was looking all over the place. You know, it's like you look at the map of where it's populated, where it's not populated, and the places where, excluding the information about, you know, being able to currently homestead as a private non-citizen U.S. national, right? Excluding that information, you know, there's not really very many places that people can go. If you include that information, then yeah, there's definitely more places that you can go.
What source are you talking about? Like what specifically are you like referencing?
Like, where did I look? I was just looking at properties that are for sale around the country. You know, because I had this idea. I want to live on like some moving water. You know, on some land that's got water moving through it, and I want to be able to have seasons. I don't want to have extreme hot. You know, so I'm looking for areas like that aren't arid either. You know, green forests, pine forests, some eastern white pine. You know, the freedom tree. That'd be nice. There's not many places that offer that kind of thing. Up in Alaska, there are. I actually wanted to go to Alaska pretty bad. You know, but Alaska's got that extreme winter, which I wouldn't mind. I don't think I would mind it. You know, but then again, I've never experienced it, so I don't know.
Isn't it crazy that Russia's just like right across from Alaska over
there? Yeah,
it is pretty crazy.
I don't know, man. I think there's a lot of
like
land. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, it's like there are Canada. It's like Canada's right there by the U.S. and so is Russia, dude. Like, what the fuck? Crazy. What were you gonna say though, Timmy? Or what were you saying?
There's a lot of land, yeah, man. I mean, it's just there's so much fucking land.
The US, dude.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to do that this summer, but like, there's also there's like most of the areas that I was looking at, like there's plenty of unincorporated areas. Most of the incorporated areas are very small circles around the town, and then that's it. So, you know, I don't think people are gonna care as much about a lot of stuff.
They're also gonna be really like deeply established.
They're gonna be deeply established.
Yeah, deeply established, like multiple generations owning the land in these areas for, you know, long periods of time. It's kind of how it is here where I am on Oklahoma. It's like one family owns a lot of the land around here, and I've been here for a few years, and I'm still seen as an outsider for sure because I didn't grow up here, you know. And anywhere you go is going to be like that. You're going to be an outsider.
Yeah, that's why like the small towns seem a lot more powerful than the big cities, because you can have the one thing is that generational thing like you're talking about. Whereas in cities, this neighborhood gets gentrified at when people get moved around all the time. But the thing about a small town is that I always have the same cookie cutter box store bullshit, which I think is fucking a way to like destroy these towns. So I'm gonna put a Walmart in every fucking one of them, dude. Like, what were you gonna say though, Timmy?
No, I was just gonna say, like, I mean, it's like there's just like millions of acres of like free land or land for sale. You can, you know, we can have the discussion about buying and selling land, whatever. But the fact is, like, there's millions of acres. So it's like, I don't know, man. I like, okay, there's a family that I guess owns a lot of land in Oklahoma. Okay, like, to me, like, if it was me, like, I just wouldn't focus on that. It's like, okay, or I'd be like, how did they do that? Right? How did they do that? Are they evil? Or like, were they just industrious? Maybe they were industrious 100 years ago and not really anymore. But like, how can you be industrious like that? Or actually, you know, most people are slaves. And I've heard so many stories of kids completely fucking up their family fortunes. There's so many, like, there's so much wealth and land and all this shit. And it's just, most people are just like looking at the negative things. It's like, why can't you control 50 acres of these rich people's land and bring a proposition to them and say what you're going to do and then do it? You're going to grow fucking oranges in a greenhouse because nobody grows oranges? Okay. Well, why don't you just do that? There might be a giant section of land that they're just not using. Right? How many propositions have you made like that? I'm not talking directly to you, Mike. I'm just saying in general, right? Like, it's the same thing with me in business. It's just like, well, did I call 100 business today to attempt to sell my shit? Did I or didn't I? Because if I sold 0, then if I made 0 sales and called 0 people, I'm the asshole. Because the phone exists and there's like millions of businesses. So what the fuck is my excuse? It's the same thing for anybody else. You live near a town, there's like hundreds of businesses. Well, how can you possibly not have a job? There's something like that, right? But it's the same thing with in life, you know? It's like, oh, there's all this land. Okay, well, there's millions of acres. I can't get a couple acres and grow some shit on it. Like, what? Of course you can.
Mm-hmm. And can there be arguments made, like, say you're just in the middle of nowhere, you're like, I don't know who owns this or whatever, but you know, I don't see anything for a long time. Like, can I just start like, well, I guess you don't even have to. I mean, it's got to be owned by someone. I get the BLM stuff, but yeah, just figure it out though. Like whether or not, you know, it is owned and not owned, and you just kind of take it over. You do it in more of an honorable way. You just figure out.
Ask, find, like, is the land registered to somebody? Maybe. If not, then go there and try to find them. And if they're not there, every time you go there for a week, okay, I mean, there's no signs anywhere. You maybe even ask the neighbors. Nobody fucking knows. I mean, this is kind of like what's going on, in my opinion, with people when they're not acting like man and woman. It's like the quote unquote system is just like, hey, there's this being. Actually, the system is just doing pimping, right? Like, the being is being a little slave, and it's just like spiraling. So it's trying to get you to not be a slave anymore. It like wishes you to not be like that. So it uses you. It like tries to use you for something.
Yeah, it could like pimp you in the negative sense, right? Or it could pimp you out.
But like, you're not okay. Like, for example, like if you're not doing any work, say you're like, if you're just in your car homeless, and then but you're like a menace. You're being like a menace to everyone around you. It's like, it's almost like the system is like attempting to put you in a cage to get you to like reconsider your actions and like get you into a job that you're actually going to produce food for some produce something for at least a dead corporation entity, like, because you're not bringing value to anyone. So at least maybe you can work at Walmart. You know what I'm saying? Like, at least work at Slave Mart and serve Slave Mart, because who are you serving if you're just out like being a menace, like just a parasite onto the town? You're not producing anything. So it's just like what you were saying before. The tribe would like kick you out. Well, the tribe is like attempting to transform you into something to bring some kind of value. But I guess I see what you're saying. It's like, well, isn't that kind of like negative? It's like turning into something negative. But people want Walmart slave food, right? So it's like people are asking for that.
Right. No, I was just looking at it like, no, I hear what you're saying, but yeah, like, because I was just looking at it like there's a positive pimp and then there's the negative, but it's like, if you're going to be a slave and just get pimped out by the government because you're a broken hoe, right? Like, the government's going to be the like the bad pimp, right? They're not gonna try to be the bad daddy character. They're gonna.
It's
not
almost
gonna
like
try
it's maybe it's like neutral. It's kind of neutral on some level. It's almost like the gang that will just like it's just using a body to just do something instead of nothing.
Right.
That's kind of what it
That's
seems
like,
like. It's just like and just using it to run this, do this, run this here, go here. It's not just negative, like do this hit, or let me here. I'll help you and learn the business. It seems like it's just hey, you can do something. Fucking do something. Fuck.
Nature abhors a vacuum.
Yeah.
Put you as a cashier at Walmart.
That's why you're there's a good bit for you. Turn that into this kind of bit. It's like this is why you are where you are. Nature doesn't want you to just do nothing. There's also maybe you'll hate it so much you actually get out of it as well, like some contrast. Because like purgatory sucks. So it's like, look how miserable life is when you're a fucking slave mart greeter. And then it's like forcing you to just see the misery. It's like, look at it. Look at this. And every day that you accept it, it's like, come on, would you fucking wake up and make your own slave mart? Damn it. Why do I have to employ you? Fuck. That'd be a good bit.
Right.
Being the voice of the system. Why? Oh my god! And that's why they do the. It seems like that's why they do the rituals and like just mock everyone. They're like, stop being slaves. It's fucking ridiculous. McDonald. What did he say? Burger. The fucking mayor. Oh. It's like you guys are such miserable slaves. Like I kind of agree with him. Like it's like, what is there to disagree with?
You're talking about where they're offering burgers for vaccines or what?
Like mocking the slaves. He's like, you guys are acting like worms, and then he's treating the people that are watching that like worms, because why would anybody like actually listen to him? Like why would anybody watch the news? Like why would you do that? Why do you not run your own news station or like run your own information in your area? Why would you listen to the news by some corporation owned for profit by some guy you don't know that has like extreme leftist views, doesn't care about you? Like it's just dumb. You're dumb if you think that's like the truth.
Let's face it, Timmy, a lot of people just need to be told what to think and feel these days.
Yeah, that's why they do the mocking, I think.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I don't disagree at all. I think
So
there's
would like the masks.
Go ahead.
Would the mask be like a form of mocking? Just trying to picture what the mock is when they do it. We're gonna make them put a mask on their face. We're gonna,
these slaves,
they're inject themselves with poison.
Yeah.
Like the masks with the hole cut in it, so you can put your straw through, or the face bubbles, or the what are those ones where they had like the in the delivery rooms where the mom was inside of a bubble or the baby was inside of a bubble, the newborns. That kind of mockery.
Let's see that. Is it a double bubble? Oh my god.
You haven't seen that shit?
Delivery room with
yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. Like the newborn baby.
Oh, so the mom's like in a bubble, and then the mom's like holding the bubble in a bubble, holding a bubble baby. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's fucking wild. These last few years, like I remember all the truthers used to always be talking about it. COVID and the mask. We're so smart. It is fucking an interesting thing that happened these last few years. You guys remember like day one of that shit? Like the first line in the stores, the first news reports. Dude, seriously, the first line I waited in. Yeah, I was in Los Angeles, dude, and the first line I saw, dude, I literally just drove out of LA to Joshua Tree. Like when they started having the big lines for toilet paper, like I just drove my ass out of the fucking thing. Dude. and everyone else is just quarantining, and I'm just like driving everywhere around the U.S. All these fucking fucking what do they call them? Whatever. You got to pay $30 to get in. What do they call them? National parks? I'm driving all these national parks. Got them all to myself. They're free. No one on the road. Dude, what the fuck were people thinking? Dude, people out in LA just like ratting out their neighbors for having company over. What a weird fucking.
COVID was good for DoorDash, man. Like I went from making like 150 a day to like over 300 a day most days.
Yeah, dude. COVID like was like sponsored, like it was like a move for DoorDash, dude, or something like that. Yeah, it was like completely exploded that. Completely took away showing up at the office. Completely, and all of a sudden people didn't want to work. All of a sudden it's like no work. Like that was a weird side effect. Like.
Yeah, it also kind of fucked it because part of the reason I like doing DoorDash is because I've been doing DoorDash since like 2017 full time, right? Part of the reason I like it is because I get to get around and like, interact with people. I don't have the type of personality where I can just interact with anybody like for no reason. I need a reason to interact with people. And DoorDash kind of gave me that reason to do that. And after COVID started, it was like, leave the bag at the fucking door. It's like, come on, man, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, leave the bag unattended on the dirty ground. Let's get everyone out of the restaurant, put them into the fucking street, some fucking like in New York. It's way safe. Like this. I hate even talking about this. It's been talked about over and over and over.
Yeah.
I was on Brazil the first time I did a public freak out. I was on Brazil in 2020, and I was just in the supermarket there, and like 80% of the slaves were wearing masks. I just freaked out. I just started scolding all of them in English. It's great.
Dude, when I left California, it was like the best fucking thing ever because California is like you can't go anywhere without people hassling you about the fucking face diaper, Like come over here on Oklahoma, it's like nobody's fucking wearing shit. It's fucking awesome. It's like freedom. I was so sick and tired of being hassled everywhere I fucking went.
My bad.
How did they respond in Brazil?
Yeah, I mean nobody gave a shit like when I was walking around free. Like I was just like sad for them. So I'm like I would try to talk to people around. But it's pretty funny. Like
but how did they respond when you freaked out?
It's just like looked at me because most of them couldn't understand. But yeah, they just stared at me as I was like insanely just like, what the fuck is going on? You fucking insane maniac! Like, what are you doing? There's like there's a thing in the air. One guy was talking to me in English. He's like, there's something in the air. I'm like, what? Are you retarded? Like, I'm like, are all of you retarded? Like, what is this? I'm like, oh yes, everyone's retarded in every country. Amazing.
It's obvious everybody's fucking retarded, man. It's like you look at the masks; they don't even fucking do anything. I read a study where. Can we talk about this, Brian? I don't know if I shouldn't talk about this.
Go ahead. It's cool.
All right. So I read this study. You can't even find it now. Where it was done at like Stanford or somewhere, where they had people who tested positive for flu, right? Allegedly, coughing through the N95 mask, like the supposed good mask, into a petri dish, and then they tested it multiple times over a course of a few minutes or whatever. They would test them again. They'd cough into a new petri dish and test the petri dish. And what they found is that the longer they wore the mask, when they would cough or sneeze through the mask, they would actually spread even more into the air than if they did like normally through just covering their mouth and coughing into a hand or something.
Right.
Anyways, yeah. So then the N95 is bullshit.
These nasty fucks sneezing into the mask, dude. That's so bizarre.
Dude,
coughing into the it's so gross, dude.
Like when it was even like last year, like 2023 and shit, there were still like these Asian slaves they just love it. They just like self ritualize and victimize themselves at this point. And like this one guy, he's like wheezing. I'm in the elevator with this guy. He comes in. If he was already there, I just wouldn't have went in. I just like have to get away from the slaves. But like I'm in the elevator, he comes in and he's just like stands there and like looks at the wall, just like stares at it. And he's like and he doesn't look like a sick person. It's just like clearly just just from the thing he's wearing like at his slave job for like 10 hours a day. And I just looked at him I'm like, this guy is completely rejecting like his own biology. Like his whole body is like, please let me breathe air. And he's just like overriding his own internal. I'm just like, this is amazing. Like this level of slavery
Well,
is just phenomenal.
I was in a library a few weeks ago when a dude was doing that, bro. That's the thing. When you see people today, like you'll still see them today, right? Dude, you got to go to a library. Go to any library, bro. You'll see some retard working there in a fucking mask. Someone fucking.
I'm starting to see them now. It's weird because I didn't see any for so long, and now I'm starting to see people wearing them. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like, get some oxygen into your system. It's always old people too, like the people that need more oxygen. And it makes me sad seeing it. You know, if I'm being honest, it makes
Oh
me
no,
sad for
man.
these people.
I don't feel sad. You feel sad? Yeah, you're new. You're new, dude. Like, dude,
I have
like
compassion. It's different.
it's not.
Bro, if you're old, you should have more time on this earth to figure it out. Like it should be that should feel less sad for them, dude. Like, what the fuck? You've been here for 80 years. You couldn't figure nothing out. You're fucking falling for this shit. The fuck?
Yeah, there's one altercation on Vietnam in this Korean grocery store that me and my wife were at, like in the real thick of it. And this lady and I'm of course with no mask, and this lady is like, she's like, hey, why you not wearing? She's one of the customers, like, you must wear it. I'm like, yeah. I don't know why I even brought that up. I was like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Like, you're not even working here. Like, you can't even say nothing to me. Get the fuck out of here. That shit was funny. I just remember that moment, just scolding this old lady, this old slave.
I got called an asshole at a park one day. Walked through a park in the north side of Chicago, and some Karen. It's like, where's your mask? I'm asking, like, I can't hear her. It's like, your mask, where's your... And then she's like, asshole. It's just like, it's fucking freaks, then. This is so 2021 truther fucking broadcast. But guys, I'm fucking hit the wall here.
I know the truth. Brian, I know the truth, man. I got to tell you the truth.
Yeah, man, get the fuck out of here.
I got some. Yeah, I'm gonna go set up my tent. Fucking, I should film it and show you guys where it is. It's like, it's kind of like right in the middle of town on Main Street, but whatever it is. It like literally is actually, because it's fucking right by the main store. But it's I should film. I should at least take a picture and privately send it to you guys.
More power to you, man. Yeah, send to me on Facebook, on Slave Book.
Because a cop did pull up one time, but I swear he parked his car, he got out, but then he was like, "Oh, it's that dude that we heard about." It was either the cop that I met, which I don't think so. He was kind of from a distance away. I couldn't tell exactly who the cop. But he got out. He's like saw the car. He took a few steps towards my car because the tent was next to it, and then he just turned around and got back in his car and drove off. And I'm guessing it had to be because of my interaction going to the police station and stuff. But yeah, guys, if you want to give some final words here, I'm gonna wrap it up. Walk over there.
Nah, man, I said enough. Thanks. See you next time, dude.
Yeah. Thanks for coming to me.
All right, later, Mike.
Yeah, hey, Timmy, don't ever worry about hurting my feelings, man. You can't hurt my feelings. I actually not even at all worried about it. If I'm saying something you disagree with, don't hesitate. You know what I'm saying?
I don't feel anything like. Yeah, I get it, man. I wouldn't do that to you and kind of keep going if I didn't think so.
Yeah, I just want to put that out there. You guys have a good night. Man. Take care, Brian. Take care, Timmy. Peace. All right.
Peace.
All right, fellas. All right, damsel medic. Terrain theory is where it's at. That's where try to clean up the poison of the poisoned air and earth. Clean the fishbowl and you will be healthy. Yep. Get your body to homeostasis. Don't have all this disease. in the air, in the soil, in your spirit. Your little alchemy, Spagyric should be invincible. You live forever, dude. Imagine if you could live 900 years. Would you even want to do it right now? But that'd be one way to have power. Generational families is just to outlive everyone. You just outlive all your enemies and all their, you know what I mean, all their children. What the fuck am I going on about? All right, I gotta set up this tent. Right in the middle of the road, dude. Right in the middle of fucking main part of town. Whatever. They ain't fucking. I'm doing it for a minute. They ain't fucking. No one's fucking me yet. All right, guys. The fuck's gonna happen? It's gonna be do the same shit again tomorrow. Something better's gotta happen. What the fuck happened, dude? I was going to all these comedy shows, working in Vegas. I come to this small town and I fall the fuck apart, man. I've been getting into comedy, making no money. I gotta change this. I gotta figure this shit out. When is my court case? May 25th, May 22nd or something? In front of Judge Zimmerman? Not like I'm gonna show up. But all right, guys. Figure this shit out, man. See what happens tomorrow. You guys have a good evening. Appreciate you guys being here. Got thrown out of my bank. Security called on me back 2020 for reason where old bank freak out. My little old me walking in with a smile. Hell, they are cowards. Yeah, damsel medic. It's not easy, those situations, dude. Tell by my man on the street shit. You get getting bullied and ganged up on, and everyone's fucking. I mean, it could get easier. It's easier for some people with practice. You get stronger at it. But yeah, man, like, fucking gnarly, dude. Groupthink, mob mentality, witch burning. Burn the witch. She's a witch. She's got no mask. Put her in the bank vault. Quarantine her in the vault. All right, y'all. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You guys are pretty cool, man. I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See what Paul's, see what OTW's. I'll fucking come prepared with something. I don't fucking know what I'm about. I got to exercise in the morning. I exercised today. That was good. Push-ups. Fucking 35 push-ups. I did shoulder exercise. I was jogging up and down these hills, getting a sweat in. It feels good. It's a good feeling when you get physically healthy like that. Good for confidence, all types of shit. Mental health. All right, fuck faces. I'll see you later.